my goodness! This is disgusting.
Carried it. A beast within. Huge reveal.
That's about as good as it gets.
Day 1 is in the books, and now all eyes turn to Day 2. 7 more rounds of grueling competition before the best in the room punch their ticket into the top 8. It's time for all those competing to put their money where their mouth is. Let's get into it.
That's right, folks. Our quest to find our top 8 here at Pro Tour Los Angeles continues. 1 day down, featuring 4 rounds of classic constructed play into 3 rounds of draft. Now Day 2 begins. Much of the field have already received the bad news that they won't be continuing on here, but we still have a large number of players in contention for that top 8 spot. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Brian Gottlieb. X and 3 keeps you alive for Day 2. Large number of players with that kind of record here. A lot to play for, but we are already seeing some nations, some individuals start to get out in front here. And our top 8, as far as our standings are concerned, is looking pretty terrifying. We saw many of them in the last rounds yesterday.
Yeah, some teams as well starting to distinguish themselves. I'm thinking in particular of 2 Germans sitting atop the standings undefeated in our feature pod when we do go to draft. And we are going to, of course, cover that draft for you. We do not want to miss that. But the German team really coming out looking extremely strong thus far. But sitting atop the standings, it's a lone American. It's Thebeau sitting in the absolute apex of the standings thus far.
Yeah, we have obviously a number of sort of 7-0 players. We got to see them yesterday, through that draft and looked very, very strong. I think it was that game against, was it Matt Rogers they played? I think it might have been one of our backup matches there. Very strong showing from Thebeau. Also, Maximilian Klein coming out of CC at 4-0. On Dorinthea, by the way, not many Dorinthea players sort of making it to Day 2 unscathed. He's got that perfect 4-0 record. And then we saw one of the nastiest Kassai decks that I've seen in heavy hitters draft. All of the good stuff. We've got 2 incredible Majestics in that list in Blade Flurry and Commanding Performance. But honestly, it was the rest of this very solid core that Maximilian built that got him over the line.
That's what draft is about in Flesh and Blood, though. You can't rely on things like Majestics to carry you to victory. You need tight play, and you need just a good, consistent base, which we saw on display from Max Klein.
I mean, so if I see a stamp Commanding Performance, I'm taking that, bro. I don't want to hear about it.
I'm with you.
You can tell me all you want. I'm picking that card. Let's talk standings here after Day 1. Remember, it's a hybrid form of competition here at the Pro Tour. Our pros will be put to the test through both classic constructed and limited formats. And look at this. Let's talk about it. Karamanis, Ilias Karamanis, of course, our second German from the top 3. What an incredible showing. Europe once again reminding us, putting themselves back on the map, saying, hey, we are here and we're not going anywhere.
Hold on 1 second, Mitch. We can shout out Europe. And yes, there are a lot of Europeans in this top break, but I want to shout out my second home country, New Zealand. Matt Rogers sitting there as well in 4th place, asking if maybe people forgot about Dre a little bit. Matt Rogers trying to get back in the discussion amongst the best players in the world.
Here on Kayo in Classic Constructed, and showed us, he basically has said, you can check this out, of course, on the live blog at fabtcg.com. Matt's like, I'm here to play Brute. I am here to throw bare fangs at my opponents as many times as humanly possible. On the CC side, have a look at this top 8. Yeah, 3 KOs represented, is no surprise here. But we see a Dash, we see a Dorinthea, we see a Levia here as well. All, all heroes that at times have maybe struggled now, starting to really come alive. Francesco Giorgio, we got to cover him in the draft yesterday, putting together a very solid Brute deck, just dropping that last game against, Maximilian's, beautiful sort of Kassai list here.
Yeah, and another region I don't want to ignore, Mitch, is, of course, South America. Brazil represented thus far amongst these top 8 players. Daniel Dertoni doing extremely, extremely well thus far. And then I really like where the meta goes. Sure, even that top 8 meta is diverse, but look at this 9th through 24th CC meta where things go absolutely buck wild.
This doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, we saw incredible conversion from Boltyn into, out of sort of CC and into Day 2. He's done very, very well for himself. We can talk about that later. John Ho on that Viserai. It's nothing, it's not crazy. It's a mid-range Viserai look. We see a lot of Azalea represented here. Justin Koo, of course, who we managed to catch on stream in that Kano matchup. Joshua Lau as well. Not only making Day 2, but doing so in style at 6-1. Really, spoke to me, said he had a very, very good limited portion.
In a tournament that is kind of serving as a coming out party for Dorinthea thus far. We see
Who better?
Dorintheas across this top 24. You love to see Josh Lau getting his licks in.
Yeah, Maximilian Klein, much the same way, is really stuck to Dorinthea pretty hard through a lot of CC metas. So great to see some Polish representation here as well with Igor Wisłowski here at 14th. Let's have a look at our second list page of standings and give you an idea of these players who are still vying for top 8 contention. Nicholas Tran, we see there. Xing Tsang, of course. Many of that blue pitch team have brought Victor into this particular tournament and have shown us just how powerful he can be. SoCal local Christopher Iali, world's runner-up, I think, sort of, a couple of years ago, with a very different take on this Viserai list, something that harkens back to the days, Brian, of the OTK Viserai.
Somehow Viserai all over these top 48 players, 3 Viserais among the top 48. I do not want to ignore Rhinar's also showing up. We kind of glossed over it on the last
Pablo.
Page. Pablo Pintor sitting at 6-1 on Rhinar thus far, looking very strong. And then we got to keep track of this, Mitch, because I've seen it before. There is this cluster of players from Hong Kong. There is Xing Tsang, David Yao, Alan Lau, all sitting there at 5-2 thus far. It kind of felt like this at Worlds too, where there was this cluster of Hong Kong players. And then what happened is they all started climbing up the standings, refusing to lose from that point forward. We'll see if Blue Pitch can turn it on again in day 2 and sort of show that same dominance once more. But they really do have to overcome the dominance thus far of this German contingent, I believe.
Absolutely. We also, of course, have our one-time world champion Michael Hamilton here with 5 wins, of course, still in pretty decent shape. And again, some local representation there as well. We see Zane Johnson on that Azalea there as well. We'll go down the list just a little bit further here. Obviously, some big names even going back this far. That is just how dense the competition here is at Pro Tour Los Angeles. Rob Seigel making a bit of a return here. Fano Black, of course, a prolific illusionist player, still very much in the mix. And Michael Fung here at 51st.
Yeah, the big names don't stop when you get to page 3. And again, all of these players within striking distance looking to put together a run. I mean, I could literally go off here. There's Charles Dunn. There's Daniel Rutkowski. There's Tarek Patel. There's Gregors Kowalski making a good showing here. Yuki Lee Bender there at 5 points. So many players within striking distance still. I see calling champion Ben Dodd amongst these players as well.
Right. I really revolutionized the Azuri list.
Yeah.
Just come up with... definitely one of the most competitive showings of that one. Ian Zhang, who's a prolific Guardian player, definitely one to watch there as well. So we're blessed. We really are blessed now with the very best players from the Flesh and Blood world all converging upon this one spot, and they're all alive here in Day 5. Let's talk about how our heroes and our metagame went in between Day 1 and Day 2. Here's your conversion rate. So these decks are X and 3 or better. And we have some pretty astonishing conversions to Day 2 here up the top of that list.
Just as everyone predicted, Tekla Vossen, of course, the best deck in the entire format, 100% conversion rate. We all knew that would be the case coming into this. I will say...
One Teklo, by the way.
One Teklo, and that Teklo did convert. And I'm happy for that Teklo, sort of. We do an internal betting pool within LSS where we try and pick the best Day 2 conversion rate as one of the aspects of the bet we make. We pick the winner as well, most represented hero, those type of statistics. Yep. And I chose Dory, and I was feeling really good about my pick. Nobody had Boltyn. However, one person had Tekla Vossen as their best conversion rate, and now my pick is absolutely ruined. I will not be getting those points from that aspect of the bet.
So we had 10 Boltyns, I think. 90% of them made it through. I happen to have had dinner with the one Boltyn that did not make it. That was our good friend Roger Bodie, who, when we passed on the news that 90% of Boltyn players made it, there was an audible thump on the table as his forehead contacted with it. He said, "Oh, really? I'm the only one?"
Cream rises to the top. Right?
I mean, in fairness, he is playing a deck full of yellows and got paired into Viserai, so that is unfortunate. We obviously got to see that match on stream, and also, great sportsmanship from Roger during that match as well. He makes sure that, a tuning counter is allowed to be taken there as well. So
I always pick on Roger, and people might see me occasionally get into it on Twitter with Roger. I really do love Roger. He's a great guy, really a huge boon to the game. And as you mentioned, a great, very forthright, honest competitor. Love to see that kind of sportsmanship down there in the feature match.
And that big Dorinthea conversion, much of the conversation yesterday was around the 3 really viable ways to play her. I think we might have narrowed down that list here. We have our viable ways to play her, and then we have the ways to play her that can result in a Day 2 conversion. Speaking of Josh Lau, he really agonized over what build of Dorinthea to bring. Also, more of a Dawnblade purist, prefers that game style. It's more explosive, but the consistency isn't there, and you offer a fair bit of agency to your opponents to make the correct decision in terms of employment of defense reactions. But this Hatchet story list that started to crop up in Kiel has been picked up by the Runaways, and many of our European Dory players has been showing absolutely astonishing levels of value. Virtually can produce a 2-card 12 on turns where there are 3 hits. And all it really needs is a go-again enabler, a blue, and an agility token. And as we know, they're pretty easy to come by right now.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, Mitch. It's been very impressive to watch the development of this Dorinthea deck. And I think it was a bit of parallel development, honestly, given what I know of the Runaways process. I think Charles Dunn was very much in the lab on his own cooking up this Dory deck. And I just think it's awesome when players from all around the world can kind of find these ideas, converge on them, have little different takes on it, and put their own spin and try and use that to go ahead and forge their path to a top 8 berth.
So they're heading down the list a bit further. Some notable exclusions, I guess. Kassai with a pretty low conversion rate. A lot of people are very high on the deck. It also offers that same level of consistency as that Hatchet's Dorinthea list, but isn't quite able to get there. Uzuri was, I think there were only 4 Uzuris yesterday, so not a huge representation, considering we just saw a battle-hardened Philadelphia win from Caleb Engen on that particular hero.
Feels like it always goes that way with Uzuri, but we're going to see a lot more about CC as the day goes on. Of course, our last 4 rounds of the day will be in CC, but the rounds right now are going to be in draft, and we're ready for some draft action here in LA, and I can't wait. Y'all know I can't get enough of Heavy Hitters Draft. I'll sit here, again, all day, all night. You want to play draft, sit in that feature match area. I'll commentate them. I love this format.
We're going to go straight into it here. Thebeau this is pod 1, of course. This is the second draft, that come out of day 1, 7 and 0. Let's jump straight into this pack 1, pick 1.
Yeah, T started the last draft pretty quickly into Warrior, ended with a very, very powerful looking Warrior deck. We'll have to see if that's a predilection or if he's just comfortable taking whatever's open. And I really wanted to look at the flexibility of these first few picks. Does have the option to pick a Warrior exclusive card and hold him, or it could just take the wager and play things a little bit more open. Wage agility, a heck of a card.
I always feel better on my first 2 or 3 picks. Stay a little open. Wage agility is fantastic. It's a break point. It's also hard for your opponent to take advantage of that wager if they win it because they've blocked it quite heavily. Take it on the chin as well.
Another great hybrid option that can absolutely keep you open, and that is going to be the pick from T, and I agree 100%. Love that pick to start off the draft. 2 very powerful options open to you. See which one opens up in the next few picks.
Yeah, you stay open. And again, in Kassai, for example, that agility token is good for another swing of the Centauri Saber, and that sometimes can make all the difference, especially if you use Kassai's hero ability on that turn to threaten a gold generation on either hit.
Love the flexibility, too, of these damage prevention effects in a format with a lot of attack reactions. It's very, very good to just have that flexibility tucked away in your arsenal. No, you have the answer at the ready. We know what Mitch is taking here. There is a Majestic in the pack. I see a Tenacity.
No, I'm taking the Fatal Engagement, actually. It's a blue it's a 3 block.
Okay.
That's pretty nasty. Yes,
not bad.
The Tenacity actually did win me a game in Sealed at one time. It could be quite powerful.
Tenacity is a good card. I actually like it in CC in quite a few spaces as well. I don't think it's going to be the pick here.
I'm getting painted as a rare draft, and that's brutal stuff. Again, it was a commanding performance. I mean, the EV on that pick, a stamped card. I mean, come on.
Especially for you Warrior players.
Absolutely.
It might be a foil Tenacity, too. I feel like I caught a glint of foil off of it. It's going to be super hard for Mitch to pass up. But not for T. Going to take a Rising Speed here. Love that pick as well. Still staying a little bit open.
Yeah.
Straddling a few lines here.
Hey, look, again, we're not shut off Olympia either, because Olympia obviously wants to use gold.
100%. And if
you get that hand out,
you get past something like one of those signature equipments for one of the heroes, you can just windmill slam it at this point and be very happy. You see a red Wild Ride coming through this pack. Now, that's a big sign towards Brute thus far. Going to be weighing that against these powerful equipments available, but I do think that this Wild Ride should carry the day here.
At this point, you're watching very closely for what class commons are missing. They're around this pack 3 or 4, because the way they're distributed is usually 2-1-1. So if there is, pack 3, pack 4, if there is one of those commons sort of missing, you can start to infer what is happening to the side of you.
There's a red Rawhide Rumble as well. So even if I don't want to necessarily take that card, I think things are very open. But he says he's got a different approach. He's going to focus in on the Warrior class at this point, taking a yellow draw swords. And I think we see a little bit of preference coming through for T here.
Yeah. I mean, if you were going to pivot, it would be about here. I think you leave it any later and you would be in a tough spot. It definitely feels like you have less time to dither. You can definitely stay open by picking some of those hybrid cards, but eventually you've got to get in there. Like the Fatal Engagement, a blue 3 block here with a +3 potentially in the right sort of scenario. It's a very powerful option.
Very nice.
Those Warrior lists.
Very nice blue. I love the flexibility from my blues where they still offer decent output in those tight scenarios.
That one's coming to the front of the pack here for T. I think there's a goblet of Blood Run wine in there as well. If you are basically, if you're hedged into Warrior at this point, that is a pretty good choice. The 2 block is a bit uncomfortable here, but in terms of how it represents the potential setup turn, or at least just spending a card for a lot of value. But yeah, the Fatal Engagement just can't go past it.
It's going to be that blue Fatal Engagement, as you said, Mitch. Building out that resource base, flexibility in your resource base, absolutely worth a ton in this heavy hitters draft format.
And it's so powerful because it doesn't have to be a weapon attack. It can be a wager attack. In many cases, it's why Olympia also loves to see that card. We have a Vigorous Engagement in red, so we're starting to find some of these attack actions. Another Draw Sword, so a real smoother for Kassai, but in Olympia, it definitely feels less effective. And there's a Rising Speed blue, I think, towards the back of the pack.
Red Wage Gold also making its way through the pack, so still some strong options left here. I am leaning towards one of these Warrior cards, as it looks like T is as well. Did debate the yellow Draw Swords. Really has a high preference for that card, it seems. Wants to make sure you are able to trigger that Kassai ability on any turn you would like to. Also, yellow count, very important for Kassai. Those Kassai activations can be huge coming down the stretch.
Yeah, and again, it's important to note as these players are drafting, they cannot just pick up the pile of cards they drafted and review them at any time. They can only do that towards the end of their packs. So they need to a great degree, keep a count of in Kassai's case, a yellow count, quite often a blue count as well. Make sure that they don't get to the end of the draft and have a deck that doesn't really mesh together.
Yeah, it's a real skill to be able to just comfortably memorize the contents of your deck as you draft it, understand the priorities you have. You need to balance a lot of things. You need to make sure you have appropriate resource cards. You need to make sure you have appropriate reds and yellows. It's not just about taking the most powerful card all the time. It's about building a cohesive deck. That's the name of the game when it comes to draft.
So what I want to see for T at this point is finding some of those cards that can also punish blocking, right? Obviously, Commanding Performance is amazing, but even just Engage Swiftblade is very, very good. Give yourself that, go again if your opponent, tries to block you out. Those are the kind of cards that, as we've seen in the past, can give you a buffer to race or to take damage or play off bigger hands. Put your opponent in a position where they are absolutely disincentivized from throwing a blocking card out in front. I don't sort of mind that red Rally the Rear Guard.
Yeah, fine card. I think you could also fill out with a resource card here. I wouldn't mind that either. We do see some good red Guardian cards starting to creep around late, and I always wonder, look, I don't want to be the third Guardian in a draft. It's really not a position I prefer, but I'm very happy being the second or the solo Guardian. I'm going to run over that draft. I promise you I'll find the pieces I need to just blow you up with evasive damage.
Yesterday, we definitely had more Guardian, some more Guardian-biased pods than we sort of expected. A lot of 3 Guardian pods, right? And it tends to be a little bit, another Fatal Engagement in blue. You're kidding me. That is such value. Coming around at this point of the draft, I mean, if I'm T, I'm absolutely cheering. The blue Draw Swords here is also extremely viable because it does, again, give you that draw effect.
Yeah, I think both are nice options here. I'm curious to see where T goes with this. It'll say a lot about personal preference.
Warrior blocks so well in this.
It really does. It really does.
Yeah.
It's going to take that very, very nice
Absolutely.
resource card. It just gives you so much flexibility when you're playing your turns. You can, most of the time, fuel your other attacks, but especially when you come around to second cycle, having the cards you pitch be still offensively relevant and locking your opponent out of defending with attack action cards feels really, really strong.
Again, +3 at blue and +5 at red is astonishing. In a 20 life format, that can really be all of the difference in a match. So very much worth bringing that one on here. Okay.
Rising energy. Forward. Yeah, not quite as strong as Rising Speed in my estimation, but Kassai can also make use of that card very effectively.
Now, starting to get towards the business end of things here. See that Lead with Heart might be a pretty reasonable option. Also, is that a performance bonus?
Yeah, it's a red performance bonus. I know this card kind of differs amongst Warrior players. Some are quite high on it. Some are completely willing to pass on it, just find it unnecessary. And it looks like T falls into the latter camp. Going to go ahead and take a Lead with Heart here.
I mean, that trade-in is also relevant. That's also a relevant, for a hero, we're assuming Kassai here, that wants to be drawing up those cards. Both performance bonus, generating the gold, and trade-in have value in that kind of list. What do we got here? Okay, the Tenacity comes back around as they...
Mitch is picking it for a second time. Just go around.
Hey, blocks free. Blocks free, right? I love that. Big fan. Another Lead with Heart here. Yeah, absolutely. Getting those pre-pumps
Yeah, and we didn't see a lot of T's draft games yesterday. We saw one, though, and did seem to have a huge preference for that pre-pump style. Wasn't as concerned with going ahead and getting those attack reactions going. And that was an interesting pick. Took a yellow Wage Vigor over the starting stake. And I guess it gets a little more complicated when you are one of the warriors at the table. I really like having a starting stake in my deck against warriors, but T, mapping out the packs, thinks he's got a good chance at maybe tabling a second one and does pick up that starting stake at a discount, I would say. Doesn't have to give up a other more playable card in his deck to go ahead and round out the base. And I don't want multiples of starting stakes most of the time. One is plenty.
I like Lead with Heart a lot, especially because it's basically a sharpened steel.
Yeah.
You know, because it subsidizes itself with the creation of that Vigor token, so you get it back a little bit further down the line. I think that's pretty helpful. Starting stake, obviously, look, it blocks for 3. The yellow pitch is fine. You definitely need some density of those cards, and that's why T is kind of well positioned to snap up a lot of those yellow Lead with Hearts for much the same reason here. Really wants to have plenty of opportunities to incentivize blocks or confer a very powerful on-hit attack to his Centauri Sabres. Take it on the chin here was the first pick for T.
Yeah, and look, T's draft thus far, it's fine. I think there's some nice resource cards. It looks like a well-built warrior deck. There's a good basis for a warrior deck here, but I don't really see those power spikes thus far. You look at the reds, there's nothing too impressive going on. But T is comfortable in this archetype, knows what he needs to pick up in the coming packs, and will be paying very close attention as things pass around to see if the deck can be filled out a little bit with some of those power spikes. I do want to note last card in the pack was a red stacked in your favor. That doesn't necessarily mean there's not a bunch of Guardians stacked in your favor. Not my favorite card. I am comfortable playing 1 or 2. It usually works out fairly well if you are in Betsy, but I'm going to start paying attention to how many Guardian cards are coming through these packs and wondering if we are setting ourselves up for a solo Guardian perhaps in this pod.
Here comes that crispy pack number 2 opening up here. A couple of things that team might be looking for. Again, like you said, the power cards, right? Some reds, maybe even some hero-specific equipment pieces.
Yeah, and we are without equipment thus far, Mitch. No equipment
not one piece
in the deck. So that is high priority for T. We saw the difference in our games yesterday of having a nice set of equipment and no equipment. And it is absolutely night and day. So no windmill slam equipment to start things off. Nothing like a specialization.
Yeah, we had Adrenaline Rush, red draw swords. It's a yellow vigorous engagement, a blue down but not out, which actually can have a place.
I like that card quite a bit, but it's going to be hard to pass over this red draw swords, I think. Certainly a premium piece of foundational gear for Kassai.
It's the enabler. That is really the engine room for Kassai on face. Yeah, it's obviously expensive to deploy that. But again, I treat it like a 3 pump that costs 1.
Very satisfying card to play. This was a card in development. We don't allow players to draw a lot of cards in Flesh and Blood. It usually comes at a very high cost. And a card like this that was just very face up. This is how you turn your hero on. Enjoy, get your front pump. It had quite a bit of risk to it. And I am happy with where this card landed and what it enables warriors to do. It just makes Kassai feel so satisfying to play.
There's that engaged Swiftblade. I think there was also a blue Leeward Speed. Oh, the flat track.
Windmill Slam. Put it in my deck.
That card in my stack.
I think that is a huge pickup for T here. I expect that.
Yeah, look at that just swimming through the back of the pack. Come here.
Other fine cards in this pack for sure. Things like
yellow engaged Swiftblade.
Yep.
I like that a lot.
Hoping to maybe table something like that. But you have to take the flat trackers here. Big pickup for T.
I'd love to see T be able to find like a beck and applause. Especially have, a way to have that turned on. Flat trackers does that very, very well. Just the on-demand agility is incredible. I think this card was picked up pretty quickly. Sometimes it takes a while for, our players to sort of spot the real incredible pieces here. But flat trackers jumped out a lot of people as just very powerful. Much in the same vein as we've seen many foot equipment before, or leg equipment rather, giving you some form of sort of go again. This one is like, hey, it's not just that. You can make your conditional armor pieces even better at blocking by using this in a timely fashion. It's so good.
Blue engaged Swiftblade being moved to the pack, front of the pack to start things off. A few other options here.
Oh, red lead with heart too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is a literal sharpened steel. which is obviously pretty nice. Just to make that first Centauri Saber swing look a little bit more imposing. And really crucial in matchups where, the players are not maybe respecting each other as much with blocks and really just going for the throat cards like that can give you a serious edge. Takes that, 2-power Centauri Saber, makes it look a little bit more scary. And there's a Hold'em there as well. Wagering the Vigor is fine, but Hold'em only giving a small pump means it's not that hard a wager to win.
Yeah, I like the pick here from T. I think that Engaged Swiftblade, again, when you have your attack reactions be your resource cards, I keep mentioning it, flexibility. We did mention T likes to play kind of this front-loaded, front pump style, and I think that's all good. And you round it out with just a few attack reactions, especially as blues. I think you're in a very good spot to just have a very consistent deck.
Yeah, they consider the vigorous engagement there for a moment. The downside, obviously, to that card for me is it's a 2-block, as many of these sort of reactions are, whereas Engaged Swiftblade, of course, is still... so far, T is blocking very well, but we are still looking for equipment. We've got the flat trackers. That's great. We do want to try and probably find at least 5 block worth of equipment.
Yeah, 3 more slots to fill is going to just continue to prioritize these blue attack reactions. I think we're learning a lot about how T drafts this format. It seems like a very consistent pattern now, what they are prioritizing. It's all about those blue, just set up cards, play clean, move through the draft, make sure you're able to get your resources every single turn you need them, front pump a little bit.
Agile engagement.
That's a nice one. It's a nice one to pick up this late, for sure. You expect that to go very, very early in most instances. I think T will be pretty happy to see that still in the pack.
It's definitely the best of the common warrior attack reactions, giving an agility token if there is an attack action card involved in the block here. So on both ends, on the front and back pump, T is able to punish blocks with attack action cards with a high density of engaged Swiftblades and also these engagement style attack reactions. We are not blocking with that one, folks. I'll give you the big tip. Spot it. I think T, they might have been just looking at the density of Guardian cards in this pack, and they're probably trying to read a couple signals. But I think at this point they know they're in a fairly safe spot to keep gunning it for this warrior deck.
Yeah, this is the best sign to me thus far that T has ended up in the right seat. This is late enough where I feel like I have at least a 1-seat cushion, maybe a 2-seat cushion until we get to the next warrior. Pretty nice spot to be.
Take the lead with speed and move on with your life. That is pretty nice to see that here. My goodness. +2. Again, we have so much agility token creation to make this Kassai deck sing off small hands.
Yeah, nice yellow density as well. I think there's developing a good mix of blues and yellows. Still my biggest red flag in this deck. Equipment, going into pack 3, that's going to be my absolute priority, but maybe we can pick up a cheeky piece here in pack 2. Just fill things out a little bit.
We did see, Matt Rogers on 2 equipment, one being a Sheltered Cove, I think the other maybe a Raw Meat.
Yeah, was playing for 3-0 in the draft. Equipment is extremely important. You always want it if you can get it. I do think decks can function with 1 or 2 good pieces.
Is that a big bop in that pack as well? Yeah, but crucially, we're looking at the vigorous engagement there. Another red attack reaction. Yep, load them onto your Centauri Saber attacks and watch your opponent's face fall.
I agree. Despite the need for equipment, I would not look for Sheltered Cove over premium red attack reaction. Vigorous engagement going to be the pick for T.
We're smorking. We're not thinking too much about trying to block opponents out for now. Again, a whole another pack for T to peruse through following this one.
Thus far, I like this pack 2 a little bit better than the pack 1. I think there's been some more power for T, and obviously T made the right move. Does have another option to go ahead and pick up a headpiece potentially here, but there is things like Starting Stake. Red Adrenaline Rush, not a card I am going out of my way for, but I'm okay with in most instances.
There are a number of 2-card 7s you can manufacture without having to satisfy the conditions of that sort of Adrenaline Rush. Oh, the Starting Stake. There's a sense here that T, they might feel like they've reached a critical mass of those 2-block attack reactions, and in fact, they don't need any more. So the Starting Stake, that's the second Starting Stake picked up. Yellow 3-block that gives you a gold if you have none.
If you want to play hybrid Kassai, where you are both offering the threat of damage and maybe even potentially fatigue, you have to have a density of 3 blocks. And I think we see T recognizing that, trying to leave both lanes open. Does have access to a mediocre piece of equipment here. That is the role that these stadium chess pieces may play, but is ultimately just going to take the deck card instead, saying, I think I can get better equipment as we go on.
Yeah, obviously that comes from the cycle of equipment that can block if you are lower on life than your opponent, or rather than any number of opponents. So another vigorous engagement in yellow being picked up. I mean, again, that's fine. Sometimes the +2 is really all you need, and in that yellow density for banishing, very important. Blue lead with speed is a more interesting prospect. You are spending on sort of the creation of that agility token, but yeah, I agree. Not being able to block well with it feels a little marginal. So another engaged Swift Blade picked up.
Totally fine. I like this pick. Put your opponent in difficult spots as you get into the late game. Really, against Kayo in particular, you feel very, very strong to have these engaged effects. It's hard for Kayo to get away with defending without an attack action.
Yeah, a little bit unsure about that one. I think Maximilian Klein yesterday drafted no less than 3 blue performance bonuses. Not that we saw any of them, but yes, they made their way into the pile here. Okay, so you see another vigorous, I think, in blue.
Yep, blue vigorous engagement. Totally fine if you need an emergency resource piece. That'll probably fill the bill. Again, like to do 3 defense out of our blue base. But just good options coming around. And I think after seeing that pack, the draft is starting to feel pretty balanced to me. I think things are well spaced out. I think the players have found their lanes. This deck looks like a solid Kassai deck thus far. Does still need some equipment upgrades, hopefully, as we head into this last pack.
There's virtually no dead cards. From anything that T has picked, they have left themselves open to so many options to see maybe a couple of just cards towards ends of packs. But some density of draw swords. There's probably a few more of those engaged Swift Blades than T might ultimately need. But lead with speed here in yellow, no red. We've got plenty of copies of lead with heart. I like these reds. Yeah, that rising speed is good. Nice.
I think we're just looking at a very solid draft. There's no train wrecking. There's no world beating going on thus far, but just a good, solid Kassai draft thus far. And we'll see what Pack 3 brings to the table if it can round this out in perhaps a special kind of way.
And again, I'd love to find out, we will find out, of course, later what the sort of split of heroes is in this pod. Hearing from a lot of players that there's definitely a few pods that have struggled to come to a consensus and be able to sort of draft their seats comfortably, and it might be due to just the high existence of these hybrid cards that can sort of leave you open. And eventually, though, you have to make a decision. I must say, in T's case, what's commendable is there was no wavering. There was a pretty quick commitment to this warrior deck.
There's nothing wrong with having a preference going into a draft format. If you have played with a certain hero a lot, I think in heavy hitters you can force. I think you can stay open. I think all those lanes are available to you.
What do you really want to see here outside of equipment? Is any other sort of action cards you're looking for in Kassai that maybe aren't present yet?
Not really. Like I kind of just have the pieces I need. I don't feel like anything is absent from my deck. I'm just looking to get these marginal improvements along the way, a few more red power cards, but it is just the equipment that I have to focus on in this spot. See a Clash of Agility there. A weird card when it comes to Kassai. I love that 4 block, but obviously Clash is a problem for Warrior.
Feels a lot better in Olympia, where you may have a higher density of those wager attack actions, but again, it's a frightening prospect. I think we saw a raw meat in this pack. There's some really nice stuff. That Wage Vigor, of course, is just a very solid option here. I would not call this a particularly compelling pack for the Warrior player. T doesn't really seem to be considering the Parry Blade that highly, or the Goblet of Blood Run Wine. That one seems to be pushed back a little bit. Maybe possibility for wheeling there. And the Wage Vigor, I think, was taken.
You're going to take 3/7, and I think I like that decision from T. You do just need some numbers in your Warrior deck. You want to offer those 3/7s.
Okay. Raw meat, a lot of it going around.
Yeah, Brute chess piece coming through. Looking for perhaps a better warrior option. There's a vigorous wind-up, I believe a red in the pack. Again,
another fatal engagement.
7s, that's fine. Yeah, fatal engagement in yellow in this case. But again, kind of a weak pack here for T. Not exactly what I was looking for.
Another amazing Brute pack. My goodness. Red Bear Fangs in there. The edge ahead, I could see the thinking.
It would not shock me if there is a bit of a warrior train going on, if there's a warrior on T's right, because that second pack looked quite strong. First pack looked okay-ish. This pack maybe missing premium warrior cards from the front of it, and just a blue edge ahead as the pick here from T.
I think T was looking for the class commons there to try and find out exactly what you're speculating at, whether the player sat to their right.
Look, at this point, you can't do anything about it. You're locked. There's not like you have
Exactly.
options to get out. I think you just need to find the best warrior card and go for it and hope that things get a little bit better as we move through the packs. And
We might have a headpiece here, Brian.
yeah, I just don't see, again, premium options. Draw swords, good. I want blue draw swords in my deck for sure. We do have the Goblet of Blood Run wine. I think that's an option to get desperate for that headpiece. I will say Glory Seeker, drawing a card from your equipment, it's good, it's fine, but I do think I'd rather just have the draw swords in my deck. I'm looking for more defensive output from my equipment. I don't really need to fill in the draw a card condition right now. My Kassai deck is functional, fine. I don't have blue no blocks in my deck.
But we're probably not going to have any problems doing the thing. And for an equipment in that Glory Seeker that doesn't really block. Yeah, with how much T has been prioritizing those 3 blocks when they can find them. Makes perfect sense. So again, I mean, what started off as a really solid draft, a draft you could sort of feel good about. These last couple of packs have looked pretty thin.
Thinned out quite a bit. And if I'm in T's seat, getting a little nervous. I don't think there's any chance that T walks away with this with a train wreck, with a bad deck. That's not really what you're in range of. But when you're sitting at 7-0, you're looking to go ahead and start thinking about your top 8 matchups, what it might feel like to lift that big check, cash out a little bit, get that 50K in your pocket. You don't want to worry that maybe I've put myself into the wrong position here in this draft. And I think that's what's going through T's mind right now, just picking up another blue card here.
Again, it's a blue 3 block, the edge ahead. And, I mean, if you had to play it, it's not bad getting at least the opportunity to get yourself that agility token. And with a decent density of attack reactions for T to make sure they sort of push that wager over. It is fine. Obviously, Olympia cares much more about those wagers than Kassai does, but there's definitely a place for them here. Back in applause. Okay, finally, that's a great piece of equipment. That's exactly what T's looking for.
Yeah, that's the one we were looking for, and it immediately gets moved towards the front here.
Even the Holm also being considered there as well. We'll see if that is where he settled. There.
It is going to be
This pack number 3. We just, for those just joining us, got ourselves a Beck and Applause. So equipment suite slowly starting to come together.
Yeah, big pickup there for T. Has to feel very, very good about that one. And we're back to having at least some red options in this pack, should we want them.
Okay, wage gold and blue coming
Blue
up.
density really high for this deck, and that can be an absolute fine thing. I just wonder if it's a shift in goals now for T. Are we starting to look towards a more fatigue-oriented Kassai? I don't really see the explosive potential in this deck. I think you just want to play value turns. You want to get in with sabers twice. You want to try and find your agilities, and you want to wear your opponent down, leverage a very high density of 3 blocks, which we have accumulated thus far.
All right, grandstand leg plate's not an issue. We already have good leg equipment.
Yeah, that's not going to get the job done. And actually,
Oh my goodness.
almost nothing in this pack for T. This is a Guardian-rich pack. It's looking like the best option here might be that yellow Wage Vigor. Not thrilled about that one making the deck. Sort of a disastrous pack 3 thus far. One piece of critical equipment.
Yeah,
Very nice to pick
we
that
found
one
an
up.
edge ahead in blue, a draw swords in blue, and that equipment. There has been nothing to write home about here. Oh, lead with heart in blue. That's probably the only viable possibility in this pack. Wage Vigor in yellow, not really going to cut the mustard.
And now, I mentioned I was thinking about a warrior sitting to my right. Now I think I'm the 3rd warrior in a train of warriors.
Yeah.
Possibly the 4th. I'm starting to consider the possibility of, is this just an absolute warrior-rich draft? A very different scenario from yesterday where T found himself only the 2nd warrior in the draft.
And again, it's worth sort of reviewing, I think, when we have the opportunity. But there's
These brood cards going around.
Yeah,
Serious
so
brood
many of them
cards.
so late in the pack. Smashback Alehorn there. Raw meat still floating about. Even a yellow wage might. Very reasonable. Vigorous wind-up.
I think you feel good if you're T to get away with a vigorous wind-up there. Going to need to rely on these red 3/7s for sure.
Yeah, Glory Seeker now.
And we mentioned you'll play it.
It wheeled.
You're happy to have it. It doesn't do a lot for your deck. Doesn't change a lot for you.
Okay, looking back, I mean, we have enough of our draw swords. We have a nice number of these engaged Swift Blades as well. Some decent attack reactions. A lot of them sort of in yellow. Vigorous engagement, sort of in yellow. A couple of fatals in blue as well. Rising speed here and there. Some starting. Look, is it a 2-1 draft deck? Depending on the strength of the pod here, it definitely doesn't feel like a powerhouse at this table.
Look, you can make magic happen.
So much is pilot dependent, right?
Absolutely. Especially with the warrior class. I think it's extremely adept at just playing out of some very difficult situations, leveraging the power of having those 2 Centauri Sabers, offering them turn after turn after turn. If you're T, I think you really have to take a moment, think about what you've accomplished thus far. You're sitting at 7-0. You may have a loss to give. And I would start thinking about what I need to do to get out of this pod with a 2-1. That's my goal now. I think you have to be realistic about how that draft went. It did not go perfectly for you. You need to find wins in very, very bizarre places. Think about alternate game plans. Think about fatigue game plans. Start assessing, if my deck looks this bad, do the other warrior decks look this bad? Can I have an edge in the warrior mirror? What am I targeting in this draft? And it seems like we do have a 3-3-2 draft this go around. So it didn't go completely wrong. It wasn't a huge train of warriors, but it is
perfectly
3
balanced,
warriors,
as intended.
3 warriors, 3 brutes, and 2 guardians.
Okay, so we do have obviously that extra warrior over maybe what's considered optimal, and 1 less brute. And we saw, I mean, these very powerful brute cards coming into T's hands, right?
Guardian cards too.
Yeah.
Look, Guardian is a class that does not want to be heavily drafted. It is problematic when you're the 3rd Guardian. It's a disaster if you're the 4th Guardian. You won't have a functional deck at all. When there are 2 Guardians, that is a threat to absolutely roll the pod. And we haven't really seen Guardian shine thus far
not
here
yet.
In our feature match area, but it would not surprise me if there's some very good Guardian decks in this draft.
The Guardian probably saw yesterday. I think I walked around and sort of watched a couple of the Guardians play, and the decks were rough. I mean, Xing is a very very animated individual, and he was visibly distressed trying to make his Betsy list work, I think, into that field and into some very powerful warrior decks in that particular pod. So 2 Guardians is a good sign. We kind of hope to showcase that a little bit more, right?
Yeah.
No, I think it's 2 Betsy, right? No Victor in this.
I believe that's correct. I believe it's 2 Betsy. And it's really interesting too. 3 Kayo is also a threat to win this draft. I don't want to just hand the draft. The way it works isn't just the least drafted class is what's going to run away with it.
Sure.
And frankly, the first warrior in what may have been a warrior train may be very favored to win this draft. If they got all the premium warrior cards from 2 consecutive packs, I think they're in a completely fine spot. So there's still a lot to go through. Let's not declare any winners yet.
Can I get a grade out of 10 for T's drafts as far as warrior is concerned?
Yeah, saying nothing of the decisions T made, I thought they were all completely fine, and I agreed with
based on what we could see,
virtually all of them. But I think you're looking at about a 5.5 out of 10. It just did not go particularly well, particularly in that pack 3.
Yeah.
The equipment suite is weak. There's no real premium cards that I can point to. Like a red draw swords is great, and I want them, and I'm happy to have blue fatal engagements as my resource base, but none of that is premium. None of that feels like what carries you to an undefeated draft. So we're going to have to see if T can kind of rebound from what was a very, very difficult draft.
A second lot of draft rounds coming right at you in just a moment, everybody. We'll be on board with T and see what they're able to make happen with this 5.5 out of 10 Kassai list. And perhaps they'll have to hope not to run into one of the 2 Guardians in that pod. Draft for day 2 kicking off in just a moment, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a sidebar, and then we're going to be ready to dive headfirst into it. Our first of our 7 rounds of play today as our players are fighting for top 8. It's all on the line here at the Los Angeles Convention Center, so don't go far. And the stage is set for our first draft round here at Day 2 of Pro Tour Los Angeles. If you just joined us, we were on board with Thebeau drafting a Kassai deck that started off well, but Brian Gottlieb didn't quite finish in the same fashion.
Yeah, we did get the information that T was being passed to by another Kassai in packs 1 and 3, and that's what it exactly felt like. It was a real downgrade in quality from when cards were coming in to the right versus when cards were coming in from the left.
Absolutely.
And for T, I don't want to make things sound too disastrous. There's a functional deck here. There's a solid core. There's Kassai at the helm. That makes a big bit of difference. And it didn't go full disaster. There's not 4 warriors in the pod. So T does have their work cut out for them. Yeah, I think it's completely functional. Going to be taking on, though, a Kassai mirror and going to be taking on from a calling champion, Francesco.
There are multiple calling champions in this pod, but the one we're referring to is Francesco, of course, hailing from the UK with some really fantastic results in those callings and limited callings just quietly. In recent history, saw Francesco Giorgio yesterday. He's the player we followed throughout the draft, picking up a pretty nice little Kayo deck. Not quite escaping from that pod unscathed here, but that's the way Kayo does it. Likes to get down dirty a little bit. We're going to head straight over to our first round of draft in just a moment. It'll be Thebeau going up against Francesco Giorgio of the UK. Don't be fooled by that flag, everybody. It is the Union Jack upon his shoulder. A Kassai mirror to kick us off, and what an interesting dynamic a Kassai mirror provides, because warriors feel pretty good against brutes and guardians, right? A lot of those opponent must block with attack action cards effects are turned on. This time around, though, those Centauri Sabers are likely to stay shrunken, and those engaged Swiftblades are likely to stay, well, just 3 pups.
Yeah, T sitting at that sterling 7-0 record. An absolutely fantastic day 1 of competition. Francesco, only a single blemish. One of them looking to get through this draft clean, pick up that 3-0. And we see on the side of these players,
hot
3
streak
pieces of equipment, and it is going to be a hot streak from Francesco. And particularly in this matchup, I think that could be a decent option. There is some difficulty with these sorts. There just aren't many attack actions in opposing warrior decks. In T's case, though, he had to go a little deeper and look for maybe a few more attack actions than you would typically play. So I think Francesco could get rewarded on that hot streak.
There was any number of yellow wage vigors, I think, that T was priced into taking in those later packs. Francesco attempted the draft brute earlier on, because I see a wild ride here and a bare fangs in the pool. So can definitely see where his bread is buttered. But this time it's a yellow lead with speed to open us up here. Feels pretty darn good on turn 0 to develop some form of semi-permanence here on the board in the form of that agility token.
Got to respect Francesco's ability to get away from what does look like early brute picks. A red wild ride, certainly not something you get particularly late in a pack. So I think Francesco probably started in that direction.
Agile windups.
Yeah, very quickly got out. And frankly, was sitting far away from the other 2 warriors. Had a nice cushion between T and himself. Obviously, as they play now, they were directly across the table from each other. So I think it proved to be a decent move. I would expect Francesco to probably have the best of these warrior decks, but packs can break in odd ways. You get some quality pick ones. Maybe it's our 3rd warrior drafter that actually won the day here.
Only 1 copy of Engaged Swiftblade for Francesco here. Let's see the standing order getting snapped up. What a flexible card that is. But a red draw swords into a blue goblet of blood run wine.
Mitch, keep an eye on that standing order, because I can't tell you how many times I've played a match in this format and I evaluate what my opponent could have in Arsenal, and I say, well, I'm completely fine as long as it's not standing order. Then it's always standing order every single time. They always have it. I think it's an important thing for T to keep track of as this goes on.
The hot streak's coming in here after the draw swords pump. Now, this weapon, nice to pick up if you can get it. Call it like a B+ in many warrior drafts, and will get go again if blocked by an attack action card. Looking at the texture of T's hand, though, that's probably not going to be happening.
Yeah, plenty of non-attack options to commit here. Does have something like a vigorous wind-up for the next turn. I think we might see T kind of shift to a value type.
Very respectable
here.
Draw swords sort of turn with that agility token. I'm cool with it.
It's not bad at all.
Lead with Heart was the card to be thrown in front. And T now down to 17. Francesco's got to feel good about developing again, not only an agility, but a vigor token going into the next turn cycle. Means you can block to some degree and have more than a functional turn. This matchup, in fairness, has the potential to be a bit of a grind. The Centauri Sabres are easier for warriors to block. Again, the red draw swords here, both players essentially mirroring each other's patterns. And this will turn on those free Centauri Sabres. Go again, though. Been an issue for both players over the last turn cycle. Not an issue for them in this one, as both will be playing off agility tokens.
Yeah, and if I see an advantage for T's side, it is in those flat trackers. I think that agility on demand can make a very big difference. It is just going to kick things off here with the Centauri Sabre with Go again. Does have access to maybe a 3 for 7 to close this out. A lot to work with thus far for T. Of course, those swords getting a little cheaper from the Kassai ability. Has drawn a card off the draw swords.
This is a 5 or 6, depending on how Francesco chooses to block, if at all. We are shipping that damage straight to the dome, and an agile engagement gets in there to pump it up by 3. It's a nice, respectable 8 damage.
Yeah, very nice salvo here from T thus far. We talked about this match potentially being quite grindy, but life total is already creeping down for Francesco.
Centauri number 2 for 2. 10 damage threatened here. The ticket punches. Yeah, it might be time to get in there with that. Oh, my goodness. That will be blocking a singular point of damage.
Use that equipment or lose it. No worse feeling than dying without having cashed in one of these lower life total equipments.
Okay, we're not too sure about it. You'll notice we have a Vigor Girth and a Sheltered Cove here for Francesco. So another warrior really toting a particularly respectable suite of equipment here.
Yeah, I want to know what the equipment suite looks like for the third warrior. I expect it'll be a bit better than these two.
Only 4 block of equipment is a little under what you're looking for. I mean, T conditionally can block for 4 here, but that's not guaranteed. That Glory Seeker does not block. That looks like it could take a hit. That's just my assessment.
And now Francesco will play the first turn with these buffs available, agility and vigor contributing to this turn. So an additional resource floating here, but going to be discounted on those swords for the rest of the turn with the help of draw swords, of course.
Yeah, it's a free 2 pump, basically, if you want to look at it that way. Francesco not blocking the previous turn. So we expect that there's a turn presented here by Francesco that can at least sort of even up the life totals, as these two players try and stay in step across these turn cycles. T shuffling there. There's a take it on the chin of the hand, a yellow lead with heart. Is that a blue money where your mouth is? Not too bad to get yourself a bit of a gold token, but might not make for the strongest wager. All right. We are indicating that the Kassai ability is active.
Yeah, of course that draw sword's not actually on the combat chain, sitting in the graveyard. Going to go ahead and be able to use that to fuel Kassai.
You broke the chain with Kassai's ability, right? Yeah. This is a 4 attack. Likely staying at 4. That will generate a gold token on hit.
Pretty awkward number.
Yeah, really not easy to block that. He doesn't have an elegant way of preventing it through equipment here either.
But if he does have that taken on the chin, there is actually a cover available, and it is covered for the first go-around. I don't know if this will persist. I think Kassai may eventually succeed in getting this gold, but for the time being, crisis averted.
Yeah, the hot streak will be free because of draw swords. Francesco is sitting on quite a lot of cards here, plus that one in Arsenal.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to find effective deployment here. It's interesting because obviously that hot streak does have conditional go again, but you see your opponent jammed up with cards. There's a lot of incentive to just go ahead and let them do their thing.
Is that a wage gold there?
Yeah, it is a wage gold.
Ah, okay. I like this.
And then edge ahead as well. Yeah, it does have the floating resource.
Will you block me now, sir? Oh, okay. Remember, I mean, wage gold is universal.
Yes.
So it's all classes. This wager applies to the wage gold. So not only are we waging potentially an agility token here on that edge ahead, but also a gold token potentially.
I'll tell you the story of this keyword being born. Essentially, I played a front pump like an edge ahead, fired off my wage gold, was told I didn't have the buff, and I said, that's garbage. We're changing this card right now. It's universal.
I love that.
I claimed my buff.
Everyone likes gold. It's relevant to everybody here in the pits, or rather in the deathmatch arena, excuse me.
But it was just, honestly, it wasn't quite that obtuse of me, but it was just the experience of these pumps work with basically everything.
I much prefer it to be as a result of a petulant table flip, Brian.
Yeah.
Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, my guy.
Story, for sure. But we just wanted a little bit smoother experience, and Wage Gold being Universal provided that. Universal amongst the most powerful abilities, I think, in the entire game. It doesn't take much for a Universal card to really, really change things for a class. Expected something to be used sparingly going forward.
And I'll save the folks at home guesswork. This is getting through.
Yeah. There's not a lot of options to prevent this one.
T already spending pretty heavily to prevent that first Centauri Saber attack. It was a 1-card block plus the take it on the chin from hand. T can try and preserve their life total. They're going to have to give up an entire turn in order to do so. And against the Warrior, if you let them come back at you with 5 cards, much of the time, they are going to be able to dump their hand, whether it be through front pumps or attack reactions. They're going to get theirs. Tick, 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 tick. T puts that 1 card in front. Looks like a rising energy to block that. And my goodness, Francesco is swimming in it. Agility token, gold token created. 2 life lead. T on their turn comes back with, oh, buddy. Not a lot. Flat track is getting popped to make sure there'll be another turn of agility, just so T can maybe sort of pivot off that. We're going to pitch that. Put your money where your mouth is. Sending in the red wage vigor with go again.
A nice number for sure, but we do know that the turn ends basically at this point. There is no other follow-up from T, and I think that bodes very well for Francesco. And I love the way Francesco played that last turn cycle. I think a bit of a semi-bluff on the Kassai activation, knowing that there was just another way to offer that same on-hit further on down the chain. Not really zoning in on the fact, oh, I must use my swords here. I've activated Kassai. Just using it to get 2 cards from T on the defense and making sure that next attack does hit. With the more valuable on-hit, actually, Mitch, because it carried that agility wager as well.
That hand is not exciting for Francesco.
It's not. It's not. It's very medium.
Slap happy there. There is a yellow rising energy and a gold token in play. So if you want to draw a card to turn that on, that is absolutely on the table. Not sure. I mean, they're not bad, face.
Fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I feel exactly the same way, Francesco. And I do think it could be a good time for gold on the next turn cycle. Just get a little bit more options, a little bit more information, and try and really seize the tempo at this point. Things are leaning Francesco's way thus far, I would say. But if you let your foot off the gas for a second, these games can slip away from you.
How would you feel about blocking this out? Just seeing what's in the hand right now. You can do it with 3 cards. It's not amazing. Have a blue.
It's interesting. And I think this is like where a lot of the interesting decisions in heavy hitters come from. Unknown information. You do not know what lurks behind that gold token. There are options off the top of the deck that could absolutely unlock this hand and let Francesco just pummel T and put T in the blender from the rest of the game. Yeah, it really only does take 1 card, Mitch. And I think that's what Francesco is weighing right now, kind of the known versus the unknown. What does my ceiling look like? What does it look like if I am able to go ahead and claim the tempo here? To me, this is one of the most fascinating parts of Flesh and Blood, when you are forced to kind of weigh out some very disparate situations and understand which gives you the greatest odds of winning over the course of the game.
Plenty to think about here. There's the option to take this, be at a life deficit, try and use that tempo advantage to close the game out. It won't be happening next turn, though. Francesco has a card that is really just designed to be used on blocks here, and he might actually ship this block. You might go for the block out and say, well, I have a life lead. I have a gold token, blue in my hand, and something lingering in the arsenal. Maybe we even just crack the gold token with the 1 remaining blue, have those free sword attacks, you have an agility token, you have a functional turn with the potential of something spicy off the top.
It's a very interesting decision. Very interesting decision. You usually want to defend in heavy hitters with efficiency. You want to have found 3 blocks. It's hard to commit a handful of 2 blocks. You feel like you've really fallen behind on value. We see in this option, though, Francesco has nothing else to work with. It is only 2 blocks within the hand. And if it is going to be a defense, it's going to be with many, many pieces here. 3 cards moved forward.
Yeah, there we go. Vigor gets in there. Obviously, Slap Happy is an instant. It can happen at any time, and we are getting 2 Vigor tokens off that. And you know what that is? That's a free card off a gold.
That's a gold, yeah. And I think I like this approach from Francesco. Can go ahead and still potentially unlock this turn. You know what your minimum turn looks like. You have very fine options in those swords. But now with these 2 vigors available, sky could be the limit here if this gold yields something nice.
Blue trade in the hand for Francesco. So resources, not an issue. That's a wind-up.
Yeah, I think,
An
I think
agile
it's a
wind-up.
red agile windup, which seems like a fine draw in this scenario.
Can you throw a saber? Throw the wind-up? A very acceptable amount of damage.
I think that's totally fine. And I think you've done it while protecting your life total and advancing the game forward in your position. So I think Francesco found the line, took the gamble, and was paid off handsomely.
I don't mind sort of threatening 9 to 10 damage. What is that? Is that a down but not out?
That's an
Is
interesting.
that maybe why he offered that equipment?
That's an
block up?
interesting one. You always have to be considering that.
You have to have less life and less
You do.
tokens as well, though.
You
It's
do. You
tough
have to
do.
clear a lot of bars, and I don't know if Francesco's going to be able to engineer a lower life total from this point. Honestly,
great
things have
point.
gone very well.
Otherwise, maybe you just take that last turn to the face and don't win the wager, thereby having a few less tokens. But both players have, well, technically he has less tokens right now. Not technically, truly, because that Vigor token popped at the start of the turn. Rising speed, okay. Interesting.
That's interesting.
hand.
That is very interesting because actually we're a resource short of
Yes.
deploying.
Okay. We are discarding the windup. That's it on the
Yeah.
turn.
So I thought Francesco still had a blue rolled up. To
Yeah,
go
I
ahead
thought the
and
blue
deploy.
trading, but that must have been put in front as part of that 2
He
block
used as the
package.
block, and he was debating between the 2, Mitch. And I think at some point he decided to go ahead and put the trade in front. And
I think he realizes he made the wrong decision.
maybe a bit of
potentially.
a misstep. Look, it was unknown information. He didn't make a face-up wrong decision, but the way the cards came off the top, it did end up being a bit of a mistake, I think. And maybe a big one, because that's a very different looking turn if you're able to go ahead and deploy the agile windup. Now, it's not all downside. You get the agility going into the next turn. And if you are right, Mitch, and that is a down but not out, that again starts to make a lot of sense. And look, I'm not saying this is what happened. I do think there is some potential, though, to occasionally get blinded by down but not out.
Yeah,
and
to
chasing
play
that
to
value.
that condition. Sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm not saying that's what happened, but I want to keep a close eye on that. Was there potentially another option that Francesco could have taken on that turn?
Rising speed, fatal engagement in yellow, engage Swiftblade in red, and a Hold'em in red. That's not bad.
Powerful looking hand. Definitely strong cards available.
Once again, Francesco has some big decisions to make here.
Yeah, and it looks like 2 cards being pulled to the front again, and that's really hard to square up with something like a down but not out. I guess you don't see T setting up a token on this given
That's
turn.
the issue,
so
I think.
maybe still just not a window. And look, down but not out, incredibly powerful card. It does kind of brick you up sometimes, though. If things go wrong, it can feel very, very painful. And frankly, I'm not even 100% sure that is a down but not out in Arsenal. I don't think we can say that with absolute
Sure.
certainty.
Yeah,
So,
just a glimpse of that
yeah,
card.
we won't go too far ahead of ourselves, but I do think it's something interesting to track as this game comes to its conclusion.
With a red and yellow dense hand and no ostensible way to draw cards for Francesco, that means he's paying for sword swings. Look, the Hold'em is great. Creating a Vigor token. It's a wager, of course, for that Vigor token. Engage Swiftblade, though, a bit blank in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, this hand doesn't really... My biggest problem with it is it doesn't play above curve. It plays on curve. And Kassai, a lot of the time, needs to get that draw card value to start playing above curve.
Yeah.
And I think where Francesco is positioned in this game, I do like staying a little bit more defensive here and just trying to get what I can out of this hand and understanding it's not a hand for really pushing a lot of damage. It's just a hand to kind of keep pace and hold serve, basically pass the game forward to another future turn.
See one card coming up here.
T politely asks. They may take a look through the graveyard. Love to see that.
Yeah,
Good etiquette.
it can be a bad habit sometimes to just reach your opponent's graveyard. As a Dory player, I have much time to do that, so I have to decide how to block me. I've been training myself to ask and reach and check those defense reactions. Also a good time to check your own graveyard.
Consider everything. Get as much information as you can possibly garner.
One rule that people maybe aren't aware of is that I've seen people reorder graveyards. They've reordered their graveyard to just try and keep number of things. Reorder their opponent's graveyard. Cannot do that.
No, not allowed.
Must maintain the same sequence. It's level O judge rules right there.
Yeah, that was an early evolution of the Flesh and Blood rule set. Some quite long top 8s back in the day, including players rearranging their graveyard throughout to keep track of various things.
Yep. It's a no-no. You get your slap on the wrist at the very least. So we are banishing here. The Fatal Engagement got in front. The 3-block yellow from Francesco's hand, excuse me. Not a full block, but takes him down to lower life. Still, we have not satisfied the conditions quite yet for that down but not out. It's looming, but Francesco needs to put it out of his mind for now. What gets out in front? It's a hard question to answer. Neither of those weapons is guaranteed to really find that upside, that extra upside here, but having go again already means Hot Streak comes out first. It's a flaming sword. Just throw it at them.
Yeah, but often feels like there's no correct answer in this scenario as to what sword you are supposed to load with. But we are going to kick things off with a Hot Streak. Resource floating as well, so follow-up sword available. This does have go again from the agility token.
Kassai ability active. Creates a gold token on the next hit.
We saw Francesco use that ability very effectively previously in the match. Even without hitting. Just offered enough distraction.
And then he sent that pumped up wage gold.
Yep.
You got a Vigor token, got a gold token off of it. It was a thing of beauty. Or even an edge ahead, potentially it was.
T may be fearing something like that scenario one more time.
Well, we have maximum information kept in hand for Francesco. 2 cards and an arsenal that's been sat there for a while. Wage gold blocks for 2.
Give some redundant go again here.
Now we see, are we in reactions? We may well be here. Red Hold'em almost found its way into the pitch zone. No, we are passing reactions, and we are just giving a front pump to this Centauri Saber, engaged Swiftblade, saying if your opponent blocks an attack action card, it gets go again. Not relevant here. The +3, though, entirely relevant.
I do like putting this buff onto the Centauri Saber. I'm not sure about ordering. I think it's actually a very complex question whether you're supposed to lead engage Swiftblade into Centauri Saber. You give up way more information that way, so it does feel a little risky. I think I agree with the way Francesco ultimately played this one out, but he was able to find a nice spot to use that wage gold on the defensive side due to the ordering here.
Yeah, engage Swiftblade basically confers Hot Streak's ability to Centauri Sabers, so it doesn't make much sense to use it first. And I think Francesco wants to see what he can get out of T. Maybe try and fish for an inefficient block or no block, find some damage there. But this is a attack for 5 or 6 if an attack action card blocks.
And it looks like we do have 2 non-attack action cards able to be committed. Block value enough to cover this up, potentially denying Francesco this gold here. I think there is some possibility Francesco could be completely okay with that. Again, speculating if that is a down but not out in Arsenal. And I think that's actually become a big question, not only for us, but for T. It has to be very aware of the fact that that card has now sat in Arsenal. And you get this kind of second sense the more you play these formats where, okay, I'm starting to smell something here. And the 2 cards where I see my Kassai opponent Arsenal locked for a period of time, I think Fatal Engagement, I think down but not out. That's where my alarm bells go.
Yeah, Francesco on a slightly weaker hand here is hoping to strip extra cards from T's hand so that Kassai ability comes in.
He chooses to give over the gold here. I think this is a big decision from T. Let's see what the clapback is.
It's just a yellow wage figure.
Okay. Is this wagering? That's the question for me. Because if it is, I want to let T win this wager.
Yeah. Okay, T is wagering it. I mean, it does present lethal damage. I think, yeah, you want T to win that.
100%. 100%. If you're set up.
Let them have a Vigor token. You are online for that down but not out if that's what's sitting in the arsenal.
Here's the interesting question, though. There's no agility present. So, yes, the down but not out may be online, if it's there. If that's the case.
But just that on a turn doesn't seem amazing, right?
You don't want to IP penalty yourself along the way, right? You still want to play efficiently. And we're seeing a couple cards maybe with 2 block value. Maybe there is some way to just use this hand efficiently, leak exactly 2 damage, fall to a lower life total.
2 blocks. That'll get you there.
That would do the trick for sure. You know, assuming no nonsense from the arsenal, and we should be cognizant of the possibility of a zero-cost pump because it is in fact wagering in this case.
We know there is no take the upper hand in T's list. So that's worth bearing in mind.
And Francesco should know that as well. He should be able to eliminate that possibility. Even still, if you were to commit 4 defense here, leak 2, take the upper hand, putting you down to 1, you could live with that scenario theoretically. But yeah, this turn feels complicated. It feels very, very hard for Francesco. And I do want to note, too, you could theoretically ungum this hand a little bit with something like a pump. However, no universal keyword on down but not out.
Yeah.
So it will not get the benefit
True.
from any pumps. One of the few cards in the set that do not.
Rally the rear guard here. It's a 2 block. Unless you choose to discard. Decent way of making use of non-block cards, but Kassai has very few of those. So in that case, it's really just like an instant speed pump on defense that can answer maybe, you know, attack reactions.
Yeah, discard would be surprising here if we are trying to set up that down but not out. And I think there's a goblet in hand, which is a nice way to kind of build out that turn a little bit, use cards more efficiently.
But it would turn off your down but not out if you play it beforehand.
Correct. That is correct. Very good point.
Shoulder Cove here.
Okay. 2 prevention there. So it is going to be 4 defense. And the more and more we tell this story, the more this just lines up with this has to be a down but not out in Arsenal, right? It just has to be. The way this turn has been played makes so much sense for it to be the case. Mystery will be revealed soon enough.
Well, we've taken the ball from Pastor, we've dressed it up, garland of flowers, we're ready to present it.
Yep.
As a dowry.
Got to crack that gold, draw a card here.
It is a down but not out of the arsenal of the yellow variety, in fairness, but that is turned on. Francesco, less life, less equipment, less tokens, and of course, blocking relatively efficiently with the rest of their hand here. So we are coming in for 3 overpower, generating an agility, might, and vigor token.
Yes, 7 on offer here. And does T have the defense to get through this turn? I suspect will make it through.
Yes.
Will stay alive, but a big swing in favor of Francesco. I will say, though, Francesco's life total at 4 could be forced into some difficult defense decisions on the next turn cycle. I do not think this is curtains for T. I think it is a nice salvo. But many, many more decisions to be made before we determine a winner.
I think T has 2 yellow wage vigors in hand. They drafted 4 copies of that card, 1 in red, 3 in yellow.
It feels like a few too many, particularly on the yellow side.
So we are coming in for 7. We're blocking 1 with the beck and applause.
And it looks like 2 block going to be the other block here. So going to go ahead and leak 4, fall to 1, 3 big tokens available on Francesco's next turn. And this feels like a very, very important turn for T. But a nicely loaded grip here. Many options available. Can Francesco find the defense to navigate through this and take advantage of those 3 tokens? Because you need cards in hand to be able to leverage those.
That's right.
Kind of, sort of, like, I guess.
They make your turn a little easier to pull off with less card density. But, okay, Glory Seeker here, pop. Paying 3 to draw a card.
Yeah, and that Glory Seeker, much maligned during our draft process. I think that was pretty
But
critical.
it was
there.
a gold token because of the Vigor token that T had.
Yeah.
Right.
Played out very nicely, and now those swords are online. And also, critically,
Rising
Rising Speed online. That's going to be very adept at potentially getting some cards from Francesco. And I think you probably prefer to commit some defense here rather than the uncertainty of the Centauri Saber. Let's see how many cards Francesco has to work with, how many cards we can use in pursuit of killing T.
5 power go again for 2 resources. Extremely respectable, especially in conditions like this. There's a red Fatal Engagement. We have a Rising Speed of Francesco's own in the hand.
Yeah, I'm looking to get that Fatal Engagement going on defense. I don't want to get caught with that card in hand. I think it is just too inconsistent at this stage of the match.
I think T is sitting on a Fatal Engagement. So it's just really hard to turn them on in general. But again, if we're with that Rising Speed from Francesco's hand to get in and block here, well, you'd be having that online. So it is not completely irrelevant in a matchup like this. Francesco also threatens to to go pretty wide with a nice little +1 pump from the Might token on the following turn.
It's a tight one, Mitch. Coming down to the absolute wire here.
Don't be fooled by that life disparity. Both these players are teetering on the edge here. One slip up. One mistake, and it's curtains in this match. T, of course, they're fighting for an unblemished record still. Francesco looking to right the slightly sort of maladroit landing that he had at the end of yesterday.
Yeah.
That one loss in draft.
Only slightly askew. Still a very impressive day one for Francesco. Plenty of time to rebound.
That's an attack action card looking to get in front. Now, I think that the fatal engagement is sitting in the hand of T, and unless they've parked one in Arsenal here.
Yeah, so it is going to be on. It is
Vigorous.
a vigorous engagement. Okay.
Okay. So 5 block on 5, so we're getting 3 damage and creating a Vigor token.
Picks up that Vigor token. Not bad. This does, of course, have go again.
There's more where that came from.
Yeah.
Kassai activation. I mean, you take the damage, you die.
Yep.
That's fine. I'll give you 2 cards, he says.
Yeah, and no choice but to give 2 cards here because they are both attack actions, and that's actually disastrous for Francesco because that means this next turn with these tokens available is only going to yield a Centauri Saber attack.
That's
This is
it.
face up for T. He covers this up, and he has taken back the tempo fully, and Francesco's going to have to make some very, very difficult defensive decisions on T's next turn cycle.
That is devastating.
There's that starting stake to cover it very cleanly, and now T working with a 4-card grip on this turn, Vigor token at the ready, and Francesco is absolutely in the blender at this point.
And there's attack reactions in the hand for T. I see that it's a yellow engaged Swiftblade now coming down. Fatal engagement pitch for it. Centauri Saber looming here with a +2 buff. It is coming in for 4 or 5. And go again if there's an attack action card blocking. What's in the hand of Francesco? Draw swords, Goblet of Blood, run wine. That standing orders come back around. And a wage agility.
Yeah, so this is a nice looking hand in theory.
No attack actions. You can't block with them.
But I think it just doesn't, when you're playing defense, it's not going to get
Here
the
it
job
is.
done. And there's the vigorous engagement on the top, and that gets the handshake so well navigated by Thebeau.
We had so many thoughts about just how rough the later part of the draft was for Thebeau, but the foundation, the bones of the deck, that was well constructed. The consistency was there. It ended up being a very close game, but looking at a lot of the key cards that T was able to draft, they were able to get value out of them in this matchup. Take it on the chin was really important. We had to draw swords, it feels like, every single turn. That large number of engagement attack reactions were a big part of the game plan for T. It forces damage over the turn prior, and of course, to win the game. Starting stake got into block there. It's a non-attack action that blocks of 3, so that's definitely important in this kind of matchup. And Francesco, I don't think it's correct to say he tunneled in on trying to get that down, but not outworking. It was a very reasonable game plan. It involved some sort of blocking. But when you have only those 2 attack action cards left and you have to give them both because you're at 1 life and the Centauri Saber will go over, absolutely brutal stuff.
I think there's a lot you could call into question in retrospect
Yes.
with the way Francesco played that game, but you don't have perfect information. And certainly the way the cards came off the top, there were more efficient lines eventually available, but they just didn't work out. And I think Francesco played to his outs in a lot of scenarios, played to his odds in a lot of scenarios. Obviously an incredible limited player and an extremely cerebral limited player, but things just kind of broke the wrong way over the course of that game. And it's funny, we maligned T's equipment suite along the way. I think it was critical in them finding the victory in that match.
Yeah, I mean, they were still able to bring flat trackers into their list, which is really important for smoothing purposes. And so, the USA still have an undefeated player here at Pro Tour Los Angeles. The other undefeated player is none other than Maximilian Klein of Germany. That is crazy. I mean, we watched Maximilian yesterday. We're really impressed. I mean, he drafted a stellar Kassai deck, one that really sung for us on coverage here. So it'd be great to, again, we're going to see those 2 players go head-to-head. We're talking Swiss here. So our 2 undefeateds will invariably clash swords.
Yeah, they're headed to a showdown. It is going to be, of course, T's Kassai deck versus Maximilian's Kayo deck, which looks solid.
You like it?
It
What we
looks
got here?
quite good. Yeah, that double red Bear Fangs is a huge standout to me. Double red Wild Ride. Like, these are the pieces I'm looking for when I'm putting together my Kayo deck. And we saw the equipment go round and round and round. How about a big one here?
Knucklehead.
Well, has the Knucklehead.
Okay,
so this just looks like a very, very good KO deck, and we're going to have to see if T can just kind of summon magic one more time to face a very, very powerful KO
There's
opponent.
like a mini meat axe in there as well, but I mean, I love that. A 2-block temper equipment that is so important. Be able to block 3 at the headpiece. The Knucklehead ability, maybe not the kind of variant you're looking to introduce into your draft games. That might be relevant and worth talking about
I've
later
rolled
on.
a desperate knucklehead or two. It's never gone in my favor, but
Stick around, everybody. Round 2 of our second lot of draft is here. We still have our 2 undefeated players, Maximilian, Klein, and Thebeau, taking each other on in a Kayo vs Kassai game. While we're waiting for that draft to get set up, we're going to take a quick break, step aside, catch our breath, and reorient ourselves as the race for the top 8 continues here live from Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pro Tour Los Angeles. We are knee-deep in these draft rounds, and it is time to get after it. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined in the booth by the incomparable Pankaj Bhojwani. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. We got some more draft games to go. We've got an undefeated player from a hometown hero, one might say, from the United States of America, and Thebeau, who we are, of course, going to continue to feature. We've watched him draft. We watched them play their first game, and so now it is time to see if they can continue their quest to take down this pod.
I'm so excited for day 2, Sam, because day 2 is where you really start to feel the tension in the air. You know, we're down to our last 2 undefeated players. We're going to watch them right after this, spoiler alert. And everyone else is still vying for that, coveted top 8 position. We have a whole bunch of X2s. They are not out yet. They can definitely make it to the top 8. And we're gonna, after this match, only have one undefeated player left. And the electricity and tension in the air is palpable. I love it.
Absolutely. We talked yesterday near the end of the day that the players who finished day 1 really strong would be our leaders at the front of the pack moving into day 2. Everybody else is looking at the targets on their back as they're getting ready to try to continue the dominance moving forward. But what's so exciting about the second day of these competition is that there are all of these players at X and 1 and X and 2 that are at these other decks, that are at these other tables that we're not able to watch at the moment, but they're still absolutely in contention. So the story is still wide open as players look to punch their ticket to the top 8. Okay. We've got a couple decks in CC. I believe T is on Kayo, and Max is on Dorinthea. And if I'm not mistaken, it might be Great Axe Dorinthea.
I'm not entirely sure, but the funny thing is, in draft right now, the match we're about to watch, they are reversed because T is on the Warrior and Max is on the KO side, so that'll be a very, very exciting match to watch. So let's go a little bit into the decks right now. So matchup-wise, historically, Kassai is going to be a little favored into the KO because, of course, a lot of KO's attacks are the blocking cards, and Kassai definitely wants their opponent to block with attacks. And also looking at the number of attack reactions that T has, he's got 7 really, really good attack reactions. 2 blue fatal engagements, a red agile engagement, just these really good cards to punish the KO opponent when they do need to block sometimes, suppose when they don't end with an agility. But on Max's side, his equipment suite is absolutely amazing, Sam. He's got Knucklehead, the KO specialization, and also he's got a raw meat as well. So he's going to be quite insulated and is going to be able to block surprisingly well into the Kassai.
Well, let's go ahead and check out these decks in action, folk. Let's go ahead and head down to the table. It is time for round 9 here at the Pro Tour. There are only 2 undefeated players remaining, and only one can emerge from this match unscathed. We've got Thebeau, we've got Maximilian, Klein, 2 world-class players on some world-class heroes. Let's get after it.
Just a quick shout out to SCG for providing us with this beautiful Marvel Young Heroes for us to put on coverage for these draft games. Correction, shout out to LSS for this.
Come on, always got to shout out LSS.
Awesome Marvel Heroes for us to put on coverage and just add a little bit of flair to the production.
So looking at these decks, you had mentioned a fair amount of attack reactions in this Kassai list. Talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing in Maximilian's deck. You said the equipment suite is really nice. I mean, I see a Knucklehead, which we're about to see revealed. I mean, that 2-block temper card is just fantastic in these matchups. But what are you seeing in terms of 3 blocks, in terms of potential misses on the draw and discard? Walk us through what we might be seeing in this game.
So I think his ratios are actually very spectacular. He's got not that many no blocks. There's just a few wild rides in there, and most of the other cards block for 3. Now, of course, they are attack actions. So, into Kassai, block 3 attack action is almost kind of like a block 2. But in terms of misses that you're talking about, I see only about 7 or 8 misses, but that's in the entire pool. In the 30 that he presents, he could easily go down to perhaps 3 misses, maybe 4 or 5, because if he wants to keep the blue count high. But his blue count is also looking like he can get up to 11 blues. And in the range of 11 blues, 3 to 5 misses, that is the textbook recipe for a very, very good KO deck that can easily trio, especially when you take into account the amazing equipment pieces. Now, of course, he is missing the flat trackers, which Thebeau does have. So, on that front, the Kassai is on that front, T has, a bit of an edge, but the rest of T's equipment suite not as good as the raw meat and the Knucklehead on Max's side.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see exactly what shakes out in this game. We saw it was not the most comfortable draft from our American undefeated player, but managed to navigate a very challenging game 1 against someone we know plenty of accolades on Francesco's side, including the most recent limited calling victory. But T able to go ahead and take out the game, saying something to us at home. Can't quite make out what it is. Looks like the fist bump is being extended. Round 9 is underway. The equipment is being laid down. It is time to find out who will be our last undefeated player following this game.
I fully expect an extremely close matchup here. I think T, getting through the Kassai round 1 was really, really good for him because that's probably his worst matchup because he's very happy to play into the Brutes and the Guardians because they block with attack actions. But deck quality-wise, I think I have to give that edge to Maximilian over here. So we're in for a very, very tight matchup, and I couldn't be more excited.
The game is underway, folks. T going to go ahead and cash in the flat trackers you were talking about immediately. Make sure he's setting himself up for that agility token for his second turn. Moving on from there into an engaged Swiftblade onto the Centauri Saber. So if you go ahead and block with an attack action card, it's going to get go again and get pumped up an additional point of damage to 5. So T is presenting Maximilian with some questions already off the bat.
And if T has one of those attack reactions in his hand, he could really punish Maximilian over here, because looking at Maximilian's side, he doesn't quite have the defense reaction, the defensive pieces at reaction speed, something like prevent 2 effects or something like the rally the rear guard. And as well, putting pressure on your opponent, on your KO opponent on the first turn is very important because of cards like Agile Windup that we see in Maximilian's hand right now.
This is a very interesting blocking decision because if you give this attack go again, the second Centauri Saber can come in, but you saw a couple of Agile Windups in Maximilian's hand. You have to imagine wants to deploy one of those at instant speed during this turn to get agility for his first turn, the second turn of the game. But in doing so, you maybe open the floodgates to take some damage because that Wild Ride that's also in his hand doesn't block one bit.
Yep, T is showing us why Kassai is quite favored in this matchup. This is putting Maximilian in such a tough spot. You don't want to just take 4 damage, but if you give it go again, you're probably going to take a bit of damage later on down the line anyway, and you won't be able to set up your agility. So Max kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. Going to have to see how he decides to navigate out of this.
Still thinking, but at least putting 3 block in front of it, though it is an attack action.
Yep. So going up to 5, leaking 2 and getting the go again is T. Now let's see whether it looks like he passed on reactions and Max. So Max going to take 2, and he's going to have go again for the sword attack and have the agility for the next turn. This is looking to be a very, very strong turn 0 from T here.
Incredibly strong, and looks like we're going to even buy some equipment block from Maximilian to start this game, putting the grandstand leggings in front of it and the agile windup now that the life totals are no longer at parity. And there you go. At the end step, we're going to go ahead and discard the agile windup, grab the agility token. So both players set up with go again to start. A couple points of damage come across for T. It's time for Maximilian's first turn.
That was brilliantly navigated by Maximilian. He knew that he had no choice but to give the Saber go again, unless he wanted to eat 4 points of damage. He definitely didn't want to. But recognizing that once he does that, he's going to go a little bit lower, cash in the boots immediately. Now, T doesn't have something like a down but not out in his list. Actually, neither of these players do. But still, cashing in the equipment, especially when you're going in second and you have equipment that says you can only block with it when you're lower, you need to try and get value out of it the moment that you're able to.
Time for Maximilian's first turn. Have a Wild Ride. That, of course, is a nice way to get go again, but you'd like to get value out of your agility token, getting go again on an attack that wouldn't otherwise have so. But the Wild Ride is still going to be the play here for Maximilian. 2 great hits in the hand, and as we know from his deck list, and as we know from the texture of that deck, plenty of 6s in there, so you have to imagine this one's going to have go again regardless of the agility, and the clash of agility to go ahead and satisfy that clause while creating a might on the back end.
Yeah, so the other 2 cards in his hand, they were both, one of them was a Clash of the Vigor they just discarded, and the other one's, I think it was one of the Wage cards, one of the Clash cards. Now, critically, neither of them discard, so yes, he's losing value on the agility over here because he's got to go again twice on the Wild Ride, but because of the discard on Wild Ride, he is creating a might for the following turn, and that it looks like that is something he's prioritizing a little more.
We knew how much Maximilian valued the agility token on this turn, taking some damage on the turn 0 in order to preserve the agile windup in the hand.
So that they don't get confused on
Okay. Just cleaning up the board still a little bit.
Now, interestingly, even though that agility token was so important and Max did take the damage to do so, he would have had go again regardless thanks to the Wild Ride that we also saw in the hand, so he knew that was coming.
Absolutely, yeah. He could have, I think he maybe was thinking in case there was like a non-attack action before the second sword that like buffs it, like say another engaged Swiftblade. He's saying he might want to keep that agile one up for the second sword, and that's one of the tricky things into Warrior, right? You never really know how much the second sword's going to come in for, because T could easily have played another pump in front of that one.
Now, talking about a powerful second attack on this turn, the Bear Fangs coming in for 8 points of damage. This is representing nearly close to half of T's life just to start this game. That is a good way to get value out of your go again, my goodness.
Yep, and this looks like it was a random draw off of the wild ride.
It was the random draw, which is insane, and it shows you just how powerful Max's deck is and how many powerful threats he knew he could draw into off that discard.
And that's one of the things where, the variance of Brute, sometimes it giveth and sometimes it taketh away. A lot of times you do a wild ride and you discard your resource card, which means you can no longer swing your claw and everything feels bad. But sometimes it draws you into the power card that you really want to play, like the red Bear Fangs. And then your turn just got a lot better than what you thought it was going to be at the start of your turn.
T went ahead, took that 8 damage all the way down to 12. Time for their first turn here, going to come in with the Centauri Saber. Off the back of the agility token, 1 card in hand, 1 card in the arsenal. Already took 8, so have to imagine they want to threaten close to 8 damage, if possible, to remain, at parity in terms of value exchanges in this all-important draft game. Max going to go ahead and say no blocks, taking the 2 damage down to 16.
We talk a lot about 2 blocks in this format and how, there's quite a lot of 2 blocks in the format, and so that's why oftentimes you're forced to take damage, but that kind of is not the case for Warrior as much. Warrior, ironically, in a set with Guardian, is actually the best blocking class in this format. So when the Warrior takes damage, like you rightly pointed out, Sam, that is when they are going to be sending an equivalent amount of damage back at you.
2 points of damage represented so far on the Centauri Saber. And a starting stake, non-attack action, 3 block going in front of it.
That is a beautiful block from Max over there. Starting stake, almost never really played in this format. It's not that's not the purpose. The purpose is just that it is a 3-block card that doesn't have the subtype attack on it, which means you're not going to be giving T value for his various attack reactions that care about having blocked on an attack, or even the sabers itself.
Yeah, only 1 point of damage came across on that, so Max down to 15 before the Wild Ride going to come in and discard the pack call. That is a 6 thanks to Kayo, so we're going to make a Might. The Wild Ride here is 7 with Go again, thanks to the Might token from the last turn. 1 card in hand could be pitched into the Claw because even a red would do so, or just hang out in the arsenal if this 7 is good enough. But you have to imagine that Go again rather enticing when you've got your opponent already maybe a bit on the back foot.
So Max over here representing that he's not going to end this turn with an agility. There's not too many cards that he can, play right now that will give him an agility. Now, Smashback Alehorn is one of those cards, but not too many of them. So I wonder whether T will go for the play where you just give them your whole hand to block, and then you ask your KO opponent, okay, on your next 4 cards, can you actually use all of them without having an agility? How many wild rides do you really have? And looking at Max's list, we know he only has 3. He has 4. He has 2 reds and a yellow, but we've already seen 1 yellow played and 1 red played. So, T could very much go for the line where he tells Max, okay, I'm going to give you 4 cards. Can you actually convert those 4 cards, though?
The answer for Max in the question of Arsenal or Claw? Claw every time. 3 damage coming in, threatening a total of 10 on the turn, but making that Might token for later. Let's see if T wants to go ahead and commit another block. Already took 2 off the Wild Ride to head down to 10. Has the Beck and Applause available to him at some point. First, you got to make that critical vigor and the agility to turn on that arm block.
T himself also not having agility for this turn, which can definitely feel quite awkward sometimes on the Warrior side. You always want to try and swing both your weapons. If you're not doing that, you just want to send a big attack like a 3 for 7 or something like that. So see how T decides to navigate. Looks like he chose not to block the claw, so it looks like he has a powerful thing to do even without having an agility token.
And that powerful thing to do? Good old 7 damage. 2 cards,
3
7.
for 7.
Yeah, this is as classic a play as it kind of comes in Flesh and Blood, and certainly in this format.
Vigor's Wind Up, one of those cards that almost never is used for its effect, because discarding a card to make a Vigor token, I mean, you might as well have just pitched the card most of the time. It comes up very, very rarely, so usually just used for 3 for 7.
And like you mentioned, Maximilian with that block doesn't seem to represent the ability to go even a little bit wide on the turn. The Might token is going to pop, so 2 cards bought on the block. Going down to 14 was Max, but then responding with the Bear Fangs just confidently flipping that card off the top. And that's 3 points of value off of that flip. Not only is that a +2 on the Bear Fangs, that's a Might token for the next turn, and you know what that is? An attack for 9 on the combat chain.
We're starting to see the difference in deck quality between Max and T over here. You know, we spoke earlier how the Max has a slight edge in the terms of deck quality. The matchup itself is more favored to T's side, but these power cards from Max's side, the red Wild Rides, this is the second red Bear Fangs. It is the only 2 copies he has, but you know, usually 2 copies of red Bear Fangs, if you manage to resolve both of them, very, very strong.
And now T putting Max in the same position. He's just going to lay all 4 cards down, completely block out the attack at half of Max's life total at this point, but saying, what are those 4 random cards off the top of your deck going to do to me? How bad is it going to be?
Once again, Max representing that he's ending the turn without an agility, and this time T, without having his own 3 for 7, just says, okay, have 4 cards. Can you actually convert this in a way that's efficient? Do you have the agile windups to maybe, you know, give your clock go again and generate agility for the following turn? Do you have another copy of Wild Ride? Because if you don't, you're in for a pretty inefficient turn. You're likely going to only be able to use 2 of your cards. Let's see if that gamble pays off for T over here.
Hear the beautiful sound of the cards flipping back and forth at our feature match table.
So looking at Max's hand here, yeah, doesn't look like it really converts well. Now, of course, he has a Mighty Windup, which is one of those cards that can help you use an excess card in your hand, because it's obviously going to create... well, it's going to give the clock go again and create a whole extra Might token.
I discard this one. Create 2 Might.
2 Might tokens off the back and a go again here on the claw. So only 3 block represented on the draw swords versus the 4 points of damage on the Mandible Claw equals 1 damage taken for T, down to 6. Go again on the turn.
Yep.
1 floating.
And this pack hunt on Max's side actually, you know, can be kind of scary as we get to these endgame states, because, you know, we spoke a lot about how there's not that many 3 blocks in the format. So if you're unlucky and your best blocking card gets intimidated away, or your resource card, you know, stays in your hand after the Intimidator, you're forced to block with it, that can spell, you know, some really, really awkward moments for T.
So 14, 15, 16, 17.
In terms of pack hunts, looks like Max has 2 red pack hunts in his list as well.
Looks like about 17 cards left total for Max. Couldn't quite tell what T represented, but close to. So the player's still somewhat equal in deck size. Max in no danger of fatiguing just yet.
Especially with the number of big attacks that he has in his list. You know, we saw the Bear Fangs, and we know there's another pack hunt remaining after this one. Also with the, you know, the Might tokens again and again. It is quite difficult to fatigue a KO. You need to have really, really amazing blocking pieces, which, you know, a T has to some extent. We saw the Taken and Chin come into great effect in the previous game. And, you know, there's a defensive piece that you can play from Arsenal at reaction speed. So he has some defensive options. I think it's a little unlikely for the game to come down to fatigue, especially with the pack hunts in Maximilian's list.
Another point of damage. Down to 5 goes T after putting 2 cards in front of the pack hunt. Max took a little bit of time to think there because, like you said, the pack hunt's intimidation effect is so threatening, but if you want to plop it in the arsenal for like a potential finishing move, you don't do anything else on the turn. And in engaging, in deploying it here, getting 2 more cards out of T's hand and a point of damage across. And a random card that T had to keep.
So it looks like T's gamble did not pay off there. He was hoping Max wouldn't be able to convert a 4-card hand, but of course those windups are very, very critical for, you know, being able to get go again on your claw, and then you can come with another attack.
Now look at this agile engagement pitch into a Centauri Saber. That is exactly the opposite of how you'd normally like to deploy that card. Yes, it's powerful in the second cycle, but the question for T is, are they even going to get there? The Kassai activation here saying, you know, this is only 2 measly point of damages, and you're all the way up at 14. But now all of a sudden, there's a pretty relevant on-hit attached.
That agile engagement in the pitch zone really just goes to show how strong pack hunt can be.
Yeah.
Because that was the card that was randomly intimidated away. Now T is saying, okay, I'm just sending this sword for 2, and I have none floating at all, so you can't, I'm not even representing any sort of threat after the only 0-cost attack reaction in this format is take the upper hand, but there was no wage on that, so that's just going to be 2. Max just says, block 2 on the Knucklehead, I'm not giving you that gold, and I'm not giving you any buff on the Centauri Saber. I'm not giving you a card from my hand, I'm going to convert this hand as well.
Just incredibly impactful headpiece here for Max. 2 points of block. Still's got 1 left over. 2 Might tokens popped, as well as a lead with Power Make and another. Now just time for another clash, I believe, of agility. But this one's coming in with those 2 Might tokens attached. and the puff from the lead with power. So just, casual 11 and a might token for the next turn. T's already down to 5. 4 cards are being put in front of this. 1 point of damage coming across. Do you think T is considering trying to run Max out of threats, or is that even possible against a KO deck with this many threats?
I think it is incredibly difficult. Like, if you look at the card math that just happened on the turn cycle, that was 2 cards used offensively on Maximilian, the lead with power and the clash of vigor. But from T's side, he blocked out with 4 cards. So, in terms of card equity, that is 2 cards in favor of Max. And, both these heroes have weapons. So it's not like T's the only one with the weapon that it's okay if that if you only have 1 card left, you still can threaten to end the game. Max, with just a blue in his deck as well, is still going to threaten 3 after 3 on the claw. So it is incredibly difficult when you're already losing out on the card equity math.
Life totals aren't doing T any favors either at this point in the game as the might token pops. Now, this is the first time we're seeing Max take a little bit of a second with his 4-card hand. Again, just kind of T putting the brute deck in the position of finding the action points, finding the go again. Let's listen in.
11. Okay.
Looks like T is now lower on the card equity side, especially, also you have to consider the fact that Max is one with the tempo over here, which means he will be ripping more cards from T than T is ripping from Maximilian.
Pitching a red and a blue into this wild ride to get a miss out of the hand. 2 floating means that as long as we hit on the wild ride, the claw can come in regardless.
This is a very, very good pitch from Maximilian's side. Get 2 misses out of your hand and then, probably holding on to 1 not miss. Unfortunately, drew and discarded the whiff. So let's see what the T, T's caught a bit of a break here. Now let's see whether he can actually capitalize on that.
We've been talking about how challenging it is to find, Max's deck is filled with 6s, and we're seeing 3 misses represented right here, 2 in the pitch and 1 off the top of the deck. A really tough break for Maximilian, but the question is he so far ahead at this point that it's even going to matter? Looks like T's follow-up might just be cracking the Glory Seeker to draw a card with the blue wage gold. Now the swords are free. What's in the hand, what's in the arsenal, and what's going to power up these swords to really try to punish the first hint of a stumble from the German brute?
And now we've crossed the threshold in the mid-game where Kassai can now start activating her ability pretty much every turn. And, here's where we could see a bit of a swing back for T. This is where he can come back to the game. Once Maximilian's out of the equipment to block the sabers cleanly, or, when T catches a break like this and is able to swing twice, once he starts generating those gold tokens, that's when he can become more efficient than what the KO is doing. Because those gold tokens in the Kassai basically just say, draw a card for free.
Go ahead and clash with agility.
Ooh.
Huge for Max here.
Absolutely massive. That's one of the biggest punishes for T over here. He caught a bit of a break there with a wild ride miss, but, the variance is swinging right back into Max's side with the win of the clash.
And that block is going to do it. The card off the top, Glory Seeker, not helpful on the turn. Oh, it's the take it on the chin. That is not the card you want to get off the top when you're trying to put some pressure on your opponent. Mandible Claw now coming in for 3 off the back of the agility.
And you can really get an idea of the headspace that T is in right now, popping that Glory Seeker. He's sort of trying to go for a bit of the Hail Mary plays. He's saying, I just need this to hit something good. I'm caught between a rock and a hard place here, and I just need to play into a variance for a little bit. My out is get something good from his Glory Seeker that can actually make something happen with this turn. Unfortunately, draws into a defensive piece and is not able to convert the Glory Seeker.
And now just has to once again lay 3 cards total in front of the Mighty Windup. Is going to make the agility token, but without any ways to get any resources on the turn, most likely not going to matter. That arsenal's been sitting there for quite some time. I wondered if it was to take it on the chin, but we can see it right there in the graveyard.
4 and 3 in deck. Okay.
Look at this.
Yep. Looks like T with only 3 cards remaining after he draws up, and Maximilian still with 5 cards, including the arsenal and the 4 cards he's currently holding. So Max winning the tempo game and winning the card equity game right now.
Clash of Might, Blue Adrenaline Rush, Blue Rising Power, Blue Wage Might, and Assault and Battery. So that's a way to go ahead and get agility token for the next turn. Now this might be the time to deploy, right? Yeah, he's going to go ahead and throw out the Assault and Battery. This is time to set up kind of your one final push. If you can take all the cards out of T's hand 2 turns in a row, you have so much life in your favor at this point. The discard here is not only going to make the agility, it's going to make the might as well. That might just spell the end of the game from that point forward, as the Mandible Claw leads to that deterministic endgame that you have talked about.
Assault and Battery is just such an incredible card for these KO lists simply because of how flexible it is. It can be your 2 card 7 and 2 card 6 in this sense, or when your opponent does the thing where they make you you convert a big hand. Also, Madrid says, all right, I can comfortably let you use 3 cards, effectively turning any one of your 6s in hand into an agile windup. And going back into, the sort of turn cycle that he's in, he needs to try and start ripping cards from Max's side, but Assault and Battery also gives Max a might and an agility, turning on the raw meat, which we see being deployed right here.
Just everything's coming up Maximilian. That's going to be an additional 2 points of value on top of the might and the agility. One final clash test of agility.
Yep, and we are easily in second cycle, so Max probably knew that that was a hit on top. Of course, doesn't need the agility, but, blocking forward with 1 card, exactly what you want. When you're playing this card equity game as well, when you get to prevent 4 life on 1 card and 2 life on an equipment piece, you are just incredibly far ahead.
2 agilities and a might. Maximilian is moving faster than the speed of light at this point. Can't even see him over there.
Yep, and T is on his final 4 cards. Look, see how many cards Max is able to rip from him.
First, it's going to be the Mandible Claw. This is coming in for 4 thanks to the Might token.
And what we're also seeing here is the difference between Raw Meat and Beck and Applause. Raw Meat, definitely much stronger card, especially in Kayo, because you get Might tokens for free, effectively. Whereas Beck and Applause, much harder to turn on from the Warrior side. Something like Goblet of Blood Run Wine does turn it on, but you don't have that much access to creating both tokens in a single turn cycle, whereas Kayo kind of gets the Mights for free and you just need to create the agilities.
Going to go ahead and cash in the Gauntlet of Might, break the chain, make another Might for the next turn. At this point, it's time to come in with the Clash of Might. Big ol' 6 more points of damage, and yeah, T's just going to go ahead and extend the fist bump. The writing is on the wall, folks. T here, no cards left in deck. And Maximilian Klein moves on to 9-0. The German, our lone undefeated player here at Pro Tour Los Angeles, moving on to the final round of draft with a chance to take down the pod and move forward into CC as the clear front runner in this Pro Tour.
We spoke about this earlier. His deck is just simply slightly stronger than what T's presented. So despite the matchup difference, despite Kassai being slightly favored, his deck is just absolutely strong, especially the Knucklehead, that Raw Meat. He still had 14 life to play with alongside, those armor pieces still being up. That was, a bit of a blowout.
Bit of a blowout indeed. And sometimes that's how it goes in draft, right? Like, T, we saw him navigate just a beautiful game in that first game we got to watch on coverage after a pretty challenging draft. But then when you look across the table at someone who's just had a little more fortunate luck in the draft and was able to just keep the pressure on, a little more fortunate luck, but also just such skill expression from Maximilian, finding the seat, even with a 3 brute pod. You have to imagine he was the one leading the way.
Absolutely. Looking at those armor pieces, Knucklehead and Raw Meat, 2 red Bear Fangs, 2 red Wild Ride. As far as brute seats go, he probably wasn't the 3rd brute. It looks like he was like the 1st brute out of the 3 of them.
Absolutely. And now we do have just a little bit of a time buffer. So let's go ahead and check in on our backup match. We're going to watch it with a little bit of increased speed.
Woohoo!
This is the 2 Guardian pod, and just like all Guardians, their luck couldn't be better. They're going to go ahead and queue into each other here. We've got Nikola Marcoux from Canada versus Daniel Correas of the Sunflower Samurais from Spain. Let's go ahead and check in on these Guardians and see who can bet the biggest.
The Betsy mirror is absolutely incredible because, both decks are actually quite vulnerable to overpower, which of course Betsy has on-demand access to in the form of a hero ability. But both decks can't really deal with overpower very well. It's not like the Warriors where they have a whole bunch of reactions in the deck that they can block out and overpower. Most of the deck are action cards, and so it kind of comes down to who can start the ball rolling and just keep the tempo on their side of the field by just chaining overpower into overpower.
Something that I think will be important to keep track of in this game as these players are getting ready to throw down here is the amount of 3 blocks that each of them were able to draft. Only 2 Guardians in the pod means those 3 blocks are going to be a little less contested. Both of them with close to the same amount of those big red auras that add the pump. And we're going to see one. It's not a big red one, but it is a blue. Which one is it? It's not Bet Big. It's Big Bop.
It's Big Bop.
Big Blue, Big Bop coming down. Going to go ahead and give +3 in the ability to wager on the next attack. A nice turn 0 play here from Nikola.
Yeah, Nikola definitely much rather that I was a red one, but if you're going first as Betsy, you definitely just want to set up any sort of aura you can. It is effectively that you got 3 extra points of damage going turn 0. It's not represented on the life totals yet, but it's going to come out on the next turn cycle. And very critically, it allows you to wager an attack, and that means you can pay an extra 2 to get another +1 and overpower from Betsy's hero ability.
This is going to go ahead and be a wallop coming on in. Just another classic big ol' attack for 7. Unfortunately for, when you look at some of these other attacks, comes in for 7 but costs 4 but blocks 3. This is one of the main, selling points of the Guardian class. If you're able to get a lot of those front pumps, if you're able to get lead with Vigor, make the Vigor tokens, then all of a sudden you go 2 card 7, 2 card 8, 2 card 9 in some ways in this format. Daniel's going to overpitch here, but set up an arsenal and start to set up that second cycle as well. Time for Clash of Might here.
Ooh, the clashes in the Guardian Mirror and even the Brute Mirrors, it can be quite, they can feel a little bad sometimes, but when it's just a little, clash of might here and there, it's, just 1 point of value going to either side of the turn. Now, of course, very critically, this might token does turn on Daniel's embrace adversity over there. There's an extra 2 blade breaks. So, Nikola gets 1 extra damage from the might, but Daniel gets to block an extra 2 because of the embrace adversity.
Here comes... This is going to be a blue concuss. It looks like we're going to activate Betsy, and we're going to wager. So this is 9 with overpower, and if it hits, guess what, buddy? You got to discard.
Yep, this is why the aura pumps in Betsy are so incredibly strong. Not only do they turn on these cards like Concuss, cards like Command Respect, they also turn on Betsy's ability that you overpower. And, as we spoke about earlier, very, very difficult for Betsy to actually deal with overpower. As much as she loves dishing it out, not very good at blocking them. And as we talk about blocks, I do want to point out the shield on Daniel Correas' side. The Stonewall Impasse, quite a high pick for Guardians. The Bloodied Oval kind of has fallen quite out of favor. A lot of times it just blocks 1 if you can even line it up properly. But Stonewall Impasse guarantee blocks at least 1, and if you win a clash, potentially blocks 3 as well.
All right. We're going to go ahead and make sure that this game finishes in time. So we're up in the speed a bit. We're leading with speed ourselves, folks. Going to get ahead and give ourselves an agility, a little agile engagement of our own, a little agile wind up in the caster's booth. How many more do we think we can do?
After already giving the stream go again because we're watching the backup match.
Let's
after watching the first match.
More puns. All right, time for them to really go ahead and get into it. It looks as though we are right past the concuss.
So I believe it was blocked completely because of the 3 extra block on the armor pieces, and I believe he had a non-action card he could have blocked with on the overpower. We kind of missed how he blocked 6 from hand on the overpower attack, but he had extra 3 life on the field. That embrace adversity.
Thanks to the embrace adversity,
That was massive. It was 1 extra damage on Nikola's side, but he didn't actually need it. So his own Clash of Might over there, where he blocked with, actually kind of punished him over there. He got him the 1 extra damage, but without the 2 block from Daniel's side, he probably couldn't have been able to block out the concuss.
Actually, a fascinating little interaction. Daniel there also was able to develop a big bop of his own, but this one's red. Rally the rear guard coming in, 2 cards left in hand. Talk about a class in this format that sometimes has the hardest time using 4 and 5 card hands. They're the class you the most want to just say, hey, listen, I'll give you 4 cards. What do you got, buddy? And Daniel's just going to take the 6. He's going to keep 5 cards, but he has got a red big bop helping him out.
And that is the ebb and flow of the Betsy mirror. Both heroes really want to take an off turn and an on turn. Off turn, set up an aura. On turn, do something like that. But sometimes when you have the off turn and you don't have the aura, all you're doing is using 4 cards to send 6 damage. Unless you're Daniel, where you have your go again performance bonus from Arsenal.
Now let's go ahead and check out exactly what the pitch is here. We're going to go ahead and be adding an additional +1 thanks to the Betsy ability, a +5 thanks to the Big Bop. They're going to go ahead and, I believe, call a judge over.
Yep. Looks like there's some misunderstanding happening over here. I think probably on where the Big Bop buff is supposed to go. Now, Big Bop does say next Guardian attack. Yeah, so performance bonus, obviously generic. So, yep, we've got the judges to help sort that out. Looks like that was sorted out pretty quickly. Shout at judges again.
I love the performance bonus play on a turn that you have a Big Bop set up. Your opponent's already staring down at the aura, knowing how large it's going to be, large of an attack is going to be happening on this turn. And then all of a sudden, there's a random 3 damage that they also have to think about that gives a gold. But this is 14 with overpower and threatening a vigor and a might on hit. What a powerful turn here. One of the most powerful attacks we've seen in the heavy hitters draft format all weekend long.
And unlike when Nikola was sending the massive attack, Nikola's Embrace Adversity is not online right now. There was no Might trigger popped.
Might token being threatened for the next turn, but no Might token represented yet. So now Nikola just staring down a big wage Might. Betsy, known for betting big. And this is about as big a bet as it comes. And now Nikola finally saying, you know what, I should have brought a hammer to this hammer fight. Like, if there's any hero that can just square up with the fists, you have to imagine it would be our girl. But a hammer might help.
He could have brought 2 hammers. To be honest, the hammer is one-handed. If he doesn't have a shield, might as well bring 2 hammers. Now, 2 hammers, obviously, in a matchup like this doesn't really matter. But sometimes into brutes particularly, you could randomly get an agility somehow from their own clash effect. So the second hammer sometimes matters. Not going to matter in this matchup. And looks like he blocked with a...
here. 2 different tests, so able to use that on the overpower. But Daniel, he won them both.
Oh, no.
2 mites, 2 vigors. Nikola all the way down to 10. Able to come up. I believe that's a rising power with his own, but...
Nikola, unfortunately, his own clashes on his block cards actually punishing him so much here. Earlier on, we spoke about how he basically gave Daniel the 2 block he needed as equipment from his own clash card. Over here, giving Daniel, again, an additional vigor, additional might. Now, of course, on the bright side, at least now his own Embrace Adversity is turned on because of the might token, but still, that never feels good. When you give them 2 extra tokens... That's, we spoke about those cards blocking for 4. Really, they can only block for 3 once you include the fact that it gave the opponent a might token and gave the opponent a vigor token.
Lead with power, and these might tokens can go ahead and power up this command authority. Would be threatening the arsenal, but no arsenal here for Nikola. But you know what? It is threatening the life total.
Yep.
An entire 11 damage, threatening the 10 that Nikola is currently sitting at. And another might token created on the back end, but then Daniel's just going to be working again off those 4 random Guardian cards, and sometimes the deck isn't as helpful.
We saw that happen to Nikola, where out of 4 Guardian cards, all you could do was send a red rally the rear guard. So that is the out he's probably looking to play towards here, just hoping that Daniel cannot overpower something else, doesn't really have another wage card, or needs to take an often to set up a big bob or another one of those big red auras, and maybe Nikola can capitalize on that.
These are the only 2 Guardians in this pod. They did pair up into each other. Looks like a wallop going to be represented. 4 damage coming across. Nikola all the way down to 6 to Daniel's 13 again. This is the backup match from round 9. It's a money where your mouth is on top of the high riser that he has now brought to the fight. So this attack we don't know if he's wagering the gold, but it is coming in for 7.
Looks like he doesn't quite have enough resources to overpower it with Betsy as well. So, she's 1 yellow and 1 blue, just 1 blue short over there on that hand to get the extra +1 and potentially get the gold. So a bit of an unfortunate sequence over here from Nikola not having the resources to do that. But 7 power is still a big number, especially once you take into account that Daniel's equipment right now actually don't block.
Yeah, I like this wager, given that those equipment there are much less effective than they would be otherwise in this game. So, what's a good way to help unbrick a Guardian hand? Random card off the top, creating a resource sometimes if you're able to pitch a blue into that gold token. Let's see how Daniel wants to navigate this.
Once again, we're seeing the difference between cards like Stand Ground on the Guardian side and Beckon Applause on the Warrior side versus something like Raw Meat in the Kayo side. In the previous game, we saw Max being able to kind of always get value from his Raw Meat, whereas the Beckon Applause on the Warrior side and now the Stand Ground on the Guardian side, so much harder to actually get the both tokens you need to turn those equipment pieces on in these classes.
Bigger than big. Another big red aura coming down and an arsenal. You can see both players having a bit of a laugh, and there we go. Like we just talked about, 4 random Guardian cards. Sometimes you need a gold to help you out, and with the 4 damage that Daniel took on the last turn, Nikola was able to create that gold, and now filtered the hand a little bit. Still has 4 cards in his hand, but with a lot of optionality in those cards. We're going to have to see how much power he can threaten Daniel with, given that he's staring down that aura.
And we spoke about the sequence that Nikola needed to get back into this game, and it starts with this. We spoke about this. Daniel needs to give up some of that tempo, and Nikola needs to be able to capitalize on that. Maybe something like a lead with power into a concuss, something that pressures Daniel's hand, forces him to block, and maybe, just maybe, get Daniel to the point where he actually cannot capitalize on this aura that he has just set up. It is a bit of a stretch, I admit, but I think that is the sort of line that Nikola needs to be able to get back in this game, because if he passes it over to Daniel with that aura still in the field, and Daniel still having plenty of cards to capitalize on that, it's going to be very, very difficult for Nikola to come out on top of this game.
And we've talked about deck quality in the last match we got to watch, and when we were reviewing the deck lists, deck quality does seem to be somewhat skewed towards Daniel. When you look at the amount of 3 blocks Daniel was able to pick up, I'm not sure if he has 1 more red aura, but he does have certainly more of those big 4 for 9s. He has a prime to fight in the list, right? This is a deck that is certainly set up to be aggressive and utilize Betsy's ability as efficiently and as effectively as possible. And we're seeing that play out we're seeing that play out in this match as Nikola here Again, both players having a bit of a laugh. This is some Guardian commiserating, I believe.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the difference in their quality that you pointed out. You know, in terms of the auras that have been played, Nikola playing that blue aura, I believe is a blue aura in the pitch zone right now as well. Whereas on Daniel's side, we've seen him resolve 2 red auras so far. And when you are playing Betsy, you want those auras to be red. You want the power in those auras. You don't want to be resolving the blue ones.
And the difference in red and blue can be represented just in the life totals there. Look, it's 9-6. We're going to go ahead and come in.
And resolve his own big bop, a red big bop this time.
Yeah, red big bop. So 2 Guardian auras staring down at each other. Nikola saying, listen, if I can survive to the next turn, I got a big clapback of my own.
Yep.
But it is going to be the prime to fight coming down with the Betsy activation, and that's going to close the game. Daniel Correas from the Sunflower Samurais from Spain, moving on to 8-1. Betsy coming down, betting big and taking the win.
I just love the camaraderie from both of them. Both of them just ending the game with smiles and laughs in their faces, understanding, you know, Nikola took just a very high variance line there, saying, I just hope that you maybe just have all reds or something, all non-attacks. You cannot actually convert that aura. That is my only way out of this game. Unfortunately, it was a long stretch. Didn't quite get it there, but that was still such an amazing game to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game from both of our incredible featured matches. Thank you to our players for watching. Thank you for joining us. We're going to take a quick break before we move on to round 10. It is the final round of draft of the Pro Tour. After this, it's CC and all holds are off. Don't go anywhere. More Flesh and Blood coming to you right after this. Nine rounds here at the Pro Tour Los Angeles in the books and 1 round of draft to go. It all comes down to this for our featured pod. And for Max, it all comes down to this. To be the last undefeated player here at the Pro Tour, let's waste no time and get down into the action. We have got 2 high-quality decks, 2 world-class players here to cap off our draft rounds. It's Maximilian Klein, the German Brute, versus Daniel Correas of the Sunflower Samurai, the Spanish Guardian here, to battle for us here at the Pro Tour, and the game is underway. The big bop coming in to start this game. The bet big, big bop, bigger than big. All these cards, these big Bs coming down. This is +5. This is perfect if you're Daniel here to start this game. And Maximilian's responding with a response of his own, coming and making that agility off the agile windup. Already so much to talk about.
This is the very interesting thing about this matchup is that both these heroes can actually capitalize very well going first or second. Kayo with the generating of tokens and Betsy, of course, with the setting up a massive aura that we see Daniel doing right here. Now, there's an interesting ebb and flow with this matchup where Betsy kind of has on and off turns with setting up an aura and then consuming the aura and then setting up an aura again. And similarly on the Kayo side with setting up of agility and then having non-agility turns and setting up an agility again after that. Now, of course, Max's list is a little less susceptible to that ebb and flow because of the number of wild rides that we know he has. But there's still that little bit of ebb and flow going on that makes this matchup incredibly interesting.
Absolutely. 3 damage coming across with the agility. Max's hand not looking too powerful. Yellows and blues are all I'm seeing in there. So it looks like Daniel's saying, what else you got? Taking the 3 down to 17. Does he have a lot of resources to pay for whatever he's trying to Betsy? I'm seeing some fair amount of reds, even though this pack call is going to come across. Yeah.
Again, that's one of the interesting things about this matchup, right? It's like Betsy sets up an aura turn 0, which means it doesn't allow the KO to filter at all, and then now we see the KO having a bit of an awkward turn going second, not be able to present so much damage, but the agility token that he was able to create turn 0 did a lot of work for him there.
Big bop, gonna pop, lead with heart, coming out,
Ooh.
+3 and a vigor token for the next turn.
This is going to be an absolutely massive attack, and I do want to shout out Daniel's pitch actually when he resolved that big bob going first. He overpitched for it, pitching a red and a blue away, saying, you know what, the worst thing that can happen to me is if I draw too many reds after I've set up this aura, so let me overpitch this red away. He pitched a command respect away, which normally would be very, very good paired with the aura, but saying, I just need to make sure I draw enough blues to do this, and now we see that paying off over here. This is an absolutely massive concuss coming in. We need to do the math on this, Sam. How big is this?
Let's see. Our players are going to help us out.
Yep, so 5 from the aura, 3 from the lead with heart, and a 15 +1 from Betsy, 15 overpower on hit discard a card. You have to imagine he wagered the vigor as well, so it's going to be ending a turn with 2 vigors. This is an absolutely amazing start for Daniel.
Daniel giving a thumbs up. You see a bit of a sad face there from Maximilian as 15 overpower represented on the combat chain. Dominate is close enough here. The Betsy ability on the stack. You see, there you go, the big ol' overpower coming down. All smiles from our players, even though the stakes are high, the vibes are great. This is one of the most impactful games these players have played in their tournament lives, and Daniel Correas has managed to string together something out of the history books.
So unfortunately for Max, he was not able to end his last turn with an agility and a mind. So the raw meat isn't on. When you see an overpower attack, the first thing you look at is your equipment. See how much can I actually cover this up, because I can only block with 1 action card from my hand. So Knucklehead right there, going to be able to block, but raw meat not going to be available. So he's saying there's no point giving you armor right now. I'm just going to need to just take the rest of this, discard a card to this concuss, go down to 8th life, and this is such an explosive start for Daniel.
What an incredible turn, and really shows the power if you are able to draft Guardian in this format as one of the 2. If you can be one of 2 Guardians and your cards are not as contested, these decks can do some incredibly powerful things. The Beast Mode, this is just coming across for 4, I believe, because no intimidation has happened. A tough start here for Maximilian. Let's see if Daniel wants to get a little greedy, take some of this damage, or start to lay down some blocking cards.
I believe it is 6. I think it gets +2 if you've intimidated this turn, but the base is 6.
I thought it was base 4.
Yeah. But now, we focused a lot on Daniel's explosive turn over there, but we do have to point out that was all off the back of the turn 0 aura that he was able to set up. Now, Betsy does have the problem. We spoke about the ebb and flow. Now, can Daniel do that again? Because just doing it once in the game, well, Kayo's numbers will beat you in the end. They are getting +1 might every turn, and Max's, armor suite as well is a little bit better compared to Daniel's. So Daniel still has a way to go. This 8 life on Kayo isn't going to come easy unless he's able to set up that aura again, coming for another massive overpower.
6 damage coming across. Looks as though Daniel, discipline has got him this far. Going to go ahead and block with a red wallop, blocking 3, going down to 12. So for all of the challenges Maximilian has faced early in this game, he's got 2 block on that Knuckle. He's got 2 block potentially on the raw meat, as well as his leg and arm piece, and only is down 4 life at the moment to Daniel. Here's a nice way to use some cards, use action points. We're going to get Go again off the lead with power and create a might token. So basically 4 points of damage represented. And now moving on into a big old clash of vigor. The Vigor tokens, it seems, from the last turn, not as impactful, given that, again, 4 random Guardian cards sometimes are hard to make use of. But what's nice is this lead with power does go ahead and bump up the Clash of Vigor to make this, a relatively threatening attack for 9, especially when your opponent is currently sitting at 8.
Not as impactful. Definitely an understatement because he's got 2 floatings. Just completely
exactly.
didn't do anything. But yeah, Maximilian, honestly, very, very happy that he did not see Daniel just set up an aura again, because Max is going into his turn without an agility, and we've spoken about this before. Kayo without an agility sometimes can struggle converting those big hands, so he did not want to see Daniel set up an aura. He wanted to be able to give some cards on the block and continue playing this 2-card game, because as we spoke about, his 2 cards are going to be better than Betsy's. This is a Bare Fangs for 8, creating a might for the following turn.
And we were able to see Maximilian block with a pack call, reveal a red lead with power on the top of the deck, and put it to the bottom. So he knew there's only maybe 3 or 4 misses in this entire deck, and one of them just went to the bottom. This Bare Fangs just became near guaranteed.
Very, very unfortunate for him that he discarded his other Bare Fangs in the list.
You never want to hit the second Bare Fangs.
We spoke about this. Brute variants giveth away and giveth and sometimes taketh away. So getting a little bit sad there, but at least the Bare Fangs hit. Still getting a +2 here and the Might token.
8 damage coming across is nothing to sneeze at, and an arsenal and plenty of equipment block here for Maximilian. So it's very easy to look at his life total and think, oh, he's already down to 6. This is all terrible doom and gloom, but plenty of block at his disposal if he can line up, especially the agility and the might token, and just has to make the decision on when that knucklehead comes in. The best players in the game, so disciplined with their armor block. You have to take that into consideration when you're facing them down. And now it looks as though Daniel heading down to 7 for all the talk of his powerful turns. Look at the life totals, Punkage. This is pretty close.
And here we're seeing the average turn cycles of Kayo just outvalue the Betsy's. When Betsy isn't doing the overpower massive attack off of a 5 power aura, this is what it looks like. Kayo's average turn cycles are just going to beat you, and especially with the equipment pieces that are still there on Max's side. The Knucklehead gonna block for 3. Raw Meat, if he can manage to get the agility and the might, also gonna block for an extra 3. So this is looking, not as in the bag as we might have thought at the beginning of the game for Daniel.
I love this too, because you saw Daniel there take a long time, look at his card, posture like he's really deciding if he's going to wager and activate the Betsy ability, but that's the Prime to Fight in his hand, which is a powerful Majestic, a card he's absolutely going to head to the arsenal because he has no resources to pay for the Betsy, but still conserving the information, making Maximilian at least posturing as though he had the ability to pay for Betsy, and then making the decision, you know what, no, I'm not going to Betsy, even though he had no ability to, potentially giving Maximilian the chance to think that's a yellow or blue card in the hand, instead of a big old Prime to Fight.
So we have to shout out Daniel's discipline over here, because he did block with a blue wallop on the previous turn cycle on Kayo's attack. Now a yellow wallop, and he could have actually pitched that to Betsy's ability on this turn, because Wage Might, you don't always need to wage off of an aura for Betsy's ability. Wage Might has wager on it.
Exactly.
If you wager, you can pay the extra 2 to overpower that as well. But he was saying, this yellow wallop, you know what? I'm just going to get rid of it. It's unlikely my KO opponent can block 8. I'm probably going to win this wager anyway if I choose to wager it. I don't need the overpower. I don't need +1 in overpower. This is much more valuable for me as a 3 block, and it just shows the discipline you need to play at this high level.
Maximilian here as well, going ahead with the test of agility on that block, revealed a pack call and to Daniel Correas' vigorous windup. That's 7 into 7 thanks to the KO, so a huge tie there for Daniel, because an agility on this turn would have been a lot scarier.
So it looks like Max started this turn popping the Gauntlet Might, saying he wants a Might token for the following turn. Now, of course, Daniel's Embrace Adversity is turned on.
And the test of strength here is going to go ahead and reveal the same pack hunt. And then a blue wallop, I believe. So the gold heading over to Maximilian again.
Yep.
Nice way to unbrick some hands in the limited format. That might become relevant later in the game, though. The test of strength here cleanly blocking the 7 attack presented by Maximilian.
So the past few turn cycles have really just been both players blocking with 2 cards, sending a 2-card 7, sending a 2-card 6 again and again, and at some point one of these players needs to break that cycle, perhaps with a Betsy setting up with an aura, or maybe taking a bit of damage to overpower one of those natural wage cards like the Wage Might.
Ooh, do see 2 Wild Rides, so neither of those cards are doing any blocking, so this might just be another block for 6, take a point of damage. Don't yet have the agility and the might for the Raw Meat. The Knucklehead's sitting there ready to get in front. He's ready to headbutt any of these attacks at any given time. Those 2 Wild Rides are going to maybe be able to pitch one to play one, Whose seat would you rather be in, Ponkage, in this position?
Ooh, that is an incredibly tough question. I feel like
Flash and Might here going to go ahead and once again, same 2 cards. So the Might token going to go ahead and be Maximilian. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
I think I'd give the edge slightly to the Kayo side because at this point, at this life total, it is very difficult for Betsy to set up an aura and, be able to capitalize on that aura, especially when, on Max's side, we've still got those Wild Rides left on the list. We've got the Agile Windups. If you give the Kayo the space by setting up an aura, they can actually go wide on you. We've seen Max do that in a previous game as well. So I think I'm going to give the slight edge to Maximilian over here, but, a lot of things can happen.
I mean, look at this 2-card play. We've been going 1 card into a, 1 card pitch 7, 1 card pitch 7. This is 1 card pitch 8, make a Might. So almost like 1 card pitch into 9. The Embrace Adversity here, going to be able to get into the red zone thanks to the Might token's destruction. So we are blocking out entirely, still keeping 2 cards in hand. Do have a big ol' attack for 9 ready to go in the arsenal. We're just going to go ahead and play out the Pint of Strong and Stout. This is going to make a Might and a Vigor, which you know what powers up? That powers up the Prime to Fight in the arsenal perfectly.
These cycle of blue alcohol-themed cards in the set, incredibly underrated to some extent. It turns off the stand ground. So not only was that creating a Might and a Vigor, which you can put at 2 points of value, it also allows you to block an extra 2 with the stand ground, and critically primed to fight in Arsenal. Sam, that's gonna be a 2-card
10.
11?
11, yes, because the Might token gives it +1. It itself gives it +1. That'll be a. We've been talking about. Oh, wow, Max got so much value. He made it 2-card 8 and then created a Might. So it's almost like a 2-card. How about a 2-card 11 for your troubles?
Exactly. So not only will Daniel be able to block with 3 cards on his turn, along with the extra 2 from stand ground, he's going to be able to send a Prime to fight for 11 on the following turn, as long as he draws a blue, which in a Guardian deck, you're going to draw a blue.
Yet.
Going to go ahead and make sure we grab a judge and bring it their way. Got a question here from the players.
So as we are focusing on, the stand ground on the Daniel side, we do need to just come back to a Knucklehead that is still sitting very fresh and pretty on Max's side. That's an extra 3 life being represented right there. Unconditional, no tokens needed. You just have an extra 3 life. And, that's going to be the difference between, that just is literally the life difference between Max and Daniel right now.
Yeah, and look at this. The stand ground, I haven't even really paid any attention to it. I didn't even really notice until this point. But all of a sudden, there's a Might and a Vigor sitting there on Daniel's side of the field. That's 2 block, 2 more life for Daniel. And if he can do it once again, which is maybe a tall order, but if he can do it once again, that's another point of block as well.
I think being able to cash in your equipment for 2 life in this format, you're actually very, very happy to do. We saw the Embrace Adversity, the Confront Adversities. They just block for 2 Blade Break. You are totally fine if you're able to cash in equipment for 2 block, and we're probably going to see the stand ground just block for 2 after that. Now, we focused a lot on the stand ground and the Knucklehead and the wrong means. We haven't really spoken about the Stonewall Impasse there. That is also another guaranteed 1 block minimum, potentially 3 block if Daniel's able to remember the pitch stack correctly, which at this caliber of play, we totally expect the players to be able to do that.
Looks as though the Knucklehead is finally going to come in on this high riser.
Take 1.
Yep, because at this low life total, you want to make sure you do get the full 3 points of value. It can sit, fresh and pretty there the whole game, but
especially when overpower is part of the equation.
Yep, but when you only use it on the last turn, you're only cashing it for 2 value because you didn't get to block with it again. So Max showing us how to use the equipment very, very properly over here, saying get the 2 life out of it now, and then I'll be able to get 1 life from it again. So I get a total of 3 life from that card.
How much damage will Max be able to present on this turn? That stand ground looking huge on this turn. We've got 3 cards here. One's going to get discarded at random. We're starting off with Wild Ride. If we hit this, we'll be 7 with Go Again. Not a lot of misses in the deck, and we're going to see an Assault and Battery Yellow. That's going to do it. Make a Might on the back end. This means 7 with Go Again. That is currently threatening Daniel's entire life. He's just got to keep a blue, though, to have an incredibly threatening turn on the back end.
Just a blue, and he's still got, 2 block on the stand ground, 1 block minimum on the Stonewall Impasse over here. He is looking pretty good over here.
Only 1 blue in the hand, though, so it's likely to get the 1, but still had to find it. Gonna go ahead and play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6 or 7, depending on the clash.
Clash shows.
Oh,
Pint of Strong and Stout to the Wage Might.
So it just blocks 1 on a Stonewall Impasse, which means it will be destroyed when the combat chain closes, since it didn't get the +1 from the clash. But that Pint of Strong and Stout, you know, that's going to turn on the stand ground again on the following turn, which means he's going to get the extra block on the stand ground instead of Stonewall Impasse. So, you know, Daniel's still pretty happy to have been able to draft those cards, you know, combination of the stand ground and the Prime to Fight that we're going to see in the following turn.
This is the turn of the tournament so far. This is Maximilian fighting to stay as our final undefeated player, and Daniel Correas looking to become the 3-0 of the top pod. Both of these players want to be the front runner here. The Mandible Claw going to come in with the go again. Max just deciding on the pitch, sending 3 more damage Daniel's way. Can he take every card out of the hand of Daniel? He's happy to block with everything but that blue on this turn.
This is such a strong turn from Maximilian's side. This is almost like a turn cycle you see in CC. Wild Ride into Claw into another attack.
What if this... Oh, I thought this might have been the Pack Hunt and Intimidate, but no, it's going to be the Rawhide Rumble.
So very, very strong turn from Max there, threatening, how much was that? 6 plus 3 plus
7
another...
because of the might.
Oh, yeah, 7 plus 3 plus 5. That's 15 damage in a draft match. It just goes to show how strong how strong of a deck Max has been able to create in this draft and why he's out here being a sole undefeated player.
And look at this. This is the, you know, the identities of these classes. 15 wide over the long chain, you know, draw and discard random cards versus 15 on one big attack overpower. We've seen it both times in this game. Let's see one other move here. This is going to be the Prime to Fight from Arsenal. Max smiling. He knew it was coming. You can see both players having a bit of a laugh. This is 11 off of 1 card.
So on the bright side for Max, this does not have overpower. And the top of Daniel Correas' deck that we already know is a Pint of Strong and Stout. So Max, you know, is able to block this out and just let Daniel have his turn with a Pint of Strong and Stout. But, you know, this is by no means game over here. Daniel still needs to be able to come up with those last 3 points of damage somewhere else later in his deck.
He currently blocking for a total of 2. That raw meat would not be able to get all the value here. You need to block 9 on the turn. You can't just let block 8 and take 3 here, even if you might like to. 2 3 blocks on these 2 pieces of equipment will not do it.
Yeah, and this Clash of Agility, you know, we spoke about how clashes in this matchup. Well, oh no, you know that there's a Pint of Strong and Stout on the top of Daniel's deck. So actually, the Clash of Agility, you could block with it and, you know, not give your opponent an agility. And not saying this because you want the agility yourself. If you're going to block out with that card, you know, you're not going to be able to use the agility anyway. But you have to make sure that if you're giving a Guardian opponent 4 cards, that they don't get to capitalize on the agility. And because we know it's a Pint of Strong and Stout, there's no way Daniel gets the agility.
Absolutely. Let's listen in as they count the decks. Keep it to themselves. Let's listen as they count the decks and keep it to themselves. But I believe Max is currently sitting on a total of 12, including cards in hand, and Daniel's got 15 or 16 maybe.
Yep, it is the typical Guardian math when it comes to card equity. They will just be slightly better than the Brutes when it comes to the card equity, especially when they send big attacks for these massive points of value, right? We saw the 15 overpower, Prime to Fight, you know, it's just 1 card presenting 11 damage. So if you're going to spend 2 to 3 cards blocking, you are just losing out on card equity.
I wonder when this Prime to Fight came over to Daniel. I wonder when it hit the field. Was it a pack one, pick one type of situation? Did it come later when he was already in Guardian and feeling like, you know, he's in the right seat, sitting pretty?
In a 2 Guardian pod, yeah, that Prime to Fight could have even come later. And you would have just seen that and felt so rewarded knowing for a fact that he's in the correct seat.
But if I don't hit, I'm not yet. Just my idea. Okay. I wanted to tell you my idea. Okay.
Tell me. Let's listen in.
So, but currently it's only 8, so I would be dead if I don't. I'm still thinking.
Very, very astute observation from Max over here. I would be dead if this is all I did.
It shows you the high level play and comprehension of these players. You know.
Yep, 11 minus 8 is indeed 3, which is his life total.
Thinking about this one quickly. Currently 10.
Yep, so potentially saying, yeah, maybe I don't need to block with this raw meat here. You know, that's a very interesting point. You have to weigh up whether you're able to get the value from it again or whether you can even create a might, right?
Would have worked there. Double clash by.
Yep. So both players knew that the top of Daniel's deck was a Pint of Strong and Stout that got revealed, but of course Max didn't know the top of his own deck, like whether it was an attack or maybe one of his few misses, and was trying to weigh that down.
So Max down to 2, yes? Took 1, 3, 6, 9, no, 10, 11. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11. So blocked it all the way out. Oh, with the agility token, yes. Does that pump up the raw meat upon resolution? Looks like the players are representing as such.
Yep.
What a nice little interaction there for Maximilian. Gets to keep the card around.
Yeah, so yeah, that's very fortunate for Max over there, getting and just knowing the intricacies and managing to get the extra block from the raw meat despite not even presenting both tokens.
Yeah, because I guess it's, chain link resolution when the cards would get destroyed, when the temper would trigger, but you can maybe order the trigger in the way the Clash does. Let's see, we're just going to go hardy block and go ahead and take care of the Mandible Claw. Regardless, the raw meat is on the field. Both players are here, but Daniel is sitting at two Maxes 3. The question is, can we overpower an attack?
Yep, so both players know there's a Pint of Strong and Stout in Dale's hand, but it looks like he's going to overpower one of those just natural wage cards. You don't need the aura to overpower with Betsy. You can just overpower these cards. This is coming in for 7 with overpower. Now Max just has 2 block on his equipment.
2 block on his equipment, and only one of them is online.
Sorry, 1 block on his equipment.
Yeah.
Sorry, the raw meat is not blocking, right? He does not have the tokens.
So currently able to stay alive if he has a 3 block in the hand. Let's take a look. No, those are all 2, and that's the game. Daniel Correas moving on to 9-1, and our lone 3-0 of this pod. The Sunflower Samurai can do not but smile, look up to the heavens, and take down the pod.
And with that, we have no more undefeated players finishing the second draft of this Pro Tour Los Angeles, and that is just an incredibly exciting place to be. We spoke at the start of this of the draft rounds that day 2 is when tensions in the air, there's a lot of electricity going around. There's a lot of people still in contention for top 8. People at the top trying to hold their position as the front runners. People in the X2 bracket trying to see if they can 3-0 their pods and make it to be in contention for top 8. And now there's no more undefeateds.
What an incredible game we just got to watch. And for all the talk of how powerful Daniel's turns were, he won the game at 2 life to Max's 3. He was down when the game ended. It just goes to show you the power of the Kayo deck, the power of Maximilian, and the incredible deck quality that Daniel was able to put together. So just what an amazing game.
He only resolved 1 big red aura in that game, and then the other power turn was that Prime to find the middle, which is so incredibly strong. And that's what you get when you are one of 2 Guardians. When you're one of 2 any class in this format, you really do get access to these amazing Majestics.
So, we've done it, folks. We've completed the draft rounds. The players' brains are spinning. It's time to look forward to Classic Constructed. There are only 4 more rounds of Swiss remaining before the all-important top 8 announcement and the Pro Tour hurdles towards completion. First, we're going to take a quick break, and then I will return with my co-anchor, Mitch Ubershouts Leslie, as we look to bring you our news segment entitled This Month in Flesh and Blood. I do hope you stick around. It might not be exactly what you expect, so don't go anywhere. We will be back with the Pro Tour here from Los Angeles in just a moment. Okay, the news, yes.
There's a lot to cover.
News. There's a lot of news.
Very exciting.
Hello, and welcome one and all to this month in Flesh and Blood, our semi-consistent, semi-factual news broadcast where we here in the coverage booth bring you all the important goings-on in our favorite game. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I am joined as always by my illustrious co-anchor, Mitch Ubershouts Leslie. Mitch, I mean, what a Pro Tour we have had so far, my friend. These games we've watched have been incredible. I mean, what have been some of your favorite moments?
Oh, look, I mean...
You know what, and now, on to the news. This month in Flesh and Blood, developers from Legend Story Studios released a video in which they made their predictions for Pro Tour Los Angeles. Within the video, they talked about their picks for the top 8 of the prestigious event, unexpected dark horses, and even which Flesh and Blood team was the best of the best. But this sparked widespread outrage among the community as the other Flesh and Blood teams took to Twitter to stake their own claims of greatness. As the discourse grew and the competition intensified, one man rallied his team to his side, vociferously announcing that his team was the greatest known to Fab. And let's take a look at the photo from the moment that Roger Bodie rallied the Wolfpack to his side. As you can see by this photo, only half of the team were able to answer the call.
Brian Gottlieb, seen here, hearing someone describe how Kayo is bad for the game, is glad to be joining the broadcast here at Pro Tour LA and expressed his excitement watching the player base learn about the new 3 talented heroes. New, Enigma, and Zen have already captivated the minds of Fab players around the world, and speculation runs rampant as to the nature of the Mystic talent and Chi. However, we at the news desk are told by LSS of one final, yet unrevealed hero that will be joining the set. And folks, we have been given permission to share with you this incredibly exciting news. The final hero joining part, the misfail, is Rhinar, Reckless Rampage. Deep apologies, of course, to Arsenal Pass for preemptively ruining their upcoming spoiler.
RTN season has concluded and all eyes are on the Pro Tour. Although there are no players here in the event playing the new hero Olympia, the Grand Gladiator was able to take down an RTN in the Philippines, with Andre C winning the event at 9-0. Eyes on the ground report that the tournament was an incredible success, though one game from the first round was unable to be played to completion. Andre C was able to win an entire RTN in the time it took Brody Spurlock to take just a single turn.
In other news, Bravo, star of the show, dominated the first Living Legend tournament in Barcelona, taking all 8 spots in the top 8. Naturally, LSS moved quickly, restricting powerful attacks from the deck, such as Starstruck and Oakenold. Unfortunately for Starvo players, no new sets have been released with Guardian support in quite some time. And certainly, no new cards have been printed that would benefit from Starvo's hero ability. As a result, we can rest assured that Starvo's dominance is a thing of the past. Wait, what do those do? Concuss.
It's a hero.
Command, respect. Oh, good God. Never mind. Good luck out there, folks.
Brian Gottlieb, seen here reading the card Codex of Frailty, is one of the many LSS devs who have discussed the power of the new Prism, Awakener of Soul, from Dusk Till Dawn. Much has been said about the first new Luminaris printed in Dusk Till Dawn and how the replacement Luminaris has felt somewhat underwhelming. In listening to the devoted Prism players, heavy hitters saw the release of a new expansion card in Luminaris, Angel's Glow. It brings new lines of play and all kinds of powerful strategies to the Illusionist cohorts. But unfortunately, Prism has yet to truly crack the metagame and still languishes in the much maligned C tier. To continue to help the Illusionist players, LSS has revealed to the news desk plans for another new sideboard card, expansion card in Part the Mistveil. Literally, just a sideboard guide.
Pro Tour Los Angeles marks the triumphant debut of one of the esports industry's greatest talents. Me, Mitch Leslie, in the Pro Flesh and Blood coverage booth. I am honored to join my cohorts here in Los Angeles and look forward to sharing my passion and insight surrounding the game I love so much. Fab has meant a lot to me in these years, and I truly love being a part of this wonderful community. That's really nice. That is true, you know. That's nice of you to write that stuff.
Keep reading.
To help the Fab community get to know me better, here are some of my real and actual opinions. Plastic packs are better than paper packs. Arc-like Sentinel loops are fun to play again. Man, come on. That's
Keep reading. Do not make me say it twice.
And Winner's Whale was perfectly balanced.
This guy. There has been some discussion recently of Americans being too featured in the broadcast booth, as the increased coverage of this region leads to incredible players from other areas not getting as much time in the spotlight. We here at the news desk wish to get thoughts on this important matters from players here at the Pro Tour. When asked about this issue, Michael Hamilton said, "Oh, hi, Sam. Why are you doing that newscaster voice? Is this a joke?" While Charles Dunn said, "No thank you, I don't want to be interviewed by you. Last time we did this, you obnoxiously slurped your iced coffee every time I answered a question, and it seemed like you were purposefully shaking the ice so it was as loud as possible." Pablo Pintor was reported to... Oh, I'm so sorry, we are running out of time and we have to move on.
Brian Gottlieb is seen here listening to people that saying the meta is too open is one of the casters who has worked with Brendan Patrick, famed podcaster and the guy who thinks it's interesting, right? Brendan has recently announced a soft retirement from the casting booth so that he can focus on competing in high-level flesh and blood again. And his podcast partner, Hayden Dale, has revealed Brendan's strategy for the Pro Tour tournament. Say the word heuristics during the match so many times that his opponent simply dies from boredom.
The Pro Tour is in full swing, and the community is keeping their tournament secrets close to the chest, as the top flesh and blood teams have spent the last month honing in on their strategies and trying their best to keep their deck spice from leaking. Another person keeping something close to their chest is my co-caster, Pankaj Bhojwani. He's hiding something. He's hiding any flaw at all. I mean, it's exhausting, honestly. He's handsome. He's tall. He's incredibly good at the game. He's won a PTI event. I've never won a PTI event. I mean, have you ever won a PTI event? I mean, he got to do Worlds. I didn't get to do Worlds. He's a songwriter. He's tall. He's handsome. He has an accent and.
Okay, it's gonna be okay.
It's just it's a lot sometimes.
Yeah. You're doing great.
Thank you.
He's doing great.
Thank you.
The release of Heavy Hitters introduced the new Golden Guardian to the world of Wraith. Enter Victor Goldmane, a guardian whose presence evokes both admiration and speculation. Portrayed in the beautiful art is a blonde-haired knight atop a majestic steed, and it is this art that has ignited a spirited debate within the community. Is Victor the man or the stallion? Though the answer remains unclear, if there's one thing we know about Guardian players, Victor is surely packing a huge deck of cards. Deck of, come on, like the card, what? Because of the horse? No, it's a deck.
You're on your own, dude.
It's a, Brian, not you two, it's a deck.
This
Package,
has
deck.
been this month in Flesh and Blood. Good luck, have fun, and good night.
Might be a first that we've actually cut in before our timer runs out, because things are starting to move awfully quick as we approach the business end here of our Pro Tour Los Angeles. That's right, still a whole day of top 8 to go, but we need to find out who will populate that. And now with round 11 on the horizon, we're through our draft for Pro Tour Los Angeles. We're done. Now back into our classic constructed rounds.
Forever.
Continue.
We're locked in classic constructed from this point forward. We're going to be playing the CC format.
Yeah, that's right, from here on out. And again, we are whittling the field down round by round to find our top 8. Let's talk standings, everybody, and see what the field looks like now after those rounds. Of course, we've been following along with a lot of these top players. Maximilian, Klein, Thebeau, Daniel Correas, all looking fantastic. They're 9 points, of course. Some huge names have snuck into this top 24.
Yeah, these are last round standings, but I can tell you some of what has evolved from this point. We did see Maximilian Klein take a loss. So that means no more undefeated players in this tournament. Everyone's sitting at 1 loss. That's going to be very interesting as we head down the stretch. And I will update you on some of these other results as well. I know sitting at 9 points, Pablo Pintor going to be in our feature match area this round on Rhinar, taking on none other than Alan Lau. What a murderer's row for Alan Lau to try and finally get that big breakthrough. You already took down Michael Hamilton. Now it's time to battle with Pablo.
Talk about a gauntlet. That is absolutely brutal stuff. Alan played an incredible Kayo game in that matchup, going up against Pablo Pintor on the Rhinar. Pablo, of course, credited with one of the most incredible run backs in flesh and blood history. Going 0-2 and then turning that into a win, a huge tournament. So big shout out to Pablo there. Some notable names still in the mix. Joshua Lau comes out of the draft phase, I think, doing pretty well for himself. John Ho, we got to catch on stream yesterday, falling against Dromai with this mid-range Viserai list, but still able to find great success through limited and keep himself well and truly in the picture. Ben Dodd as well, I'm seeing here from Australia, New Zealand. I think it's Australian, excuse me. One of the players credited, I think, with turning Azuri into a real machine. That red line list that Ben Dodd was able to come up with, I think, was very, very impressive. So, that's a player to watch for sure.
Yeah, a great start to the tournament for Ben. I also know, picking up wins last round, Connor Bryant, maybe a name not super familiar to the crowd out there, a couple of battle-hardened top 8s, but no big finishes yet. I know him, one of my oldest friends in the world, local to my game store in East Greenbush, New York. Flipside Gaming plays there with a host of dedicated flesh and blood players. Works with Team Runaways, really looking to put himself on the map with that first big finish.
Arthur Trahet, we saw him featured in our top draft pod yesterday as well. This is a fearsome-looking top 24. Francesco, obviously falling here, obviously with a couple of those draft rounds not going the way he was looking for. Called that on camera as we followed along with him, building up that KO deck in our first draft yesterday. Joel Repta as well. That Toronto scene is absolutely brutal. Incredible players out there. Yeah, Michael Yasker, of course. Joel Repta, Tariq Patel, I think, can be pretty closely associated with that region. So keep an eye out for Joel and the Canadians as they make their run here. They vie for supremacy to make that into top 8. Let us move on, though, folks, to our feature match. It's going to be a battle of brutes. 2 different sides of the same coin. It's Pablo Pintor on Rhinar taking on Alan Lau on Kayo. And of course, Pablo, very, very well-known player. This is a Sunflower Samurai versus Blue Pitch team battle.
Yeah, this is another one. We focused a lot of our early narratives with Blue Pitch as versing off with the Wolfpack. Sunflower Samurai thus far in this Pro Tour saying, guys, what about us?
Yep.
Pablo Pintor, of course, in striking distance here. His teammate Daniel Correas doing extremely, extremely well, sitting at the very tippy top of those standings. So Sunflower Samurai not done with this best team discussion thus far.
Alan showed us some incredibly tight play. It looks like these guys are already jumping into the game. That's right. Looks like Alan now clearing some of these blue Wrecker Romps from the hand here. Trying to maybe look for something a little bit nicer to start the game with good and proper. That's a 6 discarded, which Alan is denoting.
Yeah, both these players sitting at 8 wins
the mini
right
sleeves.
now.
I love them.
8 and 2 apiece for these players. We do have 5 players at 9 wins.
That is cute. Get that reckless swing out. Get some free damage early. Alan now not hoping to leak really that turn, just wanting to filter. So Pablo cheeky, starting with a 2 life lead.
Don't leaks usually work the other way? Usually the offensive player is getting some early damage in. And
Generally.
you have to love this pick from Pablo Pintor. It is off meta. Even teammates of Pablo Pintor's. I don't think this Rhinar pick is really all that duplicated amongst the Sunflower Samurai. I think there are more KOs than Rhinars, but Pablo's saying it is time to go a little bit more mid-range, look for that disruption. Obviously loves the KO matchup. If you're choosing this deck, you believe you have game into KO.
Absolutely. I see the Command and Conquer off 2 reds for Pablo's. Maybe not the most stunning hand. Alan now has some of that of his own here. This time, though, with a Might token. So deploying a Command and Conquer at a breakpoint is much more threatening here. For Pablo to block this efficiently might take a little more than just those 2 cards.
This hand is a great illustration of why you may choose to go with something like Rhinar. You get access to a more middle-of-the-road game plan. You get access to D-Reacts, usually a huge boon in defending out this KO. But unfortunately, on this turn, Alan Lau does have the secret sauce. Going to be shutting off that Sink Below in hand. Pablo Pintor is going to have to look for some different defenses here. And it is going to be some equipment move forward.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, quite a commitment here from Pablo. Really valuing protecting that arsenal. 7 points of defense with that Apex Bone Breaker, and the Scab Skin Leather is going to get a Might for his troubles for the next turn.
I want to remind folks about that Scowling Flashbag in play for both players. Alan actually trading that in the Michael Hamilton match just for 2 points of value. Hamilton got 12 points of value from his Flashbag.
Came out on top, though, Mitch.
That's right. That's what's incredible, I think, about that game. He got rid of a red bear fangs in the hand. Defense reaction here. Bit of a send packing come up. Arsenal banished for now. And look at what it was.
Yeah, it was a Blood Rush Bellow, so going to want to dodge the on-hit here is Alan Lau. And send packing a very, very powerful pickup for these brutes, leveraging them extremely well. And, of course, a critical breakpoint on the send packing on the back of that Might token. You see why Might token's so deceptively powerful immediately in this matchup.
And that's part of why Pablo blocked so aggressively with his equipment last turn. He needs a break, he wants a breakpoint rather for send packing, so the Apex Bone Breaker gets in front. Pablo cannot create these Might tokens nearly as easily as Kayo can, as Rhinar. But having a way on board to do that, to guarantee that, is important. And yeah, Alan now has to work a little bit to block this out. He'll basically mirror Pablo's block with one less piece of equipment, making sure he can kick that Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah, and very interesting here. Pablo, IP penalty, did not use the entire hand, has a card left over. And
Rhinar vibes.
Given the context of defending with all those equipments, that's a really, really interesting decision this early in the match. And Pablo knows what's coming on this turn. And unfortunately, that Sink Below just kind of haunting Pablo right now, making for some very inefficient defense. I suspect we might see another equipment here.
Here it comes.
Yeah, and it is going to be the Apex Bone Breaker again. We'll see if Pablo can find that disruption on his next turn.
Yeah, Command and Conquer in the hand for Pablo. So again, would like to present a breakpoint on that Arsenal disruption effect here. Both players being extremely efficient, but putting a lot of these equipment in front early. Tunic counter taken here, and here it is off of a red. That Sink Below's been useless in hand against much of these Command and Conquers.
Look at Alan having a laugh. He says, that makes perfect sense.
Yep, I have the breakpoint antidote, though, in that 1 toughness Apex Bone Breaker, and 2 cards from hand.
Slow and steady start here for both these players. You're going to definitely see Pablo with a more relaxed approach to the match. Very happy to play defense. Very happy to find windows to go ahead and push through damage with Intimidate. How about the third Command and Conquer? And Pablo's got the D-React again.
Two D-Reacts in his hand.
2 D-Reacts. And look, Command and Conquer is fearsome against Rhinar. It usually doesn't happen quite this fast, though. And for another time, we may see those Scab Skins put in. And if you're Alan Lau, having burned through all of this equipment already, that's a huge, huge win. Tremendous win for Alan.
Now, this is pod racing. Both of our players leaving it all out there and allowing those equipment suites to become absolutely battered and bruised. The Arsenal card for Pablo is what I'm not sure about here. We actually might see a, Scab Skin Leathers activation.
Yeah, time for a roll. Let's live that brute life. Okay. Neutral. Just going to get the 1 action point. Pablo's going to go ahead and fire up the Mandible Claw.
1 claw. That'll be all Pablo has to work with here. Now, that Arsenal card, not too sure. Is that another D-React? That might have been why he's been reluctant to see it go. But at some point, maybe it might have been more efficient just to let that be carted away. So we'll have to see. It looks like, that Sink Below is
the last remaining card in hand was Sink Below. Another little bit of inefficiency. Honestly, though, the inefficiency It hasn't manifested all that much for Pablo. Life total still looking very healthy. I guess where the manifestation is in the loss of all those equipment pieces very early. Is going to be happy to have that sink below on this Blood Rush Bellow turn just to soak up a little bit more damage. We'll see how he wants to navigate this defensively. How defensive is Pablo? That's the big question for me right now.
Alan was really waiting for a turn where Pablo just swung a claw. That's when he can, actually Blood Rush Bellow with more than 2 cards in his hand and have a good turn. I mean, and this seems good.
Looks
We've
strong.
got a Bare Fangs in hand. A Pulping also would have been a possibility. That did get discarded to the Blood Rush Bellow here. But a very, very tall Bare Fangs will come in, and a decent place for the D-Reacts to block efficiently.
Yeah, another D-React in Arsenal, so Pablo with a very effective defending hand. And I guess, there's always ups and downs when it comes to Flesh and Blood. You have seen all 3 Command and Conquers. You probably didn't want to start your match that way, but you know it's not going to be an issue going forward. That does give some clarity to how you can sculpt your hands.
This time, it's Runner. Looking pretty hefty here at 8.
Pablo for 8 is this attack.
Not exactly working with most aggressive hand, so probably happy to offer some cardboard here defensively. Barraging Beatdown is in hand there. Blue Wrecker Rom. Cool. Yeah, nothing really right home about in terms of offensive power.
Yeah, looks like another Sink Below in hand for Pablo, so just loaded with those D-Reacts. As much as Alan has drawn the Command and Conquers, Pablo has drawn the D-Reacts.
Good time to find them here. Doesn't feel great, throwing them in front of claws, so here's the Agile wind-up. We are going to be throwing that away. That's being discarded, not played onto the combat chain. Just at the end of the turn here to generate a little bit of value and guarantee a bit of a wider turn. So just 2 attacks off that Blood Rush Bellow. Not exactly what Alan was hoping for. Definitely was thinking that pulping would be a key part of having a broader turn.
Yeah, just a nice little flurry of offense.
As we'll be playing Romping Club at this point. This game plan Pablo is sort of kind of forced to adhere to right now. Very mid-range. Just swing that weapon and block.
I can't emphasize it enough, Mitch. It's so critical to see how Pablo envisions himself winning this game. Is it about fatigue? Is it about defense and just running Alan Lau out of good options? Does that work with how the game has gone thus far? I think yes, for the most part. I think Pablo has projected life total very well. You have a Blood Rush Bellow down. You're sitting at 37. All the Command and Conquers are gone. There's a lot of good indications that you have effectively started this game on the defensive foot. It's just a question if there's a pivot in the future at some point.
Savage Feast here will replenish a card for 6 or more is discarded. Runner fits that bill perfectly. This was often an agility token, so the Savage Feast is a 7 go again attack.
Everything Kayo does is efficient. Feels above rate. Only solace, very little disruption in the Kayo deck. Very few ways to stop your opponent from what they're doing. It feels like Lexi without the ice sometimes.
Right.
And I think that's a much safer thing to have in the metagame, much more easy to attack. And you see a lot of players bringing some special sauce to attack that Kayo deck this weekend, including Pablo.
Can you disrupt him to any point? It looks like Pablo is really bringing a lot of arsenal disruption, send packing and Command and Conquer. Also investing heavily in ensuring that many of those represent breakpoints with that Apex Bone Breaker early in the game. That's, in the past, with equipment that's just blocking, you generally don't want to try and send it too early unless you're covering up disruptive on hits, of which Kayo doesn't have many. But when you have upside, like a Might token created, to push you to those 4s or 7s, you feel totally fine about using it early, getting a value, and then making it hard to block your disruptive on hits.
Pablo happy to cover up that claw with Warmonger's Diplomacy. I don't think I've seen a Warmonger's Diplomacy this weekend. That may be the first one.
That's also why Azalea is having a decent time here. Castbone's actually
but a
coming
whiff.
up with Bare Fangs.
Yeah, not a great piece of output here for Alan Lau. Just 6 on that Bare Fangs. Not many whiffs in the KO deck.
6 maybe? 3 copies of Castbones, 3 Blood Rush Bellows.
Usually, and a Reckless Swinger too, but that's usually the ceiling. You cap out around 8-ish misses a lot of the time. Alan a bit unlucky there, losing 2 points of value on the Bare Fangs. Got to love that if you're Pablo Pintor. And Pablo looks like just happy to defend on this cycle, and I believe that's going to leave a Blood Rush Bellow in the arsenal for a future turn. Trying to find some off cycles in Alan Lau's output, and the signs point to this being a good time to establish that arsenal. Only a Might token on this turn. No arsenal for Alan.
But some disruption of arsenals here as it's send packing which is
key piece of disruption.
yeah, it has the impact of revealing the card in Arsenal, which is obviously pretty helpful, and then put it under extreme duress because, again, that might token, which, as we've mentioned, a very easy, almost accidental sometimes to create here for Kayo, means that it's Pablo's still priced into this more defensive game, and now it doesn't actually have an elegant way of covering up a 7-power attack.
You know, Pablo had been flush with D-Reacts up until this point.
Yeah,
now in a
not
moment
happy.
where, and you see it on his face, that is exactly what he is expressing. He's like, I've had a D-React every turn of this game, and now when I really need one to go ahead and protect that Blood Rush Bellow, not present. What's going to be the defense from Pablo here?
Credit where it's due for Pablo is that he has been able to use those defense reactions effectively when they were there, right? Outside of those command and conquer turns, which he was happily through the Apex Bone Breaker into many of those blocks. But now, yeah, there isn't a simple way of doing this. 3-card block. Oh, you have the Blood Rush in your arsenal already. That'll come back if you can protect against the send packing, but you need more to accompany the Blood Rush Bellow. You need to discard off of that card. It's part of the cost. So you can't do anything with 1 card in a Blood Rush.
I think this is actually a pretty good indicator for how Pablo sees himself going ahead and eventually winning this game, should that come to fruition. If he prioritizes just 3-card block, pitch the Blood Rush Bellow, keep the Blood Rush in deck, it's telling you he believes he needs all 3 Blood Rush Bellows to kind of close this game out, to offer the damage he's going to need. And he's not actually just trying to totally turtle up and raw fatigue Allen. And honestly, I do think you need a hybrid approach. If you just sit there and try and defend, Kayo will absolutely find the windows. Let's see how Pablo wants to defend. He's agonizing between 2 cards or 3, and it is an extremely tough decision he has already been put to early on in this match.
It feels like it might be a 3-card block, pitch a Blood Rush to claws, and, keep that one in arsenal.
That is what it's going to be, and now that's starting to tell me that Pablo really does want to keep that Blood Rush Bellow for the future. It is going to be Mandible Claw coming through. But again, a lot of disruption has been worked through for Pablo. There is some certainty that Blood Rush Bellow, should it go back into Arsenal, it's going to be just fine in the future.
Yeah, it's a lot of info, though, for Alan. He now knows there's a Blood Rush in Arsenal. One has been pitched to the bottom of the deck, so they are very spaced out. This is just a 3-power attack. Now, while they may not look threatening on face, Alan has suffered a number of those while Pablo's been blocking quite heavily.
Yeah, and despite the offensive output from Alan, which I think has been higher, Pablo finds himself with the life lead thus far.
Yeah, but the D-Reacts prevent you from leaking those little bits of damage here on those Blood Rush turns, and also that Bare Fangs not getting the bonus, which is often where some damage is leaked. That really hurts Alan. He's not able to really get above curve here, and showing a straight-up 6-power attack here, Pablo might realize there's an opening to start to do something. This is a good turn to leak damage and actually try for a Blood Rush play of your own.
Yeah, he's going to push that Beast Within through, and then Agile wind up discarding and setting up for the next turn. So
that was the off turn.
Not a huge amount of output there from Alan. I do like how Alan is managing the turns, making sure not to satisfy himself with small bits of output. He's looking for large bits. But speaking of large bits of output, how about a little Blood Rush Bellow action?
Of course, not using the Tunic counter because you need to get that Bone Breaker Bellow out of your hand. It's not a 6. You don't want to risk that being discarded to Blood Rush Bellow and having your turn ended.
Yeah, but discarded to the ability here is Massacre, and that means Rhinar is going to go ahead and do a little intimidating here for the first time in this match. 4th card going to be unavailable for defense. And now we're going to draw up from that Blood Rush Bellow. Warmongers. Swing big.
Swing big's there. That's beautiful.
That's fine. Yep.
Let's do 5 first. This Claw comes on in. These players tied on life totals, both at 8 and 2.
Yeah, it looks like we're set up well for a second Claw attack into a swing big here with the help of that Tunic.
Got the resources.
So, yeah,
exactly.
really nice Blood Rush Bellow turn. This is what the Rhinar Blood Rush Bellow turns really want to look like.
You've got to be 3 wide, right?
Absolutely, but here's a bit of a problem. That Scowling Flesh Bag is out there, and that is going to go ahead and intimidate a card trying to shut down one of these Blood Rush Bellow
Not the swing
turns.
big. Actually, don't think that was...
I don't think it was.
That's huge.
I think the Warmongers stood. And if
Was
that
it an
last
Alpha
card,
Rampage?
I'm not 100% sure, but I do think we maintained the swing big,
That is
and I
huge.
think Pablo completely faded that Scowling Flesh Bag. And
20.
you see the variance inherent in that card.
20 damage turn? Okay. I'm in for that. Cast Bones here being looked at by Alan Lau. Would have loved it on the previous turn if he was going to take one off. Being put in front, we're leaking a little bit more damage now. Pablo Pintor starting to flex the muscles here. Tunic counter taken and a swing big comes down. Absolutely stellar And it's 10 to follow up 2 instances of 5 damage. What a turn.
Love tracking these brute mirrors in terms of small gambles, small wins, when things break in favor of one player or another due to variance. And Pablo Pintor nailed the variance lottery there, did keep that swing big in hand, and was able to have the perfect Blood Rush Bellow turn.
I think if that wasn't Alpha Rampage, he wouldn't have been able to do this. If it was a swing big instead, or God forbid, the blue that had gone away. Alan Lau not having great fortune with his Scowling Fleshbag plays on camera, at least. Runner gets on under that one.
Yeah, Hamilton gets 10 value, Alan Lau gets 2.
10 plus the 2 block, right? I don't think it gets any better than 12 value. I'm not really sure, but yes, absolutely incredible stuff. So Pablo gets himself a hefty life lead, 12 points, a bit of tempo, headed his way after some awkward turns that he navigated with finesse. Here's a Bear Fangs that is going to be buffed up, and that's a great way to have a small turn.
Yeah, 2 card 9 with go again. Everything cruising at this point.
Alan with a Tunic counter up can claw to follow this up.
I think that last cycle was a big win for Pintor. He feels decidedly advantaged at this point. No, there's more powerful options. Still has his Scowling Fleshbag available.
All right. Pablo offers up 2 cards, playing off 2 and an arsenal himself. One of those looks like a D-React and a blue Barraging Beatdown, perhaps. And we'll find out what card got banished off of that Scowling Fleshbag. If it is an Alpha Rampage, that represents pretty nice value.
You know how this one works?
It's like a dig up dinner here. Yeah, dig up dinner from Pintor.
You choose 3 rounds.
I think the card obviously
everyone's going to have a read.
I'm trying to read it, yeah.
Everyone's going to have a read at dig up dinner.
Back into my deck.
I like this card a lot. This is a card that came out in DTD, sort of flew under the radar a little bit, but is finding some niche homes in these brute decks and really showing its power along the way.
Gaining 3 life. Have a claw to follow it up because it has go again.
So it's 6.
Put 3 random cards from your graveyard. Oh my goodness, beautiful.
How about perfects? How about we just absolutely nail it and we get back 3 bangers from Dig Up Dinner?
Love that.
A beautiful defensive turn from Pintor thus far.
Yeah, again, obviously you don't have much choice over what goes back into your deck, but it's really density that matters, especially if there is that secondary win condition of trying to outlast the Kayo. And if following up with a claw is very respectable turn here. That means we have a defense reaction headed for the arsenal. I like it a lot from Mr. Pintor.
Rhinar got such effective tools in heavy hitters, and I understand why Kayo's getting all the headlines. It's raw brutality. The numbers are often absurd, but Rhinar is the deck that I think has legs coming out of this heavy hitters format. I think it is adaptable to every metagame. You can purpose build Rhinar for whatever you're going to face. And I think the Rhinar stands are finally going to be rewarded after years and years of suffering.
No doubt about it. Here's a wild ride, though, from Alan Lau. Shuffle, shuffle.
Blood Rush Bellow in hand for Pintor. So I wonder if maybe this is the moment where Pablo just commits to keeping his foot on the gas, and giving up a little bit of life to this wild ride along the way. Trying to get a suitable number.
You're trying to roll a 1 to 4 here. Sand packing getting discarded. Pablo Pintor, the defense reaction on Arsenal. So that would be a little annoying to have that sent away.
It does have
on attack banish, so he won't have a chance to defend with it.
Does have the Command and Conquer in hand. Doesn't necessarily play all that well with Blood Rush Bellow turns, but nicely a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal. Going to be able to use that to both get a little bit more information, which is useful with that Blood Rush Bellow in hand.
Extremely.
As well as do a little defending. 2 points of damage going to leak through on Pintor.
Swing big. Looks good. That's nice. Follow up. That's nice, he says.
That it is. That is.
Nice for whom exactly?
Taking 8.
He's taking 8, he says, down to 19. Pablo Pintor, you know he is winding up to send a haymaker back across the table.
If I am Alan, I do not like hearing that. That is terrifying news that Pablo has elected to take 8 here, and I have a very good guess what is coming. That classic Brute Flourish. It is time.
Gets the Bone Breaker out of hand off the pitch. No Tunic counter up, bear in mind. So we
Some
kept extra
potentially
cards.
reduced output here, but gets rid of that command and conquer, and I think that bodes well actually for Pintor. I like the opportunity to grab another brute card potentially and benefit.
You
from
want
that
the plus
Blood
two,
Rush
yeah. Can't find
This
a 1
die
to
is
4.
absolutely cursed. Can we get
All
these
right.
people some new die, please?
We'll draw 2.
All right. There's the Intimidate. There's the Draw 2.
Alpha Rampage.
Alpha Rampage on a turn
I
like
think a
this.
lot of reds possibly.
Ooh, you're right.
Yeah,
Brian.
triple red hand. Not what you want to
Ooh.
see here. Can we still cobble together a nice turn on the back of Mandible Claw +1 potentially? There's a pack hunt.
Don't like it. An Alpha Rampage not going to be making an appearance here. Said it's a pack hunt and a resigned shake of the head. Still a nice little 8 power attack with, of course, a Intimidate. So we are very well positioned to squeeze a little bit more damage through.
Yeah, a decent turn for sure for Pintor, but this could have been a haymaker turn, could have been potentially lights out for Alan. So again, tracking the variance of these brute matchups, a little bit more variance, this time going in Alan Lau's favor, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, as a defending player against Intimidate turns, you lose a lot of your agency to sort of sculpt your hand as a brute player to select the cards you'd like to part with here. Like non-6s that block 3, for example, that always sort of feels good. But it's a Blood Rush Bellow coming back the other way. That's right. Everything being left on the table for these two.
And let's just find the window where we're using the Scowling Flashback. This is going to be
it's
the
gotta
turn.
be here,
Almost
right?
Certainly. Does get rid of a Pulping. Not a bad card to have discarded, presumably.
Second Pulping discarded from an Alan Lau Blood Rush Bellow. A huge part if you're... There's no agility token.
No agility thus far. Yeah, going to have to rely on potentially Claw, maybe something like a Wild Ride drawn here to go ahead and produce that go again. But instead,
yuck!
It's another Blood Rush Bellow and a Cast Bones. And that is awkward, Mitch. That is extremely awkward, especially with 2 resources already floating.
Can you salvage this? Well, it depends what's in your arsenal, I suppose. But again, not a high resource density in hand either. Alan may be hoping for multiple Blood Rush turns here to start to turn Pablo into a bit of a human pretzel.
Yeah, are we just going Claw into pitch, Cast Bones, play the Blood Rush Bellow, and kind of lose the value on this Claw? I'm not sure how Alan's going to want to play this turn. But you need to get output here. You have to do something to Pablo's life total.
Pablo, though, doesn't want to offer more than 1 card to start with. He's now reconsidering this decision. I mean, with a life buffer like this, a couple turn cycles being more defensive, this doesn't seem like the turn to let the damage come through anyway. Let's have a gander.
We're going to look for a little information here.
What do you think Pablo is after?
Not quite sure what he's looking for in this scenario. Could be trying to check just number of problematic reds still left in deck, how many
Blood
pieces
rushes
of large output. I think disruption is a consideration as well. Obviously, you don't want to commit defense early on in the combat chain if there's a disruptive effect coming on the back end.
Okay, Warmongers. It's in front. High Roller also to block. That's fun. Okay, there it is. So there was at least a powerful option here. Swing big for 10. Pablo is familiar with this one. Are we IPing ourselves here, Alan?
I think we have Agile Windup in hand, which should serve to go ahead and at least create an
Get him out of
agility.
that.
It will not create the My Token. We've already created that from the Blood Rush Bellow.
All right. Take 7 to 12. Does Pablo. And Agile Windup discarded. We're not IPing ourselves either. It's all hunky-dory.
It's okay. It is okay. I mean, it didn't go great for Alan on the draw, but I think found some nice damage. Pablo Pintor starting to be in a vulnerable range. Let's see what the offer is from Pablo on this turn. Going to go ahead and roll those scabs.
Not today, sir.
Neutral once more.
I mean, it would be a double claw, I think, if he rolls anything more than a 3.
Yeah, you assume a blue there and was looking for the tunic counter plus blue to go ahead and double claw.
It's a bit awkward, that. Alan, however, forced to part with 0 pieces of cardboard. This is going to be a Bare Fangs with an agility token popping at the start of the turn.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. We know that Cast Bones is safely tucked away in Arsenal. Should this Bare Fangs go ahead and get buffed, we're talking 2-9 go again with Pablo at 12. And I think it is very critical that Alan goes ahead and takes cards here, because otherwise it's going to be facing Intimidate from Pablo. That could just end his day right now.
Here it is. The Scowling Fleshbag finds a moment to get involved.
Yep.
1 resource floating.
Very smart Fleshbag usage. Pablo didn't get suckered in on the last turn. Just going to go ahead and take a card here from Alan.
Hit the 2 block. Everyone watching Alan's face for a tell. Pack Hunt, and a Claw to follow it up. That's huge. It's quite possible that Pablo's forced Alan to divest himself of a resource card that might have allowed him to do more this turn, but a Cast Bones on the backside doesn't suck either.
Yeah, this is a critical juncture in this game. It's very, very important that Pablo finds a window here because he knows what he's facing on the next go-around. He has to go ahead, and frankly, he may need to win the game here. Yes. I think it's critical that Pablo finds a good piece of Intimidate and is able to leak some damage here. Has to offer at least 6, if nothing else, demand a card from Alan Lau's hand.
Okay, those turns are pretty big when you can, use an agility token to send, 8, then 3, then a Cast Bones for a virtual 6 value here as we go up to 7 might tokens. And that agility token, of course, would have been created either way. That many might on the field. Cast Bones is an unbelievable card that still some KO players are preferring to go without at the moment.
Oh, and what a perfect card for this scenario. It is going to be this barraging beatdown. Getting the first Intimidate out of the way. Is there more to follow? A second barraging beatdown. How about another Intimidate?
Wait.
What is the last
card?
We
have the Rampage in hand?
Show No Mercy coming down. Talked about some new tools from heavy hitters, Mitch. Going to go ahead and intimidate that card. And this, if this card is committed to defense, it's getting buffed. And I don't know how Alan gets out of this scenario.
We have so much buff, and that's enough to get there. Incredible. Show No Mercy ends the game. Intimidate you 3 times. And present you a number that is just far too big to overcome. And don't forget what was waiting for Pablo Pintor around the corner. 7 might tokens on Alan Lau's board. It was a Damocles sword hanging over that next turn cycle. But very quickly, it's a quick left-right good night from Pablo Pintor to take the win.
Had to find the win in that last instance and was able to. I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I could sit here and watch these brute mirrors all day. I think they're so interesting, so intriguing. There's variants, there's high rolls, there's disasters, there's jubilation, there's everything you want in a match of flesh and blood.
We don't even know exactly what that Scowling Flesh bag hit, but Alan was only able to go claw into Cast Bones, and we saw that Pablo was not going to hand over any more pieces of cardboard, but he can present, and this is something Kayo cannot do, presenting 3 instances of Intimidate back to back. Had it been more, just forget about it. We know what Show No Mercy does. It gets buffed if your opponent has no cards in their hand. The silver bullet to put an end to Mr. Kayo, armed and dangerous there. And Pablo, 9 wins. That is ridiculous. We've got more games, though. Backup match here for you, so we'll waste no time, but I am still buzzing after that brute showdown. Daniel Correas here on your left. Obviously, as we know, on Kayo, this is Peter Ward of England, also on Kayo.
Got exactly what I wanted, Mitch. We're back into the brute mirrors, and we will be sure to be featuring some of the other heroes at the top, as we saw when we went through that metagame breakdown. There's a wide array of heroes, but at the very tippy top right now are Daniel Correas and Peter Ward, both representing Kayo, armed and dangerous.
Another Sunflower Samurai here at 9-1. That team has had an absolute blinder of a Pro Tour so far. Have a look at all these European players showing us how it's done. How about a little Cast Bones to start off the game here? Now, we have a miss there.
Yeah, there is a Blood Rush Bellow in the mix, so that means 5 mites. Still an okay first turn, I suppose. I would love...
It's good.
I would love just a little bit more juice, but what can you do?
Yeah, just the one more agility token would have been the dream for Peter Ward here, but being able to put something on board that represents damage on turn 0 is one of the best ways to start a game of Flesh and Blood. Daniel Correas, conversely, wasn't able to sort of discard a wind up that turn, so it doesn't have an agility token. It might just be a classic Bare Fangs here and have not much else to do with the rest of your hand.
I love the pace early on of these brute mirrors. They kind of set the tone for future turns.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here's a little pace for you. How about a scab skin roll? Let's kick things off that way. And
Beautiful.
2 action points. Let's do it.
Okay, no wind up required. We have that virtual go again with 2 action points available. We're going to follow with the Cast Bones of our own. Remember, 6 powers gets you 6 might tokens plus an agility token.
Yeah, and I think we got there.
We
got all 6 of them.
Oh, man. This deck is so good, Brian.
That it is. And this is a fine usage of that additional action point, setting up for the future as well as able to go ahead and produce some offense on this turn. Certainly we'll come out of this with an arsenal. And then the game starts in earnest, I believe. Both these players jumping right into haymakers. And we've seen different flavors of this deck as we've moved throughout the days. Some folks choosing to eschew cast bones. And
Yes.
I get it. I really do. Like, I do not want to question that decision. I understand the philosophy behind it. I understand where you come from. But I'm a big dum-dum. I see these kind of numbers produced from cast bones. I'm signing myself up.
Yeah.
I'm going ahead and firing them all day long.
The players that really hyper-fixate on that consistency, which sometimes just isn't the point when you're playing Brute. Sometimes playing to play Guardian when they're playing Brute is might be a possibility here. But to follow this up with a Command and Conquer, because of the extra action point, yeah, that's very, very nice.
These Command and Conquers have looked so critical in these Brute matchups so far, just preventing your opponent from playing with those 5-card hands that they do leverage pretty well in a lot of instances.
And in fairness, Daniel didn't really have an opportunity to gain a Might token off of any discard effects or the Apex Bone Breaker jumping into block. So can't turn this into a break point, but Peter might want to do just that here, creating an additional Might token with the Apex Bone Breaker jumping in front. A beautiful extended out runner also being trashed. And here we go. 6 Might tokens now with that additional one created. Just trying to stay on pace here with Daniel Correas and a Blood Rush Bellow. Okay.
It's pretty good pace.
Yeah, I like that. Discard the wind up, get yourself a Might token, draw 2. And here we go.
What is the pickup from Peter Ward? Peter Ward, I believe, a battle-hardened winner in the past, if I recall correctly, on the back of Kassai. Changing teams a bit here. Looking to pick up Brute this go-around.
I mean, if you like numbers, you play Kassai and maybe eventually see Kayo and realize that the grass might be greener on the Brute side. Obviously, the lack of sort of agility token, less of an issue now that we've discarded a 6 and Blood Rush Bellow is conferring that bonus to our claws. So claw into attack seems like the most likely line here. And of course, turn these Might tokens into a big bit of damage.
Pete having to think about the texture of this hand. That usually implies things didn't go quite perfectly.
Looks that way.
Yeah, swing big going to be the play here. I mean, it is a big swing, like a big swing.
Yeah, it's a swing for 16.
That qualifies as swinging big in my book.
Daniel has to leak much of this. Apex Bone Breaker coming in here. It looks like there was a send packing.
Going to pick up a little offense for the turn is Daniel on the back of that Apex Bone Breaker.
Daniel, very animated, very jovial through the draft rounds here, but I think he's starting to realize now there's no more room left for error. A little bit more stoic in this game. I mean, I don't know how many people are smiling from ear to ear when facing down 16 points of damage, so I can respect that. But it's going to be a Savage Feast with Go again, getting +7. Drawing a card. Yes, all things we'd love to see.
I love that you mentioned that, Mitch, because stakes are getting high now.
Absolutely.
And we're going to have to keep a close eye on how players' demeanor is affected at this point in the tournament. You start thinking about the future. You start thinking about the possibility of putting your name up there in the pantheon of champions.
The lion's share of $200,000.
That's big money. That's life-changing money. And I think it's very, very hard to prevent those types of thoughts from creeping into your brain once you start getting into these 9-1 versus 9-1 matches sitting at the top of the standings.
An oft unexplored sort of subject area in Flesh and Blood is that winner's mentality, what it actually takes. They're long days, 7 rounds of play, back to back. You're playing different formats. You're playing in one of the most complex and varied metagames that we've ever seen in Flesh and Blood. Requires far more preparation than definitely metagames prior to this. We've seen so many incredible players stumble at the last hurdle, suffer sort of back-breaking openings. Like, I mean, I think Mara Faris, Brody Spurlock, Michael Fung all take round 1 losses here at Pro Tour Los Angeles. We're talking about like the who's who of top Flesh and Blood players in North America at least. Savage Beast with 13 damage.
And it looks like we want to go ahead and commit this Scowling Flesh Bag right now. Does not want to know what the follow-up was supposed to be, and that's going to get cleared out, intimidated, and save a bit more.
Was it the Arsenal all along? It might have been.
That's a nice recoup there from Daniel. Obviously, we do not know the intimidated card, but has an awesome follow-up ready to go in the arsenal with the Bare Fangs.
I'll see your 16 damage turn, Peter, and I'll race you 5. How about that?
Pretty good. Pretty good numbers on this KO deck.
Okay, Daniel obviously with that intimidated card returning to his hand. Okay, he doesn't Arsenal that because there's a blue Wrecker on. So he doesn't mind that so much. He wouldn't have wanted to deploy that on attack, so keeps it. But we're back into it. Peter Ward now with a wild ride. With a draw discard and get go again on a 6. Want to see a cast bones here? Okay. Enlightened Strike passes the test. Gets that +1 for not being on the combat chain. We'll give him go again.
6 go again is the offer to start.
Look at Daniel, so accommodating here, setting everything up for Peter.
8 go again, indeed.
The stickler for procedure.
Daniel getting comfortable down in that feature match area.
Oh, yeah.
Feature match area general now.
We're the mayor of Value Town. We might have to have a landlord of our stanchioned feature match area.
Follow-up wild ride, another 6 headed in. Scabskin Leather's going to take the opportunity to save a little life. Peter with the life lead. Somewhat curiously, I kind of feel like more has gone in Daniel's favor thus far, but Peter is still able to go ahead and keep a little buffer going.
It's the turn 0 sort of cast bones, really.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what edges Peter ahead by that sort of 5 or 6 here. With, of course, scouting flashbag obviously changes the maths of all of this a little bit here.
Things are going to get a little different, though, as we proceed through this turn. It is time for a Blood Rush Bellow. It is going to go ahead and hit.
The Bear Fangs.
Probably wanted to keep that one around, but look, there's a lot of good replacements out there in the deck. I'm sure we could find something to work with.
Ping is good here.
Yep, not bad. Can also kick things off with the Claw here. Does have Tunic ready on this turn. Love to see that when you go into your Blood Rush Bellow turn.
And again, more where this came from. Claw with go again turned on, as Bear Fangs was discarded this turn. Like these looks from Daniel, but it is a significant life deficit, which is now closed significantly.
Yeah, things change fast in the Brute Mirror, and there is that Pulping as the follow-up.
Wow, we have our draw and discard here to determine whether this card will have Dominate.
You expect it will.
And it does indeed.
Swing big.
Again,
The drop.
maybe we should have that one back because you have a Tunic counter up right now, but that's fine. You move on. So 8 Dominate has go again unless it's defended by 2 or more non-equipment cards. It's just the cast bones to sneak in there. So we are going wider and wider.
What is the finish here?
Can't be
It
anything,
is just an
right?
Arsenal.
Yeah.
It is just an Arsenal, as expected.
Unless it's a, 2 costs. Attack action, that looks nice. So again, Brute's doing Brute things here in the sense of you're discarding some of the cards you're really hoping to throw at your opponent on offense. But despite that level of variance, we are a 3 life point difference here. And a Pulping now comes out from Peter. That one has Dominate 2 at 6.
Yeah, more Might tokens joining the fray. Just
Daniel is just
constant.
all over this. He's got it covered.
Look
I
at that.
love
He's
that.
taking care of resources for Peter.
I think he also pulled his chair out for him beforehand, fluffed the cushion. There's a cup of Joe sat by the table just in case.
I'm going to ask
Tell
how
the
to
better
say,
Spaniards, incredibly hospitable folk.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask how to say feature match general in Spanish. I think that would be a heck of a nickname for Daniel Correas.
Here's the flashback. That final card sitting in Peter's hand goes away. This will substantially shrink this turn into nothing but a Pulping. And that is a huge moment. An opportunity now for Daniel, now with a life lead, to come back. A lot of cardboard.
Yeah, I think there was some good value there from that flashback for sure. Saving some life for going to be the salvo from that Mandible Claw with go again. More to come.
Not yet. You know what's coming, though. Daniel got a bit ahead of himself there. Just for now.
Nobody believes you, Daniel. We all know what's happening.
Runner.
Yeah, there is that wind-up discarded. Going to create the agility and the might. And I love the timing for this. You want to time your big turns with vulnerable life totals for your opponent. And I think going into the next turn with agility, with might, is exactly where you want to be right now if you're Daniel with Peter Ward at 13.
This is Peter's last chance, I'd say, to sort of just ignore this and try and have a big turn back.
And he's got to, if he does ignore it, he's got to have a massive turn coming back.
But not on Tunic counter. So playing off smaller hands gets harder. Well, Blue Assault and Battery action. Going to soak up some of that. Preserve life. 2 cards and an arsenal here for Peter War. With that Might token now popping. What have you got?
Pulping, okay. Likely to get another action after this. If if he wants it.
Oh!
Ah, that
Okay,
was a
beast
nice
within.
hit right there. Very, very important. Riled up. Looks like the draw.
Rhinar blue.
Yeah, does that change the texture of this turn at all? Can we get a little bit more out of this one?
I want to know what this other card is. First, though, we need to resolve the pulping. So, dominate. We'll have go again. None of these guys have really taken any defense reactions.
Beast Within, again, looking absolutely absurd.
That card, man.
Just so good at catching you back up.
When it doesn't kill you, it makes it stronger.
Absolutely. Daniel with the Beast Within of his own in hand. And Daniel saying, can I ignore this? Can I go ahead and just take a little bit of damage here? And what do I offer in return? Agility and might at the ready. Both those key tokens ready to go.
It's a big decision to make. Is that punishable from Peter's side? We don't know what that second card is. One of the best, like, singular cards, I guess it could be, is a swing pick.
Yeah, usually
Bear
that's
Fangs?
about as good as it gets as far as numbers go.
So what, we're looking at a 15 damage ceiling here.
Bear Fangs, maybe even better, honestly, for creating those mites in a lot of scenarios. No second might coming this turn, but yeah, any of those 8s are really the secret sauce here.
Down to 8 and a Beast Within. So just 6 on the follow-up. Again, the same question. Daniel, is the juice worth the squeeze? Block 2 here. Yes, we are going to preserve life and stay 1 behind as it comes straight back to Daniel. And as you noted, Brian, agility and might token on the side of Daniel Correas. And we're expecting he has a way to make use of those tokens. Claw first.
A claw to kick things off. Expectation is Daniel will be able to demand some cards here. No arsenal for Peter. Critically, that's going to blunt the impact of the next turn. 1 damage leaks from the claw.
Up next. Okay, a Beast Within. Both players eyeing each other off on separate turns. So just a 10 damage turn overall here for Daniel. Not always the way you want to leverage an agility token.
Yeah,
Still demands respect.
I actually think a bit of a miss there from Daniel. Just no real output available. The texture of the hand did not play in his favor, was not able to leverage that agility and might combination. And if you're Peter Ward, you have to say this looks like a real opportunity.
Is it an opening?
Yeah, I mean, I think this game is now about even Steven. It feels extremely close at this juncture.
Tunic counter coming around the corner here for Peter Ward too.
Yep. 1 more point of defense critically on the armor side for Daniel Correas, as well as that Apex Bonebreaker, which contribute a might at a critical time. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. But as far as numbers, value, what the typical output is of the next few turn cycles, I think these players are about squared up.
They are mirroring each other. Both players offering a 2-card block against a Beast Within. Tunic counter up, might token pops. Okay, we are... Oh my goodness, we are passing. We are
Just a
discarding a
pass,
wind-up.
Yeah, so both these players, real downturns. But if I'm in Peter's seat, that's a good time to take an off turn. You don't really expect too much threat from your opponent, not offering any kind of agility, any kind of might. And it is just going to kick things off here with the Bear Fangs. Good numbers.
Getting the blue there. Obviously still 2 floating. so-
Wild Ride is the kickoff.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Daniel has a claw follow-up either way. This is still threatening, and you don't have much buffer left if you're Peter to try and keep cards and take this damage.
Yeah, I think Wild Ride, the preferable hit here for sure. Get a little bit extra on the back end, and it is going to be pulping, and it's turned on. Dominate on offer, restricting the options available to Peter Ward at this point. And can he just take damage here? Does have those 2 critical tokens ready for the next turn. Is there something he can make of it?
To have a functional turn, he has to take most of it. Yep, just get the last of that Scab Skin Leathers block. That's only preventing 1. Oh, man.
Tunic at the ready.
It's go time.
Cards. Yeah, it's going to be claw into something. So we're looking 4 into 8 is our ceiling. That's pretty good,
Yeah.
facing down 8 on
very
the
good.
opposing turn.
So we're going to see a wind-up thrown away, and 1 resource floating currently. 1 Tunic counter available. 2 is the magic number for many of these brute attack actions.
Critically, while you start doing some math through how this turn might work, if we're talking 4-8, which is the ceiling outcome here, then you are looking at a card from hand and 2 pieces of equipment needing to be used, and then you could survive at 1. Daniel has that option available should he want to go forward with it, and that would allow a 3-card hand to be the clapback from Daniel.
That's
But
it.
instead, it's just going to be a wind-up, and that is the extent of the output.
Scary stuff here for Peter Ward. He has no equipment block left now. He needs to give cards to preserve life. Wild Ride opener.
Love kicking things off that way. Pendulum swinging squarely back in favor of Daniel Correas at this point with some big turns right in a row. 7 going to kick this turn off.
Breakpoints are critical here. The damage is going to start leaking in for Peter now. This game starting to get to the business end. Just the one taken from that Wild Ride. But Peter needs to try and find a way to threaten himself. He is down to 2 paltry points of life. He's in reckless swing range. Not to mention, it's going to be a 3-power claw on the follow-up here.
And that's going to get the fist bump. And Peter Ward out of blocks in that scenario. And it's just not going to get the job done. And Daniel Correas from the Sunflower Samurai moves on to 10-1. A Sunflower Samurai sweep down in the feature match area.
This has been incredible. Spain are coming alive here at Pro Tour Los Angeles. Brutes of different flavors, but the one thing they have in common is excellence. I can't wait to see more of those two, and God forbid there's a team kill opportunity coming up here. These two players are neck and neck. Stick around, everybody. We've got much more coming here from the rest of our CC rounds, and your standings will be updated when we return from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Los Angeles Convention Center. We are in the thick of things. The heat of battle, one might say, as our classic constructed rounds will be taking us through to the end of the day, where, Brian, we look to divine, to discover our top 8 competitors heading into our final day of play. Here are our current standings.
Yeah, things getting real interesting coming down the stretch here, Mitch.
We are looking very closely at those at sort of 9 points. That's the sort of cutoff here. Should give you a bit of an idea of sort of what's being played for and who are the front runners in this jockeying for position. 2 Dories in the top 8 as it stands. Ilias Karamanis on that Levia. And of course, plenty of Kayo represented here with Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, sneaking in there as well, care of Aidan Barsony.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Aidan Barsony thus far, but sitting in our backup feature match this round for our main, we have an absolute banger for you. It is Ilias Karamanis from Germany taking on Josh Lau from the U.S. It is going to be Levia versus Dory in the feature match area. Go back 6 months, Mitch. Were you thinking you were going to see Levia versus Dory with huge implications for a Pro Tour top 8?
Absolutely not. Not on your life. I mean, Joshua Lau is a player I've personally followed basically the entire time I've been a flesh and blood fan, and always a good shout for day 2 of these big events, right? Even in a Stavo meta, right? Back in Stavo meta, he's playing Switch Boltyn. He's got all the tech to survive those matchups, making that sort of day 2 a dedicated warrior player. And he ummed and ahed a lot about his strategy coming into the Pro Tour, and he made the right decision. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a moment. Without further ado, though, it is time to dive deep. That's right, into the deep dark, if you will, as it will be Dorinthea versus Levia here. Joshua Lau at 9-2 versus Ilias Karamanis of Germany. And both of these two very much live for top 8. There is a lot on the line.
First look at Ilias Karamanis on his CC hero. That sneering, evil Levia. Yes, I said Levia. I don't know which is right. I'm going to be honest with you, Mitch. It's just within LSS, everyone says Levia. James says Levia. I feel like he gets the final say on this
I'm
point.
fine with it.
It just seems like I got to go with that. And I was resistant at first. I said Levia for
It took me a while to come around. I won't lie.
Yeah, but I think I am in Levia camp at this point.
Now, Joshua Lau, traditionally, when it comes to Dorinthea, Dawnblade player, with a very signature approach to that style. Discussed a lot with, the High Council of Dory Simps coming into Pro Tour.
Of which there are many.
So many
hugely popular here.
Yeah, well, there are so very many of us. And, what characterizes us is actually we're very okay with, where Dory is right now. We don't want her to living legend. We're quite happy with her sort of being that dark horse sort of towards the top of B tier. But someone like Joshua Lau can take this hero all the way. I'm certain of it. He is going to be on a Hatchet's game plan, at least primarily here. So we've seen that already from Cody Williams of the Fabled Runaways. Expect a different looking list from Josh, but again, the same value. Incredible turns. We are talking 2-card 12s, potentially with 3 Hatchet hits. That's kind of the fantasy. That's kind of what we're looking for. We have ways of evading blocks, right? Spill Blood gives us those dominate effects to get around. And of course, always expect the Blade Runner from hand to keep that turn going.
As soon as talk of Dory started going around, as soon as we realized this was a real threat to this Pro Tour, my mind went to Josh Lau. Again, as you mentioned, in the darkest times for Dorinthea, Josh Lau seemingly never lost faith.
Yep.
Always had that hero at the ready. Who better to maybe go ahead and punch a ticket to a top 8 than Josh Lau? And I do want to point out, last time we were together for one of our highest tier events, it was at Worlds. Dorinthea finished 9th at Worlds. Dory has been on the cusp before, but is this the moment where she gets her first big breakthrough into that top 8?
If I'm not mistaken, that was a player hailing from Japan.
You are
if I'm not
correct.
mistaken, with a really interesting list.
Yeah.
I'm very used to some of these archetypes. Like Josh has a very signature sort of foundation that he builds his lists on. Many Dorinthea players also. This one was very different. Balance of Justice here. Really important to call this card out because it is going to give Josh some equity when those Blood Rush Bellows turns happen, or if there's even Art of War lingering in the deck here. It allows him to draw a card to maintain some sort of parity in terms of free cards. And again, this Hatchet's deck will block quite well. It's very happy to give 2 cards a turn cycle up to do that. But Levia will leak damage around 2-card blocks quite happily. whether it's singular attacks that come in for 8 or something a little bit wider with extra action points. So at some point, the Dory player needs to decide when to hit the gas. And we're filtering here. We want to fill the graveyard with 6s. So Blue Wrecker Romp actually gets turned on offense.
Yeah, pretty good start to accomplish that goal. Levia not with a great conversion rate in this tournament. Didn't bring a lot of players forward to day 2. But you know how it goes with Levia. There's just a very big difference between Levias in the field and Levia Masters. The output changes very, very quickly. Going to go ahead and dump a Slithering Shadowpeed into the bin. One of my favorite Levia cards.
2 Blade Runners of the yellow variety put in front. Yeah, Slithering Shadowpeed is incredible. Again, a card that you can play from your banish zone if it was put there this turn, which is pretty good to get into the graveyard. First, we'll go back to Joshua Lau. Looks like there's a Warmonger's Diplomacy in the hand there. Not an exciting prospect in this kind of matchup. Spill Blood, Blade Runner, Glint the Quicksilver. All the ingredients you need for a pretty solid turn here to force some damage in, conferring +2 and dominate 2 axe attacks for the remainder of the turn.
Not bad. Not a bad start for things for Josh Lau. This is kind of the signature card of these hatchet builds. That Spill Blood, the entire turn buff, just going ahead and making things uncomfortable for Ilias.
Endless Maw gets in front to block. We are going to Glint the Quicksilver, go again, and draw a card. We picked up a defense reaction, which will likely be pocketed for later. Nice against those Blood Rush Bellow's turns, having a more efficient way to block. These 5-power claws, for example, with a Dynamo, could cover that up nicely.
Which I love. I get to turn things a little bit around for this go-around. Usually you're the play-by-play. I'm the color. I feel like you have so much knowledge for Dorinthea. We're going to be relying on you to tell me where this hero really picks up. What is the crux of Hatchet's story? When are we going to see this deck absolutely realize its power fantasy?
The dream turn is the 3-axe hit, right? You ideally with like a hit and run of the red variety in the middle to give that second axe go again. Like I said, we're looking at 12 value off 2 cards. You do it off a small hand, Brian. 1 blue and that hit and run with an agility token. You do need that. Again, you can manufacture those pretty easily. Shift the Tide of Battle is actually a card that finds its way into this deck because your axes, after the first one, are hitting it above their base power already. Because sometimes Blade Runner gives you that plus effect in reactions, so you need to layer it a certain way. That first axe doesn't come in with the buff necessarily. So you get agility tokens via that mechanism. Goblet of Blood Wine rather is pretty good. We saw a shift drawn up in that hand there. So you have to stop me at some point. I'm gonna keep going till I get lost in the sauce. But we have just a 6 coming from Ilias here.
Yeah, just Beasts Within again, continuing that goal of filling up the graveyard and reflecting a bit back on heavy hitters. Obviously, this set comes out and offers a buff to Brutes, Warriors, and Guardians. And of course, of those classes, 1 has been a CC staple from the beginning. 2 have struggled. And the thought was, well, another Guardian set. Here comes Guardian again. And as this tournament has shaken out thus far, those Guardians have fallen off the top table. This is not a metagame for Guardians. It's the Warriors' time. It's the Brutes' time, unquestionably.
As that agility token developed, as Take It on the Chin is a card that makes it into these Hatchet Story decks. Again, along with a Valiant Dynamo, you don't feel the loss of that 1 block on that card. And, it actually happens at instant speed. So it has applications against Kayo as well, for example, or other more evasive damage methods. Josh puts just a token to remind himself that that's his arsenal card and not one from his hand. That's why you sort of see that. But here is a Hatchet of Body with an agility token backing it up. And the Vigor resource means that Josh is very face down this turn. It's hard for Ilias to know what he's cooking up in that hand.
Yeah, I saw a little flick of the eyebrows there from Ilias as he had to contemplate a very wide range of options on this particular turn. Graveling Growl, committed defense here.
In the hand, there is that hit and run. Remember, Dorinthea's hero ability. Oh my goodness, this might be it here. Go again.
Is what you warned us about, Mitch.
Axe, my guy, be cooking. +3 on this Hatchet of Mind. It's hitting like an absolute truck. And remember, if there's a hit here, we will be coming in once more because of Dorinthea's hero ability. Now, it's important to note that it has to be, the Hatchet of Mind that attacks again, so you don't get a +1.
Yep.
Right? You really want the first axe to hit, so you can come back with it later on and get that, that buff. But hey, we get a lot of cards out of the Levia's hand here if you're the Warrior player, and you obviously refresh the Dynamo counter. So very acceptable turn for the Warrior. And I think that's a defense reaction in Arsenal, a 1 to hand, and that's all you got there as well. A little frustrating when we see, as Josh puts it, a setup turn.
And
And I think a setup turn in return for Ilias in this case.
There's an in the swing in the hand for Josh. A very powerful but conditional attack reaction. It requires you to be on your second attack that turn, or having already attacked with a weapon more specifically, but with a Blade Runner to hand, we're online for that gameplay.
Safe, yeah. You know, I've watched Josh play Warrior a lot over the years, and just always gets the absolute most out of every single card in his deck. Knows how to squeeze every single point of value, and then has been so critical to his success as a Warrior player.
You know, one of my favorite matches of his, not to self-plug too much, was a Goliath Gauntlet game against Viet Pham. It was Dorinthea versus Icelander. Historically, a really difficult matchup for the Dorinthea to win. Josh did it spectacularly. Some of the most efficient play I think I've sort of ever seen. If you want to talk about efficiency as a segue, a red Blade Runner is pretty nice. Unfortunately, pitching a lot of cards to do this, but hey, 2 and then 6, nothing to sneer at.
Yeah, good numbers coming thus far.
I think he takes this. With agility and might on the field for Ilias, and throwing an equipment block on that first hatchet, he might be working on something nasty.
The questions are always more complex for Levia. Your goals change so readily on a turn-to-turn basis. Typically, you know, output, wanting to go ahead and reduce your opponent's life total. Yeah, this is a good spot to go ahead and leverage that, but that's not always Levia's goal. Sometimes it's just about setting up to that late stage where you are completely online and just firing out of your banish zone. And a lot of it, of course, depending on the texture of the hand. And we do see a very blue-heavy hand here for Ilias.
Endless more, though, at least in there. Not to speak of what's in the arsenal. Second swing.
You're right, Mitch. It is going to be a no blocks here, though.
Yeah, second swing, then will pump Josh's axe attack to 9. The beauty of that, okay, unlike Iron Song Response, it doesn't require a block. So Josh gets to sneak an extra 3 damage in here, and Ilias has taken a lot in order to set this turn up.
Pretty good. I also want to point out Josh pitching very powerful cards thus far. Set up quite well for second cycles should things extend to that point. I don't know what kind of game we're settling in for. I will just be frank with our viewers. I haven't played much Hatchet Story versus Levia. I am very, very enthralled to see how this actually shakes up.
so that'll be 10 go again.
Here's Endless More. That represents 10 go again because of that setup turn that provided the agility counter. Soul Harvest is, by the way, a pretty scary prospect that's been pitched here, so not good to see it, but banishing a lot of cards from the graveyard and getting +1 for each of those. Yeah, that's not too shabby at all here. 10 go again. Some 6s hit the graveyard. Josh just confirming that.
A very obvious hit coming there for Ilias, and we are going to see this 10 go again from the Endless Maw.
My brother in Dory, throw the block. Get them blocks out. Warmongers, not really relevant in this matchup, as quite often a Levia player wants to attack, and non-attack actions are not really relevant. Can really mess up a Blood Rush turn if you feel like one is coming.
Yeah, it's weird. It's mostly a miss, and then when it's a hit, it feels like the best card in your deck. It's so strange, the output you get from Warmongers in these kind of matchups.
I mean, I wouldn't hate seeing, there's a defense reaction in Arsenal here, so like Josh can have a very reasonable lead with speed into a hatchet swing turn and still develop have a quasi setup turn of his own with a front pump on the first axe swing.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to go ahead and use the Sink Below. Critically for Warriors, more so than any other class, I believe, putting an unknown card on the bottom of the deck. We talked about second cycle pitch stacking. You really do need to know what your opponent's capable of, but Sink Below makes it extremely hard.
Normally, Warriors don't care about the pitch stack because Singing Steelblade shuffles the deck when you pull an attack reaction out of it.
Very true.
But that does not feature in this deck because Singing Steelblade needs to be on a sword attack. So the pitch stack actually becomes semi-relevant. A lot of Warrior players, when they switch to the hatchet style, actually have to start thinking about that, Brian. Normally, you're just thinking about the threat density overall in your deck, trying to pitch some reds in the first cycle if your opponent's being defensive.
Yeah, all the math has changed with the advent of this Hatchets build. All the old heuristics out the window. We've had to find our way anew when it comes to Hatchet Dory.
Take 4. Dread Screamer obviously is a nice little linker here. So we are already at a 14 damage turn and following up with a yellow Raveling Growl for 6. At some point, Mr. Lau, you may consider giving up some cardboard, but the life lead that you've gained as Hatchet Story is not a position you're normally used to being in, actually. You chip damage and you trade damage and you try and be more efficient over the course of a game how these players are keeping full grips and unleashing on each other, which is something that this Hatchet deck can do. It just looks less explosive. It's less, out of left field. It's less reaction based. But a Spores of War here, giving that unconditional go again with a +2 on that first attack and copper generation, which is sometimes relevant. It's a totally fine way to start this turn.
Yeah, nothing wrong with picking up a little currency along the way. I want to take a moment to check in with our equipment suites here. And I'm not sure there are two classes in the game that can get more value from their equipment suite than Shadow Brute and Warrior. Just those Valiant Dynamos over the course of a game can be worth, I can't even contemplate how much value they get, honestly. It's just over and over and over, these two-pronged attacks, resetting that -1 counter. I've certainly seen them defend 10, 11, 12 times.
In grindy games, you can get there.
Meanwhile, on the Shadow Brute side, it's just about raw numbers. It's about the biggest piece of defensive equipment in the entire game. One that for a long time was talked about as maybe just the best piece of equipment in the game. It's Carrion Husk, that huge, huge butt on the Carrion Husk, soaking up damage all over the place.
Scaling Fleshbag is quite relevant here because it does, it does sort of, it can really mess things up here. Now, if we lose that second swing, that's a 5 value Fleshbag. If we sort of get the other card, which is a Goblet of Blood Run Wine, it doesn't bother Josh at all. So it's a question of two value or 5, and I think the second swing hit the banish there. Yeesh.
No damage here, right?
Yep.
A clean block from Ilias. Follow up with that Hatchet of Mind.
It's almost a question if it's just a goblet left, like if it's worth. Oh, he has it. Okay. All right, Josh squeaks through that one.
Keeps in the swing, leaks a little bit of damage, and goes ahead and arsenals that goblet to try and keep the train rolling in the future. Valiant Dynamo going to clear and reset. Very nice turn cycle for Josh.
In my head, I'm trying to get at least 6 value off my Dynamo here. I treat it as comparable to the Carrion Husk in this kind of matchup, and that's very doable. That damage leak, we call it a leak. Those moments where each of those second swing represents opportunities for you to have a life buffer to take damage and keep doing these big turns. So the more you can sink that damage in, the more, I guess, headroom you've provided yourself to disrespect the damage of these Shadow Brutes a little more.
Nice kickoff for the turn here. It is Dread Screamer.
3 hits. 2 hits, excuse me. The Dread Screamer is a 4 at blue.
So 6 go again. It's too fucking much.
Too much. That's Ilias just noting just how much blood debt he has already accrued, I think.
Too much. He is uncomfortable with the number. 6 go again, kicking off the turn here.
Fate and Dynamos, maybe?
Nice defensive options for Josh.
Oh, we didn't. I'm at 21.
Okay, that was what I was wondering, yep. No Blood Rush Bellows so far this game.
Top and take 2.
That's why things seem like they've been on a bit more of an even keel, Brian, but that's not a given, and that's not guaranteed to remain the case. Pretty good follow-up here. We took 14 damage.
Nice numbers. Swing big coming down. Josh, critically,
Yeah.
full equipment suite still available. And I think like these life totals are deceptive right now, Mitch. These players have so much equipment on both their sides.
I want a 2-card block and the braces here potentially, because Warriors really do value like blocking out that swing big and getting a quicken token.
Sure, yeah. You have to save that up.
Unless there's a defense reaction lurking, but.
Yeah, there's the hit and run committed.
Yeah, and then give me a. Do Dynamo, D-React is fine. Or second card, you could even take Dynamo.
5, 6.
And balance.
Okay, so we're going to go with equipment here. Several pieces of equipment being committed.
That is aggressive.
Yeah. Josh really prioritizing keeping that card in hand and picking up the quicken token.
Thinking about balance adjustments. So I get a quick.
I like that a lot.
Yes.
I like that a lot. Okay. There is a Shift the Tide of Battle in the hand here. I'm really like, what I'm looking for is sort of pumps. I think we're going to see like a lead with speed in that hand as well. The quicken token means Josh gets to maintain as much information as possible. As a warrior, especially as Dory, you want to do this whenever possible. Like a Tunic counter into a Dawnblade swing, for example, or a Vigor token into a Dawnblade swing. That's really where you want to be. You need to imply as much as possible to make the blocking decisions as hard as possible.
We talk a lot about value pulled out of equipment. In some ways, Josh got a little bit of bonus value there, turning that equipment into a quicken token.
follow with the goblet here. So this resembles more of a setup turn, which is not always what you'd see players like use equipment to pivot off of here. Coming in for 3.
Yeah, seemingly Josh just using that equipment to go ahead and create a solid output turn. 2 and 3 on these hatchets so far. 1 card still available.
Josh wants to make an awkward carrion husk, or wants to see an awkward carrion husk block here. Like any attack that comes in for less than 6 that garners the carrion husk is a win for him. Ilias isn't really at that sort of threshold. You have, I mean, again, if there's a situation where he could sort of find 4 extra damage there and out of nowhere with a reaction take Ilias down to 13, that's a gigantic blowout and it probably results in you just, I mean, in many cases you win the game on the spot.
We talk about Josh finding every single point of value, and I think those type of carrying husk thresholds, working towards life totals very carefully where Ilias might be forced into a difficult conclusion, that's exactly the type of play I expect from Josh Lau. But on Ilias' side, look, we haven't really said much about Ilias thus far, just because he's simply in the setup stage. He's just executing the slow stages of his game plan, and at some point, this Levia is going to start to look scary. And you know where's a good time to look scary? Art of War.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mentioned. The game's on an even keel until it's not, right? And the Brute has a tendency to just sort of flip the table and the game in that regard. So Art of War banishes a swing big to draw 2. Now, reminder, Balance of Justice now online for Joshua Lau.
Yeah, Josh found a good turn to go ahead and defend with that for the first time.
Likely draw 2 banish and then go again. Effects selected here on Art of War.
Groveling Growl going to go ahead and kick off the turn.
Yeah, and he says 6, so no buff effect of the Art of War selected. Draw a card.
There is the
Draw
balance.
2 cards. I wish, mate. Come on. If you want to do that, play an Art of War deck.
I do not wish. That would be problematic.
Play an Art of War deck, Josh. Olympia with Art of War, that's a doable thing.
Card's already pretty good, Mitch. I don't think we need to go any further at this stage.
Take 5? No.
Don't need science to go too far. Hold the line. Stunning inclusion against these decks that want to draw cards. Hold the line now is blocking for 5.
Yeah. Perfect timing on this hold the line. Another card that is absolutely coming to its own in this meta from DTD. You know, it's so funny how these expansion sets have kind of needed to bloom a little bit. They come out, they don't necessarily set the world on fire, and then you look back 6-7 months later and you're like, oh, wait, that's in this set? Oh, that's in this set too?
Oh, yeah.
And you start going down the list and you're like, I need all these cards.
No, I check my binder. I'm like, damn, I don't have one of these. I had to go and buy them straight away because I'm like, everyone's drawing cards. I need to do that too. We have 2 Balance of Justice-esque effects, I guess, like 3 value. You can treat as if it sort of were a card. Hold the Line is another card that lets you keep your head above water when your opponent are just ripping them off the top. I mean, the power of that block can't be overstated. Ilias is far from done, though. I mean, he comes in with this agile wind-up here. So, I mean, pretty decent kind of turn off the Art of War. Obviously, he doesn't sort of have that damage bonus that you would get off a Blood Rush Bellow. He might leak some damage here. Blue Overpower, by the way. It's a sneaky game ender.
Yeah.
That +4 with Reprise.
Well, we talked in the limited context about how good it is to have your big attack reactions be blue. It's just a very, very versatile position to find yourself in. Usually they're your pitch cards, but you come back around for second cycle and you have a little bit of deception still built into your deck.
This is very good for the warrior player. Josh has been able to get through the Art of War turn, leaks 3 damage. Gets so much value off of his Balance of Justice and then Hold the Line. He has a Blade Flurry in his hand, if I'm not mistaken. So, again, another opportunity with a Vigor and Agility token. I'm not going to show my opponent anything here. Just put 2 damage on the board. 3 cards, 1 in Arsenal. He's in a very good position.
Yeah, and I think the story of these next couple salvos is going to be about that carrion husk. I think it is so important for Ilias to find the right spot to commit that critical piece of equipment.
So many incredible players making the trip from Europe here to leave it all out there on stage. And frankly, the Americans are fighting desperately to hold ground. Or hold the line, as it were, in that previous round. It is tough out there. Flesh and Blood globally is changing. It's changing week by week, Brian.
100%.
And just wait until, of course, a release into our Japanese markets, the explosion that will accompany that. Sky's the limit for Flesh and Blood fans out there. It's a great time.
The players keep getting better and better. And, you know, I had a chance to hop into the booth with Simon Nielsen. Simon Nielsen on an actual
card,
historic tear over on the Magic the Gathering Pro Tour. And we talked a lot about his relationship with Flesh and Blood, how much he loves Flesh and Blood. And his thesis is that there actually are no good Flesh and Blood players right now. And in the years to come, we'll laugh about the play level that we're seeing at this moment.
This is a triple hit turn. That first axe was not blocked, and there is a Blade Runner in hand for Josh. This is what I mean.
Absolutely perfect for Josh. Perfect value.
Having an agility token to start off the turn really opens up your possibilities. It opens up your play lines. Blade Flurry as well. We talk about the damage leaking, buying you the buffer to take some yourself and create these large turns. Josh Lau is presenting a turn like this after facing down Art of War, right? Normally, you don't come out of those turns without a few bumps and bruises.
Yeah.
Josh, that armor is looking unburnished, undented, glistening even. So it's 3 here. You may go... you need to deploy the Blade Flurry and Blade Runner here in reactions. Still don't know what really is in the arsenal, but yeah, there's a potential for this to be devastating. And Ilias is, really thinking about the block here. You do need to prevent the damage, and maybe you're concerned about reactions, but whether or not he blocks this Hatchet of Mind, we will see the body come out, because Blade Runner confers a non-conditional go again to that second axe swing.
Yeah, and
he's thinking about Carrion Husk.
That's the whole stress of this turn, Mitch. If you're on Elias' side, it's when do you deploy this Carrion Husk? How do I get the most value out of it? And it does feel like it has to be right now.
If you don't throw it now, you are losing it to an attack reaction. Again, it only happens at the start of your turn, so you go to. He's looking like, hey, what's going on here? I don't like this.
He's having to think.
Yeah, so again, it doesn't just disappear if Josh gets him to below 13. It's definitely coming out this turn though.
But you want to commit it to the highest value attack. You want it to prevent all 6. You don't want to find a window where it's only being put in front of a hatchet for 2, hatchet for 3. That's just not what you're trying to accomplish here.
So this is the less efficient block here. Then you probably play Blade Flurry into this anyway, because unless you hold on to it, you might just save it for a rainy day.
Can you arsenal it? Can you just IP yourself and just be like, this is one of the most powerful cards in my deck?
It's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't particularly hate it here. You probably want to get value for it and actually sort of leak damage here. And also you want to make your opponent feel bad that they blocked.
Yeah, you win the mental war by just going ahead and playing the Blade Runner, which I think is extremely, extremely valuable.
I do want to make it clear, Ilias is still sitting on 4 cards in his hand.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the purpose of this Carrion Husk turn is to... but, a value loss incurred here definitely over a longer game hurts. Blade Runner gives the go again. We've allowed that to resolve, and we've sort of passed reactions. Oh, my gosh.
And a lead with speed from the Arsenal. Very, very nice stuff here.
That is
from
just unreal.
Josh.
Yeah, and then you just pitch this Blade Flurry. You have found something even better.
Perfect.
Front pump this last attack. Wave a 9 power hatchet of body in front of your opponent, and you've created another agility token to do it all again.
Pretty good. Pretty good. You caused an efficiency loss on that Carrion Husk block. You preserved your Blade Flurry for the future, although this game rapidly progressing towards its end state at this point. We know that Carrion Husk going to do its thing. Go ahead and offer a little bit of blood debt on every single turn going forward, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Ilias obviously needs to find ways to turn that off. And when you block heavily as Levia, that becomes less of an option. Now, we know what happens when we drop below certain thresholds of life here as Levia.
Yeah, and we could be headed into a transformation state as this Levia at this point. There are 6 points potentially coming the way of blood debt for Ilias.
Yep, passing.
But, yeah, passes the turn. That means
blood
it's blood debt time, and we know what's coming. It's big, bad Blasphemafet coming in from the inventory. Here's where I just go ahead and confer with the producer. Ethan, how's the Banish Zone set up? Is Ilias in a position, has he put the right things out there to go ahead and leverage this Blasphemet at this point in the game?
All right, this is overcomes. I'll say it on the broadcast. I really think this is the position for Ilias to potentially come back and win this game. I was terrified for how this game was going. We saw Josh Lau pitch a Blade Flurry last round that could have guaranteed denied the flip. I kind of feel like Josh found a way to give Ilias a shot to actually play.
Interesting.
point,
So you would have liked to see that on the last chain link.
If Blade Flurry came out on even the first hatchet, he went down to
below
15 on that first hatchet swing. If you Blade Flurry, that puts him right at 13. Entire game is different. Josh found a way to make this game have an entire second phase, and that's actually looking pretty good. Pretty good for Ilias.
Love that insight. That's why we keep Ethan around. Maybe the best Levia player in the world. Ilias wants to contest that title. I can't just hand it to you, Ethan. He's here looking very, very strong on Levia in the Pro Tour.
Oh, sorry. Ethan, just won an AG Open, Brian. Let's
Yeah.
not underplay that. You're
No, Brian's ignoring me. He's ignoring me. He's Punkage is the golden child. I'm just over here trying my hardest.
Oh dear. Okay.
I gave him a pat on the head. What
You-
does
I
he
did
want
see
from
that
me,
gift.
Mitch?
Yeah, I did
don't
see
know
it.
what
The
else.
problem is he asked for the praise. He can't do that. So importantly, once each turn,
So these are
Ilias can play a card with Blood Debt from his banished zone. And whenever a card is put into his banished zone from here on out, it gets turned face down. So there's no more, you cannot sort of take cards from your deck, have them in the banished zone and have them available to you. So remember, if you would take damage from Blood Debt, he instead banishes the top card of his deck. So he's going to chew through his deck, and he has to hope that the cards that were prior banished with, banished and have Blood Debt are enough juice for him to really make some things happen. And of course, like having action points is really important. To play those cards from Banish, you really need to have those. Obviously, there are ways that Levia can go wide, right? Dread Screamer and other cards that have that go again effect can get you there. The concern is the deck running dry, and this might force Josh into a more defensive position. But first, he gets to have a crack at Ilias here and try and put extra pressure down. But he's pitched 2 blue hit and runs. Have to see what this hand has got now. I like the glint. There's another hit and run there as well as that sort of middle card.
Those coppers look pretty good on this turn cycle. I'm quite pleased to go ahead and do a little cycling there and look for a non-blue. Meanwhile, as far as Ilias goes, I think you see very clearly the benefit of playing a hero like Levia that is not the focal point of the meta. Certainly garnering a lot of respect at this point. People believe Levia to be very real. But do you put in those 50, 60 reps against Levia before the tournament, or are you focused on Kayos? Are you focused on Dromais? It's really hard to devote that kind of focus to Levia, and maybe denying that 13 life breakpoint was what Josh had to do in this instance. We'll see how the rest of this game plays out.
It's a really good point. I'm really glad Ethan brought that up. And like Josh, is an incredibly immersed player and extremely knowledgeable. He did ask for clarification on what Blasphemous was going to do to the game here. So definitely wanted to understand that a bit more. We have a Breach Force, Breaches Up activation, which rarely happens on these Hatchet turns. It really means you have a glut of resources, and now we can see that is the case.
Yeah.
But a hit and run in the middle there, giving go again to this Hatchet of Mind, and +3. It is an amazing card after you've attacked with a weapon.
Yeah, great value being presented here by this hit and run.
And, I mean, we're not done there because that first Hatchet was allowed to hit Ilias. We can attack with it again. Unconditionally.
How effective is this story deck at putting its opponents into what I like to call the blender, making it impossible for them to just go ahead and treat the deck as playing face up, make those ranges of damage output unpredictable on each and every chain link? Can Hatchet Story still do the same thing that old Dawnblade Dory was capable of?
In a way, it just comes in different fashions. That Dawnblade deck is built to really snowball games against players that don't respect you. In matchups like this, they will leak damage. Your opponents will leak damage constantly, and all of a sudden they'll look down at their life count and realize, hang on, I'm 12 life down here, and I've been, forcing back decent turns. They seem to block me so efficiently every turn cycle. And this, what's happening in the background is that the Dory player turn to turn is accruing that extra value against you. 1 or 2 points a turn cycle, but over a long game, that is inexorable. That is an immense value advantage. So, it's not so like you're being slapped in the face with a 4-counter Dawnblade necessarily. It by the time it hits you, what's happening?
It's too late.
You're already dead.
It's too late. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. And we do see Ilias fall down to 5.
Can we get action points here or extra? We can with this card.
Banish.
Here it is. Art of War comes
Nice
out.
way to kick off the turn here.
Ilias has his pick of the litter when it comes to cards from that Banish Zone as well. There's so much nice stuff there. That face down pile next to the Banish Zone is all, again, when you're banishing off Art of War now, you don't have access to those cards. They come in face down because of Blasphemous.
Yeah, did find a resource card here pretty critically. Card and Arsenal card still available from the Banish Zone. Should be a good output turn for Ilias. Still a lot of equipment over on Josh Lau's side for what it's worth, and a lot of life. Both those things have to be chopped through. What is the output here from Levia on this second Art of War turn?
It's not a bad turn to draw up 2D reacts. It's also not a bad part of the game to have in the swing in your hand. That 3 damage out of nowhere is a big deal. And Josh has bought himself a significant buffer of life here. That will dwindle unbelievably fast. Just 9, I think, on the Endless Maw.
Yeah, Endless Maw coming in for a nice solid 9. Kicking off this turn right for Ilias.
Yeah, Might Token giving it that little buff, and we have go again from Art of War, so.
Grabbing 4 cards.
Josh is just, let me just get those cards for you. it doesn't matter what these are really anymore. Yeah, Ilias saying, just sort of conveying that, I mean, my blood debt is, I mean, it is active, but these cards are not contributing to it that I'm banishing during Plasma Fet. So you actually are taking less and less blood debt, i.e. banishing less cards from the top of your deck as you play those blood debt attacks out of your face-up banished zone.
Oh, Aidan might as well. 10.
Ah,
I thought he said Mike.
that was
Ilias.
yeah, 10 damage from that Endless Maw. Is the banished cards. We've got +1. Here comes the Dynamo. Always nice for those little break points again. Not sure really. Looks like he wants to. Oh, okay. That's nice. Yeah. I forgot about the 2D reacts. Okay. Just a pronunciation update. It is Ilias. Please excuse us. Take it on the chin. Seen at the top of the deck here. Agility token's very important. To smooth these turns out for Joshua. It's a 9
Take one.
power block. Take one.
Double D react, nice, efficient defensive turn. And you're seeing the efficiency on both offense and defense for the story deck. It's easy to see why it's such an attractive option here, especially at a Pro Tour where players just really prioritize consistency, prioritize consistent output. This Hatchet story deck has all the hallmarks of a classic Pro Tour deck.
Josh looks at a 6-power attack here and says, I probably don't care about this, frankly.
Yeah, could go back into the next turn with 3 cards to work with, 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal. That's scary when you're at 5 life, facing down a warrior.
What's likely is that his win condition right now is through that evasion. You've got your opponent to a low enough life total, and you have a number of attack reactions in the deck that do force some damage. Not sure like how priced into blocking
So I banished
Ilias will feel. But again, you know, like in the swing in the hand there, that represents 1/2 of Joshua's win condition. Banishing a lot of cards face down.
Yeah, Blasphemous comes with a cost, right? It does continue to go ahead and just demand
If I had it in hand,
cards from the deck over and over and over. And so the clock is ticking, of course, in multiple ways.
I think the Quicksilver will give Josh that take it on the chin if there's a block here.
no go again, right?
Should be no go again yet, my friend.
Surely this is the end of the turn.
Josh may be forced to play a glint here into a situation where he doesn't get the reprise upside of drawing a card. I think for him that's fine.
Double in the swing in the hand right now.
Is that a double in the swing?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, it's all about the second axe hit. It's going to get a block anyway, so this could be it. In the swing requires there to be a second attack. That would be coming up here. A 3-power Hatchet of Mind. But what is it that's being decided here? I know there's at least one in Joshua's hand. No, that's a hit and run.
Okay, hit and run. My mistake.
So there's a world where like, yeah, I mean, we haven't given this attack go again. So it's like a in the swing on top of this. But again, you need to overblock this. Ilias has to play around it. Play around the overblock. Joshua Lau sees what's happened. A +3 on this attack. And do you have a defense reaction or not?
Did he take the gamble? Did he leave himself cold to the in the swing?
Oh my! The underblock and the disrespect for the attack reaction, and Joshua Lau has done it. Moves to 10 and 2, just as Blasphemous Levia consumed, waves those appendages in his face. He finds a way through the old-fashioned way.
I don't have very much.
Just reach a point. I keep bringing up the blender, Mitch, where if Ilias continues to give cards to Josh Lau, continues to respect everything he's capable of, then he's got no offense. He has to try and win the game, and that's the thing Warriors are so good at. They make you uncomfortable. They make you make impossible decisions time after time, chain link after chain link, and no one does it better than Josh Lau.
I don't know, man. There's something about casting a Josh Lau game in which he wins at a Pro Tour that is an extremely special moment. I'm not going to lie. Take a moment to acknowledge that. Congratulations, of course, to Josh. Ilias, definitely going to be unhappy about that one. Do you know what, though? We decided that, one Warrior game's not enough. We need more. We're going to our feature match, backup feature match
All
area. right?
warriors all the time now in
Keep it
our
coming.
feature match area this round. We saw a lot of brutes last round. This round, it's all about warriors, and it's two different flavors of warrior right now. It is Maximilian Klein from Germany, sitting at 9-2, taking on Aidan Barsony, also 9-2, on Sir Boltyn.
Yeah, big fan of this. We haven't had a chance to see as much Boltyn. We got to see Roger Bodie and some of what the deck is capable of here. Boltyn generally can feel a little frustrating against Dorinthea because you are not going to get +1 effects on your attacks because they're not being blocked by attack action cards. That is like a fundamental sort of weakness that Boltyn has. But Boltyn now has more ways to give those attack increases to those cards to make sure that you can banish a card from Soul and get go again. So it's a bit smoother here. You'll see, again, of course, the Warband of Bologna, of course, on the headpiece. The Iron Song Versus is an interesting one. A new inclusion that definitely right now sits more comfortably in a Boltyn list. Pay 1 to give yourself an on-hit of your attack that creates a Courage token.
Courage, very, very effective in Boltyn. Also, that Radiant Flow down there is in the leg piece, a really interesting choice as well. So when I see a high-quality Boltyn, everything blinged out, everything shiny, all these tech choices, I am horrified. I am terrified of what this player can do to me.
Yeah, I love the Radiant Flow in cases where, you know, you're up against a Dorinthea that, for example, could be on Dawnblade, because very quickly, the problem here is that you don't know what the Dory game plan is. Unless you've seen Maximilian or heard the streets talking, you don't quite know what your opponent is bringing weapon-wise. Radiant Flow can also, like, really mess with Dories who are trying to go over and get Dawnblade counters here. It's, obviously pretty effective with that damage prevention. That's quite all-purpose. And we see Crown of Providence here, the preferred headpiece, because Boltyn, don't expect to see him drawing too many of those cards. That's a ripple away. In pitch for Maximilian Klein. I love the tech here as well. Ripple away, obviously, the kind of card that can, really mess with the game plan of decks that are trying to, get a lot of value from token creation, right? Whether it's like, Blood Afflictions or anything else. It's nice.
I am ecstatic right now. This is why I show up at the Pro Tours. I love seeing players take these pieces of technology that we've left along the way, kind of safety valves sometimes, and use them in the right spot. Love seeing this ripple away. Having no impacts except as a blue pitch in this match for the time being, but still, I'm very excited to see.
It's amazing against like decks that want to force like Frailty and Blood Rot Pox tokens on you, like to shut them down. Dory, Warrior. Weapon-based classes hate that Frailty token.
Have you ever rippled away a Cast Bones? Because I have.
I know.
Boy, does that feel good.
Yeah, I mean, again, being able to create that many -1 and deny the agility token from that.
Very nice.
That seems extremely, extremely good. All right. We just saw a Blade Runner, Blade Flurry sort of attacking turn there. So very, very efficient. One that Aidan sort of didn't really want to block at all. Maximilian here wants to eat up the Engulfing Light. Again, these on-hits are, you want to keep Boltyn's Soul as lean as possible. Block out these on-hits. You are playing a mid-range game against him no matter what. And I favor the Hatchets build into Boltyn in this regard over the Dawnblade one, because it is easy for Boltyn to blow us out with defense reactions. And it can be hard for a Dawnblade Dory to win value trades over the course of a longer game. Hatchets, though, it's baked into your soul. Like, you are playing a value game and you're doing it better than most here.
Yeah, I wonder if the Boltyn has to sort of shift roles in this instance. Do you find a way to go ahead and present some bigger combo-ish turns? And obviously, we're usually not going full combo Boltyn in this metagame. It has been more Raiden value over time. But you can still pop off from time to time. And I wonder if Aidan has to play towards those kind of outcomes to overcome that value engine that Dory presents.
We're going up by 2 here with Beacon and Victory, and of course, you can search your deck for an action card with cost X or less. And I wonder if this is like a Valiant Thrust if you want to go up by 2. There's obviously a couple cards that, can be really powerful in that position. Valiant Thrust is just a great turn ender. Is that a Banneret?
Yeah, it's going to be a Banneret instead. And I think just setting up for the future, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay. Being able to block this out, though, again, denies that Engulfing Light putting itself into the Boltyn Soul, which is a big deal because Aidan just banish 2 cards from his Soul in order to fetch this out. And again, keeping Boltyn lean on Soul if possible is absolutely paramount here.
Yeah, mission accomplished. No Soul yet for the Boltyn. Aidan just forced to IP a little bit there. Inefficient card usage.
Banneret of Gallantry, I think, fetched out here. So creating a Quicken token. Right. So we see the Warband of Bologna being popped here. Oh no, put in front of that, excuse me. It is an interesting smoother. We'll get to it, I think, if it becomes relevant. It's just really nice to have. And
yeah, it's a little bit of safety for the Boltyn deck.
thanks for the preview card, by the way,
A little bit of consistency, and I do think this was one. You've gotten a few now, Mitch. If I recall correctly, you had Spirit of Arena as well.
And I had Soulbond Resolve. Yeah.
So basically deconstructed Boltyn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great, like seeing those cards and kind of seeing the direction that Boltyn was being taken. And it was one of the first Warrior decks that I ever picked up. I obviously am a big lover of Dory, but Raiden Boltyn really, really appealed to me, and it does even more so now.
Yeah, via the Vanguard, big salvo here from Aidan.
Crucially, that Quicken token getting created off the Gallantry charge. I think it's just really interesting fetching out a Banneret. That just tells you how masterful Aidan is at playing Boltyn. You don't always think about it. Sometimes you think about another attack in the turn.
No, playing for the future. Knew that via the Vanguard was going to be the play on this turn, and now you've juiced up a little bit for the future. Quicken at the ready. Soul at the ready. Raiden at the ready. So the Boltyn train has now left the station. We are doing Boltyn things after a few turns of inefficiency, and that's kind of how Boltyn rolls, right? You're just this very, frankly, bad deck for a little while until you're not, until you're absolutely fearsome.
Now, Spirit of Arena's not on the field here. That's the card that allows you to play Lumina Ascension and keep the Via the Vanguard buff, because, it would allow those, Luminous to come down at instant speed. That's not the case, but you know what's good? A Bolting Blade, and that's why we saw 2 cards charged to Via the Vanguard. Should be a giveaway. Bolting Blade gets cheaper by 2 for each time you've charged. This is a very, very nice turn. 5, then 9. You can do the math. A big 18 damage here, and Maximilian Klein not inclined to eat too much more of this.
Yeah, just finding those Valiant Dynamos to push forward.
More? There's more? No.
Surely not.
Maybe like a nice little Illuminate, 0 cost here. That would be pretty bloody good. Okay. Oh, it's the Illuminate. Oh, it's dirty.
Wow.
4/6 because it gets the buff. 0 for 6. That goes into Soul after hitting. Yikes, the value is unreal.
Look at Max's face. He's like, that was pretty good.
The Boltyn deck is so good, man.
Pretty good turn.
And I'll be honest. I'll just be out here. I haven't beaten a Boltyn in quite a while. Like, it is really hard to understand where you should be blocking. Most of all, to deny the on hits. Like you see the Boltyn, the block of the Bolting Blade here. I agree. Get value out of take it on the chin here. Give some equipment. Deny that soul. You have to starve his soul.
You see what it's like when Boltyn goes into the turn with soul. It is an absolute nightmare to defend. And I love your point, Mitch. I do feel like this Boltyn deck has taken on just absolute new meaning after the release of heavy hitters, as basically every warrior has just efficient tools. And it's not like Boltyn picked up a lot, but Boltyn didn't need a lot. Boltyn was so close. And it's so funny to think of the aftermath of DTD where, the Boltyn arrival at that moment was kind of soft. People weren't real excited about what Boltyn brought to the table. But internally, there's always been this fear of Boltyn. It is a deck that feels so close. And you give it one piece too many, and it's going to absolutely run over events.
Now we see why Maximilian held these cards. It's probably the most efficient number of cards that you could hold on to. You are able to attack with the hatchet. You have the hit and run to get your next go again. You have the Blade Flurry. And because the hatchet of mine was the one that hit this turn, the first got blocked by a Take Flight, you come in with it again. It's a triple hit turn. Again, off 3 cards. Thumbs up. That's pretty good.
Beautiful numbers here from Hatchet Story.
And Aidan's off Tunic Counter. Those are Boltyn's biggest turns. We saw that, right? You pay for the V off of it because you want to charge a fair bit from your hand.
Very resource hungry deck.
And you don't want to give up a card to pitch for that. Same with Take Flight, ideally. Like some of the sickest turns for Boltyn is like Take Flight off a Tunic Counter in Illumina into double swing. Providing you have the soul to do that. You've just spent no cards to do that. Just the Take Flight. So that's very powerful. Maximilian, those forced enough cards out of Aidan here to basically have the turn pass back to him. Aidan just looking at that Tunic Counter, willing it to go up.
That's going to be a couple more turns, unfortunately. And does Max have likewise follow-up, more triple axe turns from this story? Could drop that life total of Aidan Barsony down very, very quickly. And I want to point out, we talked a lot about Joel Repta, a very strong player from Canada, has good finishes in the past. There's been a lot of other Canadian talent really looking strong in this tournament, floating around those top tables. And it's not the traditional names you saw all the time. It seems like there's a new blood of Canadian flesh and blood really starting to manifest in this scene. And bit of a coming out party at this Pro Tour. I think they're going to be a group to watch in the future.
I mean, if you're friends with Flake, you'll hear about how nasty the Toronto scene is as well. And, or if you're friends with David Root, actually, you'll never hear the end of it. David, obviously, a huge proponent of that scene for a very good reason. It's incredible. So much so that they'll even get Brody Spurlock turning up at their RTNs in rural Ontario. It's very much a honeypot for the players looking for the highest level of competition. I'm terrified of Toronto. I'm absolutely terrified.
Absolutely.
Oh, buddy.
Good efficient defense here. Sink below. Still just waiting for that tunic counter to come up. It would be nice to do so with a little bit of soul as well. If we can go into the next turn with soul at the ready. I think Maximilian, very incentivized to deny that. Do not want to see that Boltyn get rolling again.
He understands the game plan. This guy's a warrior.
Yeah, he is all over stopping any Boltyn shenanigans. Meanwhile, getting up to some shenanigans of his own.
Look at what he's just pitched.
With spoils here.
Yeah, Spillblood. I mean, Spillblood second swing, so he's pitching something that, could kind of end the game.
Yeah.
Basically. We'll see if we get to sort of that part of the game. But look how, elegantly he blocks out Illuminate. Normally really annoying card. That 4-power breakpoint with an on-hit that is extremely relevant here. Valiant Dynamo is...
Yeah, Power of Dynamos. Quad red hand on this cycle for the Dory. It still looks okay.
And here I am just saying he's stacking a big pitch. No, he's just getting himself out of a weird hand.
Yeah, and it was an okay turn of events, but we've got a problem now if you're on Max's side. This is a Boltyn, tunic counter, at the ready, be ready to go. 3 cards to soul is exactly what I expected when we head into this turn.
3 cards? Yeah, he needs to fill it.
Yeah, this is pretty nice for Aidan.
It might actually it'll be a scary turn, but he's actually setting up quietly in the background.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He was getting starved.
This can continue to future turns for sure. I don't expect this soul gets burned through immediately.
Okay, how do we efficiently block this? So, we don't. That says Maximilian. Take 6. What about 6 more for free, by the way? That's
free Raiden activation. Not bad. Last time, perfect card to close the chain in Illuminate. What's the follow-up this time? Is there another 0?
That would be pretty astonishing. Again, still no Spirit of Arena in play. This is still on the combat chain, so we haven't seen Aidan decide whether or not to banish to give Raiden go again, which, by the way, gets go again if it's attacking for any damage.
He is going to.
All right, what is it?
So we know there's a follow-up.
Oh!
All right, perfect follow-up.
So good. Oh, it's so good, Brian. Oh, it's just too good. 10 damage Bolting Blade.
Bolting Blade coming in for 10. Absolutely the card you wanted to see if you're an Aidan fan. Very, very nice Boltyn turn. Critically gating through this one with a card in soul at the ready, and that can lead to future turns. Can Max go ahead and seize back the tempo? This game extremely tight as we come down the stretch here. Players starting to be on the cusp of those single-digit life totals.
There's the ebb and flow of Boltyn. Cyclical in his impact. We're going to get a versus block here. It's up that first axe swing just in case there's any potential of some ridiculous triple swing. But no, that's not going to happen. But still a respectable 5 here. Take it.
Yeah, just the 2-card 7 being
he's taking
totally fine. It is going to take the damage here, and that means we're coming back with 4 big cards at the ready. What can this Boltyn offer in this spot?
Take Flight is pretty good. We're pitching hard to do it. Okay, that's a Tenacity, just quietly. Houston, we have a Tenacity for the late game. So again, Take Flight
card.
has Go Again baked in, right? That's kind of why you're paying for this. But for Go Again, you don't have to burn soul to give it Go Again. You can also opt to charge if you so choose.
Yeah, this turn could be quasi setup, but also nice numbers setup. I think take Flight into Raiden is totally fine as far as output goes, and then maybe play the next turn with an Arsenal.
I'd like that. I think that would be completely reasonable.
It's covered up. There is the Raiden.
I think we broke the chain there to... Did we use a versus? Yes, we did. We broke the chain to use Einstein versus. Eat that up. Get a agility counter. Again, the ultimate smoother for these turns.
And Illuminate on the tail end. Okay.
This just messed up Maximilian's plans. Yeah, he was hoping for a really efficient double swing with the Blade Flurry. Now it's just a double swing.
Good discipline, though, out of Maximilian there.
I reckon I would have eaten that.
Yep. Very, very disciplined.
But again, he sees the value there for sure. And he knows he needs to deny this soul. He needs to make Aidan really work for it, like turning these tunic turns into more setup Esquans with like 3 charges to evade.
I'm a little concerned about Aidan's next turn. I believe I saw a double Celestial Cataclysm draw. And look, usually that's fine. Just go ahead, commit them to defense, move on. Except Max isn't going to do much on this turn. This was really a spot where Aidan wanted to find some unabashed offense, not play any defense, and I think instead going to have to commit some of these cards to the defense and doesn't feel great about it.
Yeah, it feels pretty terrible giving a 3 block to a hatcheted body, but it wouldn't be the first time it's happened this game. But because Aidan doesn't suspect 3 hits, it's even worse of a proposition. That being said...
Yeah, what is the usage? What is the efficient card usage on the next turn? Of course, one of these Cataclysms is going to defend.
How about 3?
Cataclysm again, maybe? Do you set one up? Do you think you can get to Soul? No, it is just going to be the second defense from a Celestial Cataclysm. And okay, I think that worked out okay. You got those cards out of hand. You can do something small here, and then you're setting up for your Tunic turn, which is coming back around. Or you can just go ahead and charge up that Soul.
That was a 1-card 6 from Maximilian, though.
Yeah, nice. Nice value.
Maximilian on Tunic as well. Shift in hand looks like another Blade Flurry potentially. Giving your... Yeah. So... Aidan can't confer an increase in power to this card, so like the likelihood of go again, not really there. Still respected though, and here it is. This is on a Tunic turn, a Spill Blood to force some damage through, and Maximilian, if he's sitting on an attack reaction, he might be looking to end the game here and now. Armor looking thin. Again,
perfect time for this card to show up. Perfect time.
There is block on this equipment, right? Aidan has 2 power block on the legs. Would lose the Versus if blocked with it because it's a temper equipment, but there's one there. Getting out of this turn unscathed will be no mean feat for Aidan Barsony from Canada. As Maximilian Klein come a long way for this, played in many tournaments.
This feels like the crucial moment in this match, Mitch. It's so important that Aidan snuffs out exactly what Maximilian wants to do on this turn. Figures out defenses appropriately. Probably not going to leverage that Tunic immediately. I think this kind of needs to be a 2-turn plan at this point for Aidan. Defend exactly the right amount here, set up an arsenal, go into the next turn, and be exactly where you want to be.
Shift the tide of battle. Going to give us a go again.
Yeah, time to use that Radiant Flow and commit that to defense and follow up Hatchet here.
Okay, so it wasn't a damaging attack reaction, but you know, worth bearing in mind here, that's a +2 from that Spill Blood. So that was a 2. And I think it was only blocked 2, so Aidan did leak a bit. There we go. That'll be corrected. Oh, my goodness. Down to 2.
Taking damage from that second hatchet.
Now, what did we just see in the previous game? So an attack reaction not respected.
Yeah, but having seen that from Aidan, Aidan thinks he's got the goods. He thinks he can figure out a way to win this turn, and it's going to be Beaming Bravado, or at least demand a lot of cards from Maximilian with the help of that Tunic.
Beaming Bravado. You charge a yellow, gives it +1, so makes it easy to give that go again here. Courage, of course, also does that for you, or gives you the ability to banish for go again. Oh, interesting hand. Very interesting. Looks like a Command and Conquer 2. Oh, is that a Shunt? Shunts are online, and they are genuinely threatening here. This part of the game.
Pretty scary.
Off a Tunic counter, they also don't tear your hand apart to play.
Yeah, Max going to take that Bravado to kick things off. Follow-up is the Raiden.
Are we in Shuntsville? I think we might be. If that was even the card I spotted. Again, the cape from Hit and Run also looks very similar. Ah, okay. Double Hit and Run hand is actually not that bad.
Yeah, we know what that card
Cleave.
Does. Yeah, Cleave. Typically used in the Dromai matchup, but just a fine pump as well. And then Bolt of Courage rounds out the turn here.
There are just no easy blocks for Maximilian here. He doesn't have reaction speed damage in his hand, so take 2, give a card. Okay. 3-2 life totals.
What does that tell you, Mitch? Max wants to win now. He thinks he has the goods, and let's see if he's able to go ahead and present some problems for Aidan. Can he find the defense to stay alive here?
Not even sure. I see it personally. A CNC and another hit and run in his hand. It's efficient attacks, make no mistake. You know, coming in with this hatchet for 6 or CNCing after the fact is also good.
In fairness, you don't have to win the game. You can just take enough from Boltyn. And as I mentioned, Boltyn, an extremely resource-heavy deck. That means you want to play with a lot of cards in hand. If you have to commit cards to the defense, your output is usually dramatically impacted.
And Aidan can't afford to leak anymore. You go to 1 against a deck with Shunts.
That's it. That's a wrap.
It feels just like a too big a risk to take at 9 and 2. Both these players really want that X and 2. suffering a third loss at this point in the tournament, can start to lay a pallor of doubt of your outcome at the end of the day. Boltyn versus Dorinthea. Here we are. A singular point of life separates them. Naturally, Aidan is blocking here. But if you can get from him 2 cards, I think that's what you want out of this turn cycle. The Command and Conquer might make it 3. Here's the hit and run. 6 power with Go again. We have the resource to deploy the Command and Conquer after this axe attack.
Yeah, that's
3 cards left in hand.
Huge. This just might be more
No defense
damage.
reaction. I don't think Aidan can actually stay alive here. This is 6 and then 6 following it. Aidan has 9 block in his hand.
That blind Arsenal card that came off the top would have to be near perfect to survive this turn.
I mean,
even
if
then,
the D-react, it has to be here. It cannot be for that last chain link. It might be all over for the Breaker of Dawn here. 3 cards to work with. None of them look particularly defensive. You throw them all in front.
and then the
Go
follow-up
again.
is the Command and Conquer.
And look at the grin on Maximilian Klein's face as Aidan realizes he's committed the cardinal sin. No defense reaction gets you out of this one. Not that he had it anyway. And he goes to 10 and 2 on Hatchet's Dorinthea. Back-to-back showings for this deck that has emerged as one of the undeniable front runners alongside Kayo at the very least for top 8.
I'm scared, Mitch. I'm scared
I'm
of this
ecstatic.
Dorinthea deck. It looks real. Very, very real.
Oh, man. Yeah, really, really incredible stuff here from both of our sort of Dorinthea players. The Boltyn deck is terrifying as well, right? What it can do, there's a Lumina in hand there as well. A little bit tough for Aidan because, you know, we never get a Spirit set up. We don't get to throw Lumina in on a lot of these turns because the life gain against this Dorinthea deck, you can cancel out a lot of what the Dynamo provides by just this life gain and soul filling. That's something that I don't think Maximilian could have dealt with. Incredible stuff here, everybody. We are down with round 13. That is done. Maximilian Klein, amazing result to take it to 10 and 2. Stick around. We've got much more from Classic Constructed as we get to the pointy end of things here at day 2 of Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pro Tour Los Angeles. Sam O'Byrne, Pankaj Bhojwani, and this is it, the penultimate round of Swiss approaches. But before we get into that game, let's take a look at these standings. We talked about a Wild West meta. It is a Wild West meta, top to bottom in these standings. Tell me what you're looking at, Pankaj.
All eyes are going to be in the top 12 that we see here, because that's currently the cutoff, the X3 cutoff. You see 13 and lower are currently sitting at the 8 points. Some of them might be able to squeak through, but really these top 12 players is where we want to put our focus on. We're going to have a lot of win and ins. This is where the pressure is at its highest. All these players fighting for their lives, trying to make top 8. It is electric out here.
Well, let's go ahead and take on our feature match. It's going to be Peter Ward on Kayo versus Brandon Ejupi on Dromai. These are the titans of the meta. We've seen them in the standings. We're seeing them in the feature mat, and it's time to figure out who's going to move on to 10-3 and really have a good chance of getting into the top 8 of this Pro Tour.
Titans of the meta, indeed. These two decks are the most represented today at the Pro Tour Los Angeles. And also, very importantly, this is the infamous 90-90 matchup. Both sides think they have the plan to beat the other deck, and we're going to see who can actually come out on top.
Wild Ride going to be the start of the game here for Peter. He's going to go ahead and draw and discard, looking to make a might and have the go again. Maybe pressure Brandon a bit so that those Seeker's Mitts are a little bit less exciting to activate, facing down a lot of damage.
So already seeing a lot of interesting things here from the KO side. So some KOs have elected to have one Gambler's Gloves in the sideboard for this matchup in case the Dromai tries to take a bit more of a defensive stance. Sometimes if you don't have the agility token, you want to be able to roll Scab Skins and do that safely with the Gambler's Gloves. However, looks like Peter's saying, I don't need the Gambler's Gloves because I've got these yellow Wild Rides. It seems like he's pretty confident in his deck's ability to go wide enough with these yellow Wild Rides that he feels like he doesn't need the Gambler's Gloves to go alongside his Scab Skin Leathers for the turns where Dromai makes him stuck with a 4 to 5 card hand.
And Peter just deciding, I'm going to go wide enough to get 3 damage through here onto Brandon. Even though there was a Sigil of Solace, it was ostensibly just a 3 block in this case, so no arsenal, but 3 damage. It's always the trade-off, right? Do you want to set up a 5 card hand for later in the game, or do you want to try to push damage? Peter, in this situation, 9-3 here at the Pro Tour, electing, let's put my Dromai opponent down to 37 to start this game off. No Ash was able to be generated here from the Dromai. Couldn't activate the Seeker's Mitts to get some. Let's see if there's any red cards that can be played to fill up that pitch zone and fill up the Ash reserves. The answer is 1 Command and Conquer, 2 reds pitched, 2 Ash, threatening no arsenal, so this is just 6 vanilla damage.
And not having the Ash going into the Dromai's first turn, that is critical. Now, when you deal 3 damage, but you give up an arsenal, that is quite a bit of a wash if you think about it. A lot of times cards can be worth 3, maybe more damage in Classic Constructed. But because he went all out, the Dromai was not able to establish some Ash. And critically, Dromai not running the Royal Crown. They don't have the gold to just freely generate Ash off of that. They are, choosing to run Balance of Justice, opting for the more defensive stance that we were talking about earlier. So, Ash could really be a bit of a constraining factor for this Dromai over here. So denying the Ash turn 0 by Peter Ward, very, very heads up.
Also, takes out the equivalent or the ability to run the card Tome of Imperial Flame. Such a powerful card in these decks, but doesn't block for crap. And sometimes against these brute decks that are throwing down such incredible amounts of damage, you draw into a Tome off a Sink Below, and your heart stops for a second.
Another, benefit that Peter had from going off an Arsenal is that he can just take 6 in the CNC. He does not care about
that's
this.
That's actually fantastic for Peter here.
This beginning of the game going quite towards Peter's way, we have to say. But again, this Dromai is postured very defensively. And I have to say, without the Gambler's Gloves, we're really going to see whether Peter is going to be able to capitalize on the big hands that it seems like Brendan is going to give him.
Blood Rush Bellow in the hand, a couple of blue quote-unquote 6s thanks to Kayo and a Smash Instinct. Looks like the move is just going to be deploying the Blood Rush off of a 4-card hand, which is still scary, but significantly less than when there's an Arsenal card ready to power up this turn.
Not only is it, 4 cards instead of 5, the KO also doesn't have an agility over here. And a lot of times in KO, unlike Rhinar and Levia, where you have 2 claws to be able to go 3 wide on a Blood Rush turn, KO, without the agility, sometimes can be difficult to go 3 wide on a Blood Rush turn. So we're going to see whether he's drawn one of his Wild Rides. We already saw the yellow, so you have to imagine he's also running the reds. It could also maybe have a Pulping or something like that. More go again cards. Let's see what he has drawn.
Just trying to push damage. No dragons yet. This is going to be a Mandible Claw coming in 4-5. Can see a blue Assault and Battery, a blue Riled Up, and a Beast Within. Those are not the cards you want to see, really, other than in the pitch, maybe. And then the Beast Within, you'd rather have that off the top of the deck.
Yeah, and here we see a Balance of Justice being popped here. Of course, 2 cards have been drawn from the Blood Rush Bellow. Brendan saying, okay, the first opportunity you give me to pop this Blood Rush, my bet he's putting it as a block card. potentially going to pop in earlier this turn. Of course, remember to block the balance of justice before you pop it, ladies and gentlemen.
Blocking out the 6 thanks to the Might token and the +2 from the Blood Rush Bellow. We're just going to go ahead and attack with the Assault and Battery and discard the Beast Within. So this is going to make an Agility token.
Indeed, and the Beast Within is going to trigger because I believe Beast Within does not specify that it needs to be discarded at random. It just needs to be discarded at all.
That means that Red Bear Fang's gonna head to the arsenal while there is both an Agility token and a Might sitting on the field.
So overall, pretty underwhelming Blood Rush turn. You never want to be sending a blue attack on the combat chain when you're doing Blood Rush. But Peter Ward, with the Beast Within discard and ending turn with an Agility and a Might and drawing that Red Bear Fangs to set up in Arsenal, has set himself up for a very strong following turn. Now, Brendan, despite the weaker Blood Rush turn, still... Oh, yeah, no. So because of the weaker Blood Rush turn, chose not to activate Balance of Justice, saying, you know what, you have 2 more Blood Rushes. I'll definitely find a chance to activate this again. And also, a lot of times, KOs have these random draw and discards. So, for example, like a Wild Ride into a Bear Fangs will also turn on the Balance of Justice. So, Brendan's saying, I'll have plenty of opportunities to activate this Balance of Justice. I don't need to do it on your weak Blood Rush turn, where all you did was send a blue attack.
Scar for Scar, right here. 0 for 4. This is a wounding blow that blocks for 1 less at the moment. No Go Again currently represented in a card headed to the arsenal for Brandon. Another exciting aspect of this match, to go on top of all the other incredibly exciting factors at play, we are going to have I wouldn't say brand new, but a lot of these players vying for contention are not the household names of Flesh and Blood. We are in a star-making campaign for the top 8 of this Pro Tour, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a again, not completely new, but a lot of players that haven't seen as much visible success as some of the top names in this game. You're looking down at Peter Ward and Brandon Ejupi. One of these people might have the chance to hit that top 8 and put themselves in a different level of competition, a different category among Flesh and Blood players. There's only been 3 groups so far, Pro Tour top 8 competitors.
Very exciting times to live in for sure, Sam. Seeing new faces at the top 8, it's going to be such a treat. So many new names being created, more to add to the legend, the growing list of legends that we have in this game.
And these players trying to etch their names into the legend books at the moment. This is the second to last round of Swiss. But each of you need to win this one if you want a chance to hit the top 8. So this is as important as they come for these 2 players.
So I do want to point out a bit of tension that seems like Brendan's list has. This Scar for a Scar over here. Now, with the way he's posturing, he wants to play with the Balance of Justice, not flipping the Royal Crown, you do get the impression he wants to play a bit more of a defensive game plan. Scar for a Scar, not great for that game plan. Not only does it only block 2, it can only benefits you if you are lower life than your opponent already, which if you're trying to be defensive, ideally you're not in that position. So this potentially tells us he has faced a bit of tension in his deck building. He maybe wants to Scar for other matchups. Maybe the Mirror was forced to bring it in when he wants to be defensive into KO.
Peter Ward. One Blood Rush Bellow deserves another. The drums of war beat in Brute Nation. The Savage Lands have answered his call. There is a Bear Fangs in the arsenal. It is red. It would have Go Again thanks to this Agility token, and it would get +1 thanks to the Might. And the Blood Rush Bellow is here to power up whatever comes next. We're going to start things off with that beautiful red Bear Fangs. This is, potentially as good as it gets for a KO Blood Rush turn. We'll have to see if there's more Go Again that can be represented after this draw and discard.
And everything we spoke about in the previous Blood Rush turn is just absolutely not the case for this Blood Rush turn. There was an agility setup. There were 5 cards. He has the resources to support this turn. So here's where we might see Brendan finally pop the Balance of Justice, saying this is not just a mopey blue attack coming up on a Blood Rush turn. This is red Bear Fangs, and you're holding 3 cards. I need the extra block value from the extra card draw.
Balance of Justice, what a metagame impact it immediately has had. 2 block value and then the potential for 3 to 4 upon activating the ability.
100%. And even cards like Hold the Line, we saw that in a previous matchup. Josh Lau bringing that into the Brute, saying, this Hold the Line going to be very, very helpful when you do these Blood Rushes, when you do the random draw discard twice in a turn as well. Now this Claw obviously going to have Go Again because the 6 has been discarded twice, I might add, between the Blood Rush and the Bear Fangs.
A little bit of an update to the standings down there, folks. Peter Ward, Brendan Ejupi actually at 10-2, not 9-3, so doing even better than anticipated as the Mandible Claw is going to connect 4-2. Brendan, down to 23. Not respecting the damage in the same way you might expect from this Bear Fangs, but Brandon here has a plan. He's 10-2, and there's a reason. Pack Hunt is going to come in, big ol' intimidate attack.
So not blocking the Bear Fangs, honestly, that's one of the forks that Kayo puts you in, because remember, they have 6 Arsenal Disruptive pieces now. They have the 3 Send Packings and the 3 Command and Conquers. Sometimes if you try and dedicate too much block on the first attack, you might get blown out if they end up with a CNC or a Send Packing later on down the chain, and you just don't have the cards to block that out, and then you will lose your Arsenal because of it. So Brendan and Ejupi, a bit of a heads-up play there, saving his blocks, but unfortunately got punished by the Pack Hunt, and that's the fork that Kayo puts you in. If you block too early, you might get blown out by the Arsenal Disruption. But if you block too late, you might get intimidated and you don't get to block at all.
After that huge turn, Brandon down to 19 to Peter's 29. His turn, Brandon's, is going to start with an Invoke Mirror Guy, creating the Phantasm Removing Dragon into a Dromai. This is a 2-pack of dragons that a deck with a lot of 6s and Phantasm Poppers does not want to see, as a Miragai can now power up the Dromai, making an action point. Only 1 card left available for Brandon here. It is in the arsenal, but these are dragons that Peter's going to have a real think about.
And this is why Brendan took so much damage that he did on that previous Blood Rush 10. Dromai, Miragai, both very critical dragons into a deck that has over 30 poppers. You need to be able to stick dragons that can get around those poppers, and these 2 dragons exactly in this combination is exactly what you want. And on the Kayo side, one reason why this matchup is actually not as easy for Kayo as people think, like why the Dromais can say it's actually favored for them, is that the lack of the second claw actually makes it quite difficult for them to clear these problematic dragons. You know, a deck like Rhinar, a deck like Levia could do something like discard a wind-up and then send 2 claws into a Miragai and into a Dromai to clear them both. Kayo does not have that access. If he wants to clear both these dragons, one of the attacks that goes into these dragons needs to be an actual card, only 1 claw.
Dromai comes in, no Phantasm, but is going to be blocked by the Savage Feast. 2 action points, and that means this Snatch can come in with Go Again stapled onto it. This is now 4 damage on hit, draw a card, and a Miragai can come in if Brandon is feeling lucky or feeling aggressive. I have to imagine the Miragai might stay home, unless he wants to fish for the Popper. But here's 4 damage that represents a card draw on hit that could be another dragon, or it could just be a defensive piece that heads to the arsenal.
I am in awe at Brendan's deck building over here. I think this meta, you really need to be creative with the deck building, do things that people don't entirely expect, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. He's running Snatches and Scar for Scars. On the surface, seems a bit more like an aggressive Dromai list, but alongside that, he's running the Balance of Justice, saying, I'm going to do both. I'm playing a bit of hybrid plan. I'm not going to play into a variance of drawing no blocks on tomes, because that's what will lose me the game, but I'm still going to keep these really powerful, efficient, aggressive pieces in the Snatch and the Scar for Scars.
3 cards left for Peter to work with. He went ahead and blocked with both pieces of equipment to prevent the draw off the Snatch. So now only a 4-card hand left for Brandon to work with on his next turn. This is going to be an Enlightened Strike. Going to be choose and go again. You have to imagine 5... Oh, just clearing both dragons. Yeah, just clearing both dragons. Got to do it. Take care of the one. Use the claw to take care of the other. So now 4 cards off the top of the deck. 1 Ash. How many dragons will Brandon be able to establish here? Put some targets in front of him to block.
And that is the problem we just spoke about. To clear these dragons, Kayo had to give up so much tempo, give up so many cards. That was 3 full cards to basically deal 7 points of damage. It was 4 on the Miragai, no wait, 6, 4 on the Miragai, 2 on the Dromai, and that is the difficult question that Dromai asks of you. You have to be sometimes very inefficient when you clear these dragons, and we see tempo on Brendan's side, and he's using that to develop yet another Miragai.
Miragai coming into the red zone here, coming across, asking Pete the question, you want to give me a card? You want to take the 2 damage? He's got a little bit of a life buffer. 10 life separates the 2 players here, 29 to 19 in favor of the British man.
And as we talk about tempo being on Brendan's side, I do want to point out that him only having 1 Ash could actually be a bit of a problem. We spoke about how Dromai is one of the key dragons. Unfortunately, Dromai Ash negative, unlike this Miragai, which sort of makes back the Ash because of what you need to pitch for it. Dromai is going to consume that Ash, and other more Ash-intensive cards like Rake the Embers, very, very strong in a matchup like this, again, because of that singular claw. With just 1 Ash, you can't really use those cards to full value. So let's see if Brendan's able to keep up the tempo while keeping the Ash up.
Peter here going to take 2 damage. I accept your offer. Card coming here is going to be a Blaze Headlong. I believe from the arsenal.
Once again,
Oh, no, this was just a 4-card hand. So yeah, this is just coming in from the hand. 4 damage with Go again, thanks to the Miragai being a red card.
Once again, Brendan showing us that he is not he's not shying away from these 4 attack 2 blocks, even though his list is running Balance of Justice into the Brutes. He's saying these cards are just efficient enough for me to put up the pressure. And the other really good thing about these cards is that they don't have Phantasm. He's saying, I'm not going to try and fatigue a Brute. Some Dromais are trying to do that, but he's saying, I need to try and kill them. And one way I get around their poppers, aside from Miragai and Chromai, is sending these Phantasmless attacks that are very, very efficient. Because if they attack for 4 and often have Go again, like the Scar for a Scar.
All of a sudden, life totals looking a little more even. As Brandon moves to the end phase of his turn, Peter saying, give me a second. Might got a moment here. Might got a wind up I want to throw down to get some Go again. That looks like it would be a swing big with Go again or whatever is in that arsenal. The other option is...
And Peter has a serious problem here because he does not have the Might token, which means his Claw does not kill the Miragai. That Claw only comes in for 3. Miragai has 4 health, so without the Might token, he needs to send, again, an actual card into the Miragai to be able to kill it. Very, very inefficient. He has a serious problem here.
Talk about a serious problem. The last thing a Dromai wants to see is a Ravenous Rabble revealing the Passing Mirage on the top of the deck. It feels like, how could that happen when there are only most likely 3 blues in this list, and yet there it is sitting right at the top saying hello to the Ravenous Rabble and turning that attack from an attack for 4 into an attack for 2. I always love it when players attempt to punish their opponents for making an activation at the end phase, doing something with instant speed. Because Peter had gone ahead and played a card out from his hand there, Brandon decided to try to throw some damage, but unfortunately only found the 2, which Peter was happy to accept. And now we've seen it once. Let's see it again. This is a Bear Fangs. If it hits, gonna come in for 8 and does have the Go again thanks to that agile wind-up discard.
Also, this is extremely minor, but I love the way Peter does this draw and discard. When it's a random draw and discard, a lot of times KOs will, draw the card and look at it before they shuffle it in their hand. Peter's saying, you know what? No, I don't want to look at it. I don't want my opponent to see the stress on my face if I draw a miss. So he's saying, I'm not going to look at it. I'm just going to do the random discard and leave it up to the dice.
Does go ahead and hit that swing big, hitting the graveyard, creating the Might, and only a Sink Below being put in front of the Bear Fangs to start. So looks like Brandon might be heading down to 15, taking the 4 down to 15. Only 1 dragon to speak of. Let's see how much Peter wants to respect it now that his opponent is sitting at a somewhat precarious life total, though Peter only 6 life higher at that 21.
Miragai still on the field, something Peter does need to deal with. And at the same time, remember, there's still the Passing Mirage in Brendan's hand. If you leave this Miragai up and Brendan gets to establish Passing Mirage plus Miragai, that is a serious problem. And we might end up seeing Peter starting to roll Scabs in that spot. And that is exactly what Brendan wants. Brendan wants to put Kayo in the position where he feels like he needs to roll Scabs, because without Gambler's Gloves, that can just lose him the game on the spot.
I love when you take words out of my mouth. I was getting ready to be like, wait, we know he knows about the passing, and then you just hit it.
That was my plan all along.
We've got a Dromai as well in the hand. They're flashing. That, helps make that Passing Mirage look a little less turn-ending.
So what we just spoke about the previous turn is happening to Brendan here. The lack of Ash right now. We spoke about Dromai being Ash negative. His other card in hand is a Rake the Embers. Once again, not able to capitalize on these very, very powerful cards because of the lack of Ash generation. Now looks like he might arsenal that Rake the Embers, but with 0 Ash, that is a very, very tough prospect. But on the bright side, he has put 2 extremely threatening things on the board right now in the form of the Dromai and the Passing Mirage.
Man, Scab Skin Leathers. What a card. Probably, I don't want to say the card of the tournament, because I think, honestly, the KO players having the most success are probably having to rely on it the least. But is a card that, when Gambler's Gloves continues to represent less and less deck slots in these tournament decks, represents so many choices, represents so many possibilities. And looking at possibilities, this is a hand that doesn't really cooperate much for Peter here. A lot of cards in that hand that don't pitch for much, and 2 quite threatening things on the battlefield that he's staring down.
The unfortunate thing for Peter here is that the resource card is also the card he wants to keep when he's doing a random draw discard in the form of that Beast Within. If he wants to play the Wild Ride, likely going to pitch Beast Within, but that's really not the card you want to pitch. You want that in your hand as you're going for a random draw discard in case you hit the Beast Within and you get to make a 4-card hand into a 5-card hand.
Both of these players sitting at 10 wins and 2 losses throughout 12 rounds of incredibly high stakes competition here at the Pro Tour, and it's coming down to this. There's a Dromai, there's a Passing Mirage, there's an Arsenal. There's also no Ash available for the Dromai player, but it is going to be the Wild Ride thanks to the Tunic and the Savage Feast coming in. Let's see if that Beast Within gets discarded here. This might be a huge moment in this game. And it is the Beast Within out of the hand. That is going to have a major impact in the texture of this turn. You can see all Brandon can do is laugh. And we're going to go ahead and draw a blue now into the hand if we are the Kayo player. What does this mean, Ponkage?
Massive heads-up play by Peter there, saying, you know what, I don't want to pitch this Beast Within. I need this in my hand. My out here when my opponent has a Dromai and a Passing Mirage on the field is I need to hit this or I need to draw a random blue off the top from the Wild Ride. And I'm just going to cash in my Tunic here, pitch a red. Very, very inefficient play, but it works out for me. Played into the variance and was rewarded for it.
That's what happens. Brute gaming, baby. Play into the randomness and feel the love from the random dice gods. Beast Within, look at that card. The eye within, pouring forth possibility and power into Peter here.
So we do have to point out that the Wild Ride was going into the Dromai. So while he did gain back some, efficiency by getting extra cards, 6 damage into a Dromai, not great. Also note that he cannot send the Claw into the Passing Mirage because that will just end his turn. So if he wants to clear the Passing Mirage as well, he's likely sending Claw to the face and then sending another whole extra card into the Passing Mirage. So Brendan really showing us the awkwardness that Dromai puts you into because you're sending these big attacks at either Spectra cards or at dragons, and that's not where you want to be.
And now another Agile Windup getting discarded, making an Agility and a Might for the next turn, and the Claw is going to go ahead and hit the Passing Mirage here. It looks like... Yeah, go for it.
Having the Agile Windup in the hand, they're very, very good for Peter because we just spoke about how if he sends Claw face and an attack at the Passing Mirage, that feels really bad. But because he had the Agile Windup, he could still use the rest of his hand and end with an Arsenal, set himself up. Now, unfortunately, Brendan, of course, has his full hand because all Peter did was deal with the board state the previous round. But again, no Ash on Brendan's side, and he's holding, I see, at least one dragon in form of the Mirror Guy.
And even if Brandon had...
the color.
Yeah. If Peter had attacked and Brandon had something like a Sync Blow or a Fate Foreseen, that would allow a Flamescale Furnace activation. Though I do see a Ravenous Rabble. There's a red card. Now we can pitch into Flamescale Furnace and make an Ash on demand. Let's see how important that's going to be, as this is finally going to come in for 4. And it looks like it's time for the Scowling Fleshbag play. Why do you think this is happening here?
Because he recognizes Brendan doesn't have Ash. If Brendan wants to resolve a dragon, he's going to need to pitch a whole card into Furnace to make the Ash, and then that will be... That just makes it extremely awkward for Brendan to do and also resolve a dragon. So very, very heads-up play by Peter then. Also, Brendan this time did reveal a red off the top from a Ravenous Rabble. His skill is improving as a player, and that is proof of it.
Congratulations. We are watching players get better before our very eyes, and it looks like the Passing Mirage that was in hand did end up heading to the Banished Zone here. So that might have been something Brandon was thinking about, that even if this first Passing Mirage from the last turn got attacked into, at least he'd have the one to develop on his own turn. But Scowling Flashbag has other ideas.
Brendan now holding on to a Dust Up and a Color, and that Flashback absolutely amazing because of what we just spoke about. He doesn't have Ash. If he pitches to Furnace to make the Ash, he still actually will be able to play the Color. So because Furnace does refund back the resource. So let's see whether he opts for that or whether he opts for something a bit more aggressive. Perhaps, the Dust Up. Okay.
So the Rake the Embers here are going to go ahead and make a total of 2 Ash. And now he has to decide exactly how many Ash Wings he wants to create.
So he can respond to the Rake the Embers by activating Flamescale Furnace to make a critical extra Ash to be able to convert all 3 of them. And that looks like that's exactly the line he's going for. So he's going to make exactly 3 Ash, but once again, going all the way down to 0 if he does convert all 3 of them.
Yeah, so 3 Ash created, 3 Ash Wings saying hello. 3 flying Kadashis swinging down towards Peter, but no Ash once again in a Passing Mirage headed to the Arsenal.
No Ash, and these Ash Wings have Phantasm. Now, it's been a while since we've seen him swing a dragon with Phantasm, and this is exactly why you don't really want to do that. But at the same time, remember, Rake the Embers, that's 3 Ash Wings. So if 1/3 of your Rake the Embers took a swing big out of your opponent's hand, you are still happy. This is still playing right into the inefficiencies that Dromai wants to put the opposing Brute players into.
Blood Rush Bellow going to go ahead and discard that Wild Ride, make a Might for the next turn. We already have Go again thanks to the Agility token. Let's see what these first 2 cards are off the top of the deck. It's a Cast Bones and a Class of Agility here.
Castbone's an interesting inclusion in this matchup. Some KOs believe that Castbone's is a little too slow to bring into Dromai because you do want to just put as much pressure into their face as possible. Also can be awkward if you need to deal with board state. Sometimes if you're holding onto a Castbone's, it's the last thing you want to see if you ever fall behind. But Peter's saying, now, you know what? I can have it. I trust in my deck. Once again, we see the yellow Wild Ride in his discards. He's saying, I have enough pressure that I can still play this Castbone's and potentially cinch the deal with this Castbone's.
Yeah, we'll have to see because this Clash of Agility can just come in here for a 9 with Go again, thanks to the Might and the Agility. And then the Castbones represents an enormous amount of potential damage on the turn that follows. With Brandon already down to 15, maybe that's enough pressure to put on.
Potentially, but we do have to point out that if he goes for that line, and that is the awkwardness for with Castbones, is that his Blood Rush turn will become a lot worse. That means he's only getting +2 damage from the Blood Rush instead of even the +4, which is what KOs normally get. And, you know, turns like this is potentially why you see members of the Wolf Pack, for example, cut Castbones entirely from their list. They're saying there is so much anti-synergy between these KO power cards like Castbones and Blood Rush Bellow. They don't work well with each other. They're awkward if I reveal one to the other, or I discard, or I draw into one on a Blood Rush turn. So, you know, some KOs have opted to cut it. Peter saying, you know what, I think this is powerful enough to still keep.
Castbones headed into the arena. Let's go ahead and resolve one of the most powerful and the most talked about cards in heavy hitters. The Wolf Pack might not like it, but Peter Ward does. And gosh darn it, he's 10-2 here in the Pro Tour. Let's go ahead and reveal and see how many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be 6 Might tokens and an Agility. 7 total on the battlefield here. Pete Ward is set up for an incredibly impactful next turn.
7 Mights, 1 Agility. Currently no Phantasmless attacks on Brendan's side. He has a passing margin in Arsenal, but he won't be able to capitalize on that if he uses that, because obviously it ends his turn once he does that. So Peter Ward is telling Brendan, right now, can you disrupt me? Do you have potentially a CNC? Do you have a dragon I need to care about? Because otherwise these 7 Might tokens and this Agility gonna go right at your face.
Now, one thing I do want to point out, I don't think those 6 cards were like that exciting, right? It was a bunch of blues and a bunch of yellows, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, I mean, yes, those Might tokens are incredibly powerful in Agility. No, everybody likes Go Again. Everybody likes action points and a Fate Foreseen. That's helpful that Brandon knows at least I'm going to get to block 4 out of 1 card on my very next turn. But I'm curious what it's in that arsenal for Peter. Maybe we had a chance to see it, and I just don't remember at this point. But it'd be nice to have a big red attack to complement those Might tokens if you are in Peter's seat here.
Definitely not many reds in the Castbones reveal, but at least there were resources. So if that Arsenal card is that red big attack that we were talking about, then Peter can still definitely make use of the Agility token and the Might tokens.
4 damage. Pete down to 14, and now here we go. This is a Snatch. No Go Again represented, but can Snapdragon Scalers if need be.
So here's where there's a bit of synergy and anti-synergy between Ravenous Rabble and Snatch. Now, Peter knows that if the Snatch hits, all Brendan's going to draw is that Fate Foreseen. So you might as well just say, oh, okay, yeah, you can have a Fate Foreseen. I don't really care about that. That could potentially be the line that he goes for. He's saying, you know what, I don't want you to let you get an extra Ash, because obviously if he draws a Fate Foreseen, he can pitch it right into Flamescale Furnace and get the Ash back. Peter's saying, I want to keep you Ash starved. Even though the Snatch isn't representing more aggression from you because you're drawing into a D-React, it can get you the extra Ash that you so critically need.
And the Apex Bonebreaker, they're going to make yet another Might. So the Sen packing is going to join the Apex Bonebreaker to take care of the Snatch, and then the 2 Ashwings come along, get a little more points of damage across, and then finally the Passing Mirage out of the arsenal. So things are face up for Peter here. He knows there's no D-React in the arsenal he has to think about. He's just going full face, full damage, 8 Might tokens, and an Agility. What can you put together, Peter? The answer is another Bear Fangs out of the arsenal. We wanted a big red attack. That may be the best one we could have had.
And because of the Castbones, you know for a fact there is no miss at the top of the deck. There's only 2 unknown cards, but we know all 6 of them were hits. This Bear Fangs is guaranteed to hit, which means he's also going to be able to claw after this and potentially another attack. This is looking like a massive, massive turn from Peter Ward, and this is exactly why he's saying, I want Castbones in my list still, because I get to do things like this.
16 with Go Again coming across on the battlefield right now into the arena. The combat chain is buckling under the weight of this Bear Fangs.
9 block being presented here by Brendan and Ejupi. So far, he opted a Blaze Headlong, decided to send that to the bottom, saying, you know what,
That blocks too.
Yeah, it blocks too, and I need to be blocking right now. My opponent's going really hard and really fast.
Brendan down to 5. Into the claw. This one comes in just for 3. No Blood Rush Bellow on the turn, but 3 damage is exactly mean, not exactly, but it's over half of Brandon's life total here. He's going to go ahead and put just a Rake the Embers. That only blocks 2. So now Brandon goes down to 4. 1 card left in hand. And it's going to be a pack hunt. That intimidates.
Intimidates the last bundle.
Intimidates the last card. Peter Ward wins the game, moving on to 11-2. What a perfect draw. We talked about that those cards off the cast bones didn't look that exciting. I missed the pack hunt, and that's going to do it. Pete Ward moves on to 11-2. And the American Revolution, we might be in Los Angeles. But here at the Pro Tour, the British are coming.
What an absolutely amazing game. Both players just showing the masterclass on these heroes. And Peter Ward took that game, but I really do want to commend Brendan's whole game plan into that, saying I'm going to be somewhere in the perfect mix of defensive and offensive. Going to have the 0 for 4s. Going to play a balance of justice. But Peter Ward, in his own right, his own amazing deck building skills, saying, you know what, these Blood Rush Spells, these Cast Bones, still extremely worth it cards for me to play.
And Brandon Ejupi, just an incredible run so far, sitting there at 10-3. Listen, I refuse to learn the breakers in this game that I love so much. He very well could be in contention for all I know, but Peter Ward has put himself in a dominating position to potentially make the top 8 of the Pro Tour. The Redcoats are coming indeed. Los Angeles is under attack, and Peter Ward is looking good for the top 8.
Just one more game for Peter right now, and like you, I do not care to learn the tiebreakers either.
Well, you don't need to learn them.
Yeah.
You often just end up in the top 8 regardless.
Stop
You
it.
don't need to worry about the breakers.
Yeah, but Peter Ward, just one more game. You know he's going to treat that like a true win, and then he's not going to give any chances to his opponent. He's going to play as tight as he did in this game.
What an incredible game. Just what a masterclass between finally getting to see the 2 titans of the metagame face up, square off, and honestly, the deck that people have been talking about the most, he's the most represented, and Kayo really showing the power of the deck, the power of Cast Bones. I mean, I do understand the anti-synergies, but sometimes I think in a deck like this, like you mentioned, you kind of have to play into some of these maybe anti-synergies, maybe moments of variance, and just hope that the deck breaks your way. That's why we love these games, is that there is that variance. There is that element of unknown and excitement. And Peter there rode the excitement into an exciting finish.
And that matchup really showed the power turns that both decks are able to craft. Dromai with the Chromai Mirror Guy on the same turn. A couple of turns later, Chromai and Passing Mirage really putting the KO in such an awkward spot. I do want to point out, Sam, there were plenty of times a big attack went into a 2-health Chromai. A Wild Ride, 6-power Wild Ride went right into the Chromai and then a claw into a Passing Mirage. And yet Peter Ward saying, my power turns are so high. I could do Cast Bones for, I don't know, somewhere in the order of 58 damage or something like that. And powerful Blood Rush Bellows turns that even despite those inefficiencies that he forced me to do, I can still come out on top.
Yeah, just incredible stuff from both players. And again, huge shout out to Brandon for what has been an amazing run so far. And as far as I know, his run could very well not be over. But Peter Ward looking really good. We've got a banger of a backup match coming up for you folks. We're going to jump in live. I'm not satisfied. I want more flesh and blood, and I think you all do too. It's Maximilian Klein versus Ian Zhang. Ian TCG versus another 10-2 player. This is Hatchet's Dory into Dromai. 2 very powerful decks, 2 highly represented decks in the Pro Tour, and Dory, one of the best converting decks in the tournament, trying to face down Ashwings of her own.
And we're jumping right in the middle of the action here, not starting from the beginning. This is right, we get to watch this at the 1-time speed and just catch these players in action. Now,
we skipped to the end of the movie.
Yes. Maximilian's side, very interesting to point out that he is also running hatchets into Dromai. Now, some hatchet Dorintheas think that they need a Dawnblade in the sideboard for the Dromai matchup. Dawnblade, of course, very potent in this matchup because you get to farm counters of the dragons. Honestly, like a true RPG experience. You go out there, you slay dragons, you upgrade your weapon, and you come back and you kill the Empress. But Max saying, I'm just going to run these hatchets, and the efficiency with these will be enough for me to get over your dragons. Because remember, one thing Dorinthea can do on the hatchet game plan is attack 3 times. You can send 1 hatchet at a dragon, other hatchet face, normally a second hatchet's the big one, and then 3rd hatchet again at another dragon. And that is what Maximilian is likely going to try and capitalize on to overcome the Empress of Dragons.
I think it's official, folks. We have found the new spice deck of the tournament. We talked about it at the beginning. What is going to be the deck that takes Pro Tour Los Angeles by storm? It's Dorinthea Ironsong wielding the 2 hatchets from Monarch. The ability to get the +1 on the 2nd and potentially even 3rd hatchet swing, just proving to be too much for many of these players. And Maximilian here having to deal with a dust-up that threatens to make another Ash and another Ashwing potentially. The Valiant Dynamo already being presented against an Aether Ashwing. Maybe he'd like to have that block back.
Definitely. Ash Wings kind of the bane of many a hero in Flesh and Blood, and Dorinthea is no exception to that. These 1 health pesky dragons are so incredibly difficult to clear. You often need to, put way more than 1 damage into them, and that just makes your turns feel so incredibly bad, especially when your opponent Dromai is still sitting at a comfortable 18, more than twice your life total right now.
4 Aether Ashwings on the field. I think watching Ian in previous matches in Swiss, the Ash there is representing 1 total Ash, if I'm not mistaken. This is going to be a Spill Blood. It looks like this hatchet is going face. I was about to say I watched Maximilian a bit of his last game of Swiss during the rounds when we were not alive. I was watching the games out there in the Swiss rounds in the players area. And Maximilian was table 1, he was seat 1, and he was taking on another Dromai and also putting the hatchets into that list as well. So again, finding a different game plan than pretty much every other Dorinthea I've seen this tournament has been playing Dawnblade, even if the hatchets have been the main part of their deck.
So Ian seeing the Spillblood come out kind of makes him feel quite confident that his Ashwings will not be under attack this turn, because each hatchet is coming at minimum 4 because of the Spillblood's effect, buffing every hatchet this turn. So Maximilian unlikely to put 4 damage into the Ashwing. 2 damage into an Ashwing is a lot more digestible. So Ian saying, I know I'm going to keep most of my Ashwings around this turn, so I want to block as much as I can. But Maximilian saying, no. Spellblood has dominate. So I'm going to send as much damage to you as possible, not let you play this game plan of conserve your life total, preserve your board state.
Yeah, absolutely. The standing order going to get in front of a big old hatchet. The hit and run giving a buff on top of the Spillblood with the dominate, but the standing order still getting so much value out of the potential to put that arsenal on the bottom and get 2 more block out of it. Such a powerful card out of heavy hitters. And now it's time for the Hatchet of Mind to come back. Hatchet of Body, I believe. Yeah, it's the body, right? That's the body. Hatchet of Body's coming back on in because both weapons have attacked. Glint the Quicksilver did a lot of work right there.
Definitely. The draw card over there, absolutely amazing. Maximilian realizing Dromai just wants to block as much as possible, preserve the board state, saying, I'm probably going to get the reprise off of this card. And very likely planned his turn around it.
Time for Ian to figure out exactly what he can do to continue to grow this board.
So we spoke about Ashwings being the bane of many a hero in Flesh and Blood. You know what else is the bane? Burn them all. Attached to these Ashwings, looking over at Maximilian's side of the board, there is no Arcane Barrier being presented. This Burn them all represents 9 unblockable damage. The only card Hatchet Stories might run that can help prevent Arcane is something like Take It on the Chin. Most of them are running that. Card is very good, can help prevent the Arcane damage. But other than that, it looks like Max has 6 turns to kill this Dromai player, or he's just going to die to the arcane damage from Burn Them All. This is getting very, very tight.
Very tight for Maximilian, and that Spillblood doing such a good job of getting some damage over the top. Given that we are coming into this game midway through, I don't know how many Spillbloods have been used and or pitched, but you have to imagine that cards like that, coupled up with cards like Cleave, that I know is doing a lot of work into these Dromai matches.
So Ian has managed to cut Maximilian's clock down in half. Looks like Maximilian did not have the popper that hand, so those Ashwings all came in for 1 each, and now Maximilian's at 3. We spoke about how he had 6 turns to survive the Burn Them All. Now he has 3. The next 3 turns, 1 unblockable arcane damage each turn coming on. Maximilian saying, I will not be able to... there's no point in me trying to play a long game and block these Ashwings. I need to kill you as soon as possible. If the game goes 3 turns long, yes, I will die. My goal is just kill you in the next 3 turns.
Maximilian and his opponent here, Ian, having a bit of a laugh as that Ripple Away was pitched.
Ripple Away very, very strong into Dromai. We spoke about how Ashwings are the bane for so many heroes. You know what Ripple Away says? It says, if I discard this in response to a Rake the Embers, not only do you not create the Ash from Rake the Embers effect, you can at most convert 2 Ashwings. Now, sometimes that can be really worth it. Give up 1 card now, reduce them 1 on Ash, reduce them 1 on Ashwing. We saw in the previous game, we're seeing that now too. Ash can be a bit of a hard commodity sometimes for these Dromai decks, especially when they want to convert a lot of them into Ashwings.
3 damage on the field here, being blocked out by a Billowing Mirage. What is Maximilian able to do? Is he trying to just go ahead and get that 9 damage over Ian? Because yes, the Burn Them All presents some unblockable damage, but those Aether Ashwings without a popper, they're just going to close the game out on their own.
So one of the weaknesses here about Hatchetdory, especially when you're trying to pressure face, is that if your opponent blocks out both your hatchets, your Dorinthea does not trigger. And we spoke about how hitting 3 times as Dorinthea in this matchup is quite critical, but if your opponent just blocks both your hatchets, you can't hit 3 times. You can only hit 2. No matter how many action points you have, you will not be able to swing the other hatchet because Dorinthea never triggered. Ian recognizing that weakness, saying, all right, we're just going to block both hatchets. Let's see whether Maximilian has the attack react to go over this and potentially get 1 more hatchet swing in.
And this is going to be just a command and conquer after giving the go again to the hatchet, and he was sniffing out the defense reactions, and it looks like he found it. This is going to be 3 damage across and Arsenal Disruption. Look at that, and it was a Tome of Imperial Flame.
Maximilian with the bait and switch saying, yeah, I know you recognize that you have blocked out my hatches. I won't be able to swing again. Tell you what, with my last action point, I'm going to send this popper at your face that you thought I might just keep. No, this popper's going at your face. You stop the hatches, you used your blocks to stop the 3rd swing. Well, here you go. Now you don't have the blocks to stop my CNC. I'm going to take your most powerful card away from you in the form of that Tome of Imperial Flame.
And that is a defense reaction that you have to imagine is in Ian's hand, or rather that, or a card that doesn't block or couldn't block it out. So you most likely aren't going to have to face down the other Ashwings on this turn, because it's going to be nigh impossible to get go again. So Max bought himself another turn. The question is the defense reaction that we have to imagine is in Ian's hand because he couldn't play it on the CNC, is that going to be enough to just stop Maximilian from getting enough damage across, and the Aether actions will then be able to finish the job?
So currently 1 Ashwing coming in with the arcane damage from Burn Them All. I believe life totals haven't been updated. That's a ticket on the chin. We spoke about this. The only way for him to prevent arcane damage without arcane barrier is the ticket on the chin, and he draws it at the perfect point to stop the arcane, get the agility token. But Ian saying this was not a D-react. I didn't block his CNC, not because it's a D-react, because this was a Sigil of Solace that gives all my Ashwings go again. The army is still coming in. Nice ticket on the chin, you have that, but here's 3 more instances of these pesky 1 damage.
Haymakers left and right. Maximilian has a popper. He has an amnesia in the hand. This is just, you talk about take it on the chin. Maximilian took it directly to the face, but landed a mean counterattack. The left hook back into the Aether Ashwing, sending it to the graveyard. Maximilian's got 1 more turn to stay alive and fight for his place in the top 8.
What a wild sequence of events, starting with Maximilian going hatchet into CNC, into Ian saying Sigil of Solace, into take it on the chin, into an amnesia to be popped. This is absolutely amazing. Both these players showing their amazing creative deck building skills, showing why they are here at the top tables at Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Now Ian still sitting at 9, facing down a hatcheted body. This looks threatening, looks scary with 2 cards in hand, but with 9 points of life, and that Burn Them All sitting there threatening to just once again tick, tick, tick down. Looks like an Invoke Uvia has been committed to the block here, but this game is coming down to the absolute wire.
Maximilian seems to be thinking on the attack reactions here. Let's see what he has. We don't know how many Blade Flurries have been used, how many Iron Song responses, stuff like that. Let's see. Looks like just a second hatchet coming in. This one's going to be 3, presumably at the Dromai's face as currently, because at this point, trying to deal with the board state is not going to win you the game. You have to get cards out of the Dromai's hand, have to, just tax the hand, make sure they cannot develop further dragons. Hope you draw the poppers. Maximilian expertly playing to his outs here.
Maximilian, this is, if again, I don't know, but I kind of feels like this may be a win and in scenario. This Overpower is going to try to get some damage over the top. It might be a little too late, as only 3 damage is currently being blocked out by the standing order. This would add an additional 4 onto this attack because it's a blue Overpower. So threatening to put Ian down 2-5, but a Sink Below is going to have other things to say about that. That completely blocks it out. So the Valiant Dynamo going to go ahead and get that counter back off. A huge reason why you want to be playing this Hatchet deck is because of the Valiant Dynamo.
So Ian's sinking a card. They're really looking for a 0-cost red that he can play to give these Ashwings go again. So that's Sink Below, perhaps giving Maximilian some glimmer of hope, saying, okay, so you did not have the 0-cost red card that you so sorely need to give everything go again. In that hand, you tried to sink to fish for 1. Looks like you may not have found it, or maybe he's just hoping that that wasn't found, saying, I still have that 3-turn clock that right now just went down to 2 turns because I'm now at 2 life. Let's see what Maximilian can do.
4-card hand here for Maximilian, trying to hit that win and punch his ticket to the Pro Tour. Got to imagine going into the last round of Swiss, if you're still 10-2, you're going to be part of that pantheon of players here. He has top 8 at a Pro Tour before. The last Pro Tour, Maximilian was in the top 8. I'm pretty sure.
I think so too.
I'm pretty sure.
Now, speaking of attack reacts very, very key at this point in the game, with life totals being a little on the lower side. Maximilian has found that Blade Flurry. Now, probably going to see that come into use here. Now, the thing is, will he be able to attack a 3rd time? Because that is the key things you want from your attack reacts in your hatchet list. Hopefully, lets you go over the top of one of the blocks, so one of your hatchets hits, and that means you'll be able to attack with it again because of the Dorinthea trigger. You, of course, do need the action point, and let's see whether Maximilian's hand is able to provide that for him.
Hit and run into the hatchet. There is the Blade Flurry. You just called it out. This is going to give +2 to the attack.
So leaking 1 over here. That hatchet will be it'll be possible to attack with the hatchet again, but looks like he might be paying into the Brave Forge Braces. So, yep, okay, and with the last card reveal, definitely not going to have the additional action point to attack with the first hatchet again, but this hatchet is going to come in for 6, I believe, +2 from Blade Flurry, +1 from his own effect, and +1 from the Brave Forge Braces. And so Maximilian setting himself up with for the next turn with the agility and the Vigor token.
6 damage coming across, threatening to put Ian down 2-2 if Ian wanted to take it all. The question is, what is that Arsenal card? Is he able to find Go again? How many poppers does Maximilian even play?
So everything is face up right now. Ian knows there can be no sneaky attack react for lethal, so he has all the agency over here. He can say, I can just take 6, and if I have guaranteed lethal, even through a popper, then I can go for that line. But that is what Ian needs to consider. How many poppers does Maximilian run? We already saw the Amnesia. We already saw the CNC. How many poppers could he possibly have? Because if I go for a risky line, and my opponent draws one of the poppers, and I get popped and get completely blown out, that is the way Maximilian gets back into this game. So let's see how Ian chooses to make his blocks here.
Putting a Command and Conquer in front, looking like he's going to go ahead and take 3 down to 5. Both players hitting that 5 to sub 5 life total. This is classic high-level Flesh and Blood. And it's coming down to these last couple turns. Maximilian's deck looking rather thin. 2 cards in Ian's hand, plus an Arsenal. 3 Aether Ashwings going to burn them all. And a Ravenous Rabble to start things off. This is 0 for 4 with Go again. No Phantasm on this one.
The 0-cost red card that he was fishing for on the previous turn with the Sink Below, he finally found it in the form of Ravenous Rabble, and also critically Phantasmless Starter, which means Maximilian has to block this for 4, because otherwise he's going to die to the Burn Them All, and you cannot just pop this, so this is putting Maximilian in a very, very awkward spot.
These Aether Ashwings sitting in the arena also would like to shout out. They all have little messages from his teammates and friends of his. They've all have little individualized messages written on them. And an In the Swing plus a Valiant Dynamo is going to go ahead and take care of the Ravenous Rabble. Is there a popper in the hand? There isn't. Take it on the chin.
There isn't a popper. Does it take it on the chin? Let's see whether he uses it to stop the arcane damage like he did. It looks like he didn't. He went ahead and took the 1 damage, perhaps trying to bait Ian into a bit more of an aggressive line and then use it later on. Because either way, when there's so many instances of 1 damage coming in, at some point you have to be inefficient anyway. So he's saying, okay, I'll just keep it for the last thing.
And the Rake the Embers out of Arsenal is going to do it, folks. Ian Zhang, Ian TCG taking down Maximilian. 10-2 is not going to do it. He's moving on to 10-3. Both players are going to be 10-3 after this round, meaning the race for top 8 all the way wide open.
And this is exactly why tension has been so high all of today, especially once the CC rounds start, because things like this happen. The 10-2s are being, being sent down to 10-3s, and the X3s are staying at X3s. So now it's getting so tight. We're going to go into a last round of CC, finally deciding who will be our top 8 for the Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Last round of Swiss. The players at the front have huge targets on their backs, which means the players right behind them are scratching and clawing, desperately trying to make their way into the top 8 of only the 4th Pro Tour that this tournament has ever, that this game Flesh and Blood has ever seen. So we're going to go ahead and take a short break before we get an interview with our very first locked player to the top 8. We know someone, thanks to the Breakers, is going to go ahead and make top 8. Daniel Correas of the Sunflower Samurais is going to be in your top 8. Let's go ahead and hear from him in just a moment.
Hello, friends. Brian Gottlieb here, and I am joined by the man of the hour, the first person to clinch a top 8 spot here at Pro Tour Los Angeles. It is Daniel Correas of Sunflower Samurai, maybe the best team in the world. We'll see how things sort out. Congratulations, my friend. What is going through your mind right now as you have clinched this top 8 berth?
The first thing that comes to my mind is like, I promised my friends that if I lock to top 8, I have to invite the dinner. So now I have to look for a good place to have dinner with all the Spaniards and have a lot of fun and celebrate what I've made here. I'm so happy, and I can't express how I feel at this point.
We talked earlier today. It's been a series of close calls for you. Do you kind of feel like the monkey's off your back at this point? You've broken the curse. You now have gotten through to that top 8. Is this just the start of big things from Daniel?
Yeah. I've made a top in several tournaments, but from 1 year and a half from now, at this point, I haven't made the top 8. And that makes me feel a little bit frustrated because I practice too much and I try hard all I can. And all my team group helps a lot to me, and now I feel rewards for all the job we have made here. So I only feel happiness in my sides.
I love to see it, and it shows. The smile is contagious right now. Tell me about your deck choice. Kayo, the choice for this weekend. Obviously, some of your teammates were differentiating from that. Rhinar, played by Pablo Pintor. What was it about Kayo that said, this is the choice for me, I'm not changing, I'm sticking to this?
I had like 4 realistic options. It was Azalea and all 3 brutes. And at some point I was just letting some of the stakes to be. First of all, I played against Mansant, and he made 3-0 against me with Levia one day before starting the Pro Tour, so I decided that Azalea wasn't the choice.
Okay.
It was just I know it's a good deck, but not maybe in this tournament. Then I decided not to run Levia, and in the last minute, in the last hour, I decided that I wanted to play Kayo over Rhinar. Since I'm a really big lover of Rhinar, it was my first hero. Is a hero that has bring me a lot of success. I won ProQuest with him, and I bring him to all of the tournaments. But I decided to bring Kayo because I feel like it's at the end you are playing a really long tournament and have some games where you win because the deck is strong and you have a big high roll play. Is really rewarding. At the end, if you play an army with 3 rounds, it's okay. If you play a 14 rounds tournament, you need this extra push to be here fighting for the top.
I love the strategy. I think it shows an awareness of the stakes you're playing for, the surroundings you're playing in. I guess we'll keep it very simple and we'll do the traditional thing. Anyone you want to thank, this is a big moment in your Flesh and Blood career. Who helped you get to this point? Are there local game stores, anyone like that you want to give a shout out to in this moment?
I want to thank all my friends of my local community. We are very few people. We are like 5 people, and now new people is entering in. So I couldn't play as much as I could with you guys because I had to prepare a Pro Tour. We play a lot of Blitz with Blitz decks. So
love it.
As soon as I come back to my community, I will try to help them to improve in the game and keep going with it. And obviously, I want to thank all the Spanish community and all the Sunflower Samurais that made this possible. The Spanish community rocks, so thank you all, everybody.
I couldn't agree more. I love whenever I get to interact with the Spanish community, and I'm so happy for you, Daniel. Our first Pro Tour top 8 competitor locked here at Pro Tour LA.
13 rounds of grueling competition. Only one round stands between the Pro Tour competitors and the top 8. We are back, we are ready for action, and it's time to jump into the standings. And let's go ahead and take a look at the players who are vying for a spot at the top 8. Pankaj Bajwani, what do you see?
So what we see is players 1, 2, and 3 on the standings board are locked for top 8, and you're not seeing things, people. It is 3 KOs in the top 8. One of the titans of this meta, as we spoke about earlier, 20% representation at the Pro Tour, which is the highest represented hero. 3 of them in the top 8. Now, where it gets really exciting is number 4 and below. All these players in the 10 points range, all vying for their shot at top 8. And what do we see? We see, the Dorintheas has been a bit of the narrative this weekend, a bit of a dark horse. Nathan Crawford's dark horse was Dorinthea. A couple of the Dromais and that one Kano, number 12 over there, Lima, Philippe. The one Kano in what looks to be very Kayo, Dorinthea, some Dromais peppered in here, and there's one lone Kano saying, hey, don't forget about me.
So 13 players are vying for 5 spots. It's unclear exactly how many of, at this point, it's going to come down to tiebreakers because there are going to be multiple players with the same record of X and 3 that do make it into the top 8, as well as players at a record of X and 3 that are going to be just right there on the cusp, right there on the bubble. So this is as high stakes as it gets for tournament flesh and blood in the Swiss rounds. I cannot wait to see what these players have in store for us.
And we spoke about this earlier. A lot of new faces in this top standings over here. A lot of the old, the old guard a little bit, the Michael Hamiltons, the Michael Fungs, missing from this list, unfortunately for them. But we do get these amazing narratives. Joshua Lau, a community favorite for a long time. The Warrior Stan himself, finally being able to show his prowess, right after the heavy hitter set, gave Warriors so much support. It is not a surprise to see him on this list.
Yes, absolutely. I also want to bring your attention to the right side of your screen. A couple of Boltyns and an OG Bravo just right there, as well as Ilias Karamanis just had such an incredible run, all tournament wrongs. Things seems to have, the wheels are coming off just a bit here at the end, sitting there with the 9 points, but looking at that as well as Pablo Pintor on Rhinar. But these Boltyn decks were clearly good enough to make a strong run in the tournament, and with just a couple different things breaking their way, we could have seen one or both of them in contention for the top 8 as well.
Also have to shout out Ian Zhang over there. We just saw him on stream putting on a clinical performance into a Dorinthea from the Europe region. Nick Butcher as well, right below him from New Zealand, calling winner Nick Butcher also showing up, also very much in contention for the top 8. Now Nick Butcher, of course, showing up on Dorinthea this time, even though he won that Calling Taiwan, I believe, on Dromai. No, Calling Taiwan was Justin...
Calling Taipei?
Calling Taipei, maybe?
Calling Taipei, he was Justin Koo, he was the finalist.
Okay, right. But he did win a Calling 2, if I remember correct. Or maybe it was a finalist.
I think on Oldham.
Yeah, regardless, Nick Butcher, very strong player in his own right, showing up here on Dorinthea. Not something we've seen before. Ben Dodd, that's definitely a Calling winner over there. Won it on Uzuri, also showing up at the 11th spot, playing Kayo this time.
Yeah, Nick Butcher definitely won. I think it was Calling Taiwan, and he did win a Calling, and it was on Oldham. I'm almost 100% sure. But also, Nick Butcher started this tournament off at 0-1 and did not let that deter him. Lost one game from that point forward to sit there. 2 games from, he's currently 10-3, yes? Yeah, 10-3, so only 2 games lost from that point forward, and putting himself, right there, he's right there on the cusp. I'm not sure if a win in this round would put him into the top 8, but he's going to be playing for it regardless, because if there's one thing the players respect among their peers, it's finishes at these high-level tournaments. It's in your Twitter bios, right? It's on your sleeve. You put it on your name tag. How many Pro Tours have you top 8'd? Have you top 16'd? Have you top 32? There's cash on the line. There's PTIs on the line, and then there's the admiration and respect of your peers in the community.
Let's also not forget Alan Lau right there at 9th. We have seen him twice on stream today and yesterday, putting on a clinic as he always does. Now Alan Lau, he's come very close before. The past 2 World Championships, he was right at the edge. He was 9th at the first World Championships, and I believe somewhat 10th or 11th at the second World Championships. It would be heartbreaking to see him bubble again.
Would.
So
he's right there.
Yeah, we know
right there.
He's got that fire. He's saying, not this time, baby. I will make top 8 this time at Pro Tour Los Angeles.
Looking down, he's He's staring at us from the middle of the screen, man. He's looking at us with that smarmy, snarky grin. In amongst these 24 different players and heroes, the Dromai of Aether sits in the shadows. Imagine if this Kano is your 8th seed and we see some Aether wildfires blow through the competition and the Pro Tour goes to the Kano after all the hemming and all the hawing. And honestly, most of the Kanos having quite the tough time in this Pro Tour. There is one still sniffing around the top 8, and once a Kano gets anywhere near a top 8, all bets are off and anything can happen.
For all the discourse about Kano the past few weeks, seeing one in these top standings, definitely very exciting, very fiery, if I may say so myself. And also, in the 10 points range, sitting there at 17th, the one of Kassai, one of the heroes that, just came in heavy hitters, very, very popular, not too much representation, a lot of people favoring the Dorinthea over the Kassai, but a very strong warrior in her own right, sitting there at the 10 points range. Also, we don't know how tiebreakers are going to work. We're going to leave that magic of the tiebreakers to the tiebreakers, but sitting at an XN3 on a hero that not many people were talking about, very, very respectable performance from Cody there as well.
So are we able to say at this point, last round of Swiss, 3 KOs locked for top 8? Best deck in the room?
Best deck in the room. It's a bit hard to tell because of their vast representation as well. You need to take that into account as well. If something else is represented 20%, a very good chance, a couple of them are going to make top 8 as well. So I think this meta with how wide it is, and we've been using the word dark horse as a buzzword for quite a while. Very hard to say what the best deck is, and even if it was the best deck, the delta between it and the next best deck is so small that it kind of comes down to tight gameplay, which we have definitely seen from all the players on the screen right now.
It's pretty amazing to see if you look at the 4th and the 5th slot with these 2 different players bringing the hatchet build of Dorinthea. Again, this is the recent addition to the metagame. Players, I think, have been excited about this list for some time, but have been trying to keep it close to their chest, trying to make sure that the secret spice didn't get out. But those players over there in Kiel had something else to say about it, as all of a sudden players were aware of a different, I'll say it, of a dark horse in the metagame on the horizon, trying to reach up. And now it's always amazing to see heroes from Welcome to Wraith all of a sudden punch their way into the metagame. And you're seeing all these new heroes surrounding her. You see Dromai and Kayo really above and below. It's Dromai and Kayo, and that's it. Spots 1 through 11 here in the standings, which means there's a good chance that's the vast majority of our top 8.
Heavy Hitters was definitely very, very kind to Dorinthea, especially Hatchet's Dorinthea with Shift the Tide of Battle, going to always give go into second Hatchet, take it in the chin as well, and let's not forget Blade Flurry. Amazing upgrades for Dorinthea, and we're seeing the result of that in these top 5 Dorintheas today.
We don't know precisely what will happen, but we do know this. The 3 most represented decks at the tournament very well might be the 3 decks present in our top 8. And let's go ahead and find some answers out, folks. It's time for the final round of Swiss here in the Pro Tour Los Angeles. Andrew Rothermel, a fierce competitor, Pro Tour Baltimore top 8 competitor, I think quarterfinalist or semifinalist, versus Maximilian Klein, who also was in the Pro Tour Baltimore top 8 as well. These are 2 of the best players in this game, and it's time to see them battle to try to punch their ticket into the top 8.
Kayo into Dorinthea. A bit of a spin on the classic Welcome to Wraith battle between Rhinar and Dorinthea. It's not Rhinar, but it is a different brute. It's going to be Kayo into Dorinthea, and let's see how this goes. Now, beginning, we know Maximilian is on the Hatchet's plan. Now, typically, Warrior into Brute. Warrior's feeling pretty good. The Brute wants to block with attack actions, and Brute doesn't, and especially Kayo doesn't block exceptionally well. That, something like a classic Dorinthea with the Dawnblade can farm counters, something like Kassai can get a whole bunch of currency. Hatchets, though, is playing a bit more of a vanilla numbers game, not a lot of on-hits, so can't really capitalize on Kayo's lack of blocking ability, but, lack of defense reactions into something like a Warrior is going to hurt a lot for the Kayo. So it's going to be whether the Kayo can overcome the sheer numbers values that Maximilian is able to put out.
2 cards going in front of the Hatcheted Body. The Hatcheted Mind now coming in for 3. Looks like Andrew's just going to take 3, and an in the swing is going to make it 6 to start off this turn 0. Let's see if Andrew has a wind-up to discard or just a couple cards in the hand that do not block. That's not where you want to be if you are Andrew here.
And I think the agile wind-up being put on the chain to block that first hatchet probably let Maximilian Klein know that, ooh, maybe the rest of Andrew's hand not very good. Agile wind-up, something you want to keep if you can when you're going second, so that you can start your turn with the agility. But he, made the correct read. The opponent had 2 no blocks in hand, taking 6 damage, going turn 0, not even setting up an agility. This is Andrew's is on the back foot here, and let's see if he's able to come out of it.
Absolutely. Also, a card that we just saw pitched away for Maximilian, little nasty surprise. I don't know if you saw that, but I was like, oh my gosh, what a very cool card. A lot of things want to make you discard, and nasty surprise gets you some nice value when you do.
One of Dorinthea's toughest matchups is Victor. Not super represented, but you have to dedicate some sideboard slots to it if you want to. A nasty surprise is something it seems like some Hatchet Dorintheas have, moved towards to try and help with that Victor matchup. Victor does want to make you discard cards like Terra Sunder, cards like CNC threatening Arsenal as well. You can maybe just surprise them with a bit of value.
A quick 6 block here for Maximilian. Going to put 2 3 blocks in front of it. The Cleave, the Amnesia. Let's see. It's going to be then just a Bare Fangs. We're throwing as much damage as possible. No Arsenal at all for Andrew, but the Beast Within off the top is going to go ahead and make a Might and trigger. Let's see what card goes into Andrew's hand here. It's going to be a blue Recurrent. So that is not what you want to see, though. Maybe an Arsenal, some Arsenal's better than no Arsenal.
A Recurrent Arsenal? That's the random discard on that card it's a tough ask. I think we're going to see Andrew opt not to Arsenal that. I was just about to say some variants going towards Andrew's way. The random discard the Beast Within off the top after taking 6 damage on turn 0. I was going to say, Andrew, some variants, favoring him this time until he put a Recurrent in his hand instead of something that you'd much rather have in your arsenal. So Andrew still off to that slightly rough start, but of course going second in a matchup like this is something you definitely want, and looks like he's gonna end his turn with all the tempo.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, the Bare Fangs here gonna go ahead and take all the cards out of Maximilian's hand because all red. Not as good to pitch for, not as easy to find value out of your turn on offense. So Maximilian just costs, putting his hand forward for 12 points of blocking value. And it looks like Andrew posturing just to keep that Recurrent in the hand. So even though the Beast Within there could have been pretty impactful, unfortunately for Andrew, like you say, Brute giveth, Brute taketh.
Hatchets Dorinthea definitely not wanting to see a full red hand. The most you can do, pitching a red just swing for 2, not worth it. Maximilian saying, all right, bad hand. I'm not going to give you my dynamos. And I do want to point that out. There was no on-hit bring presented there. And oftentimes, it's almost a reflex for dual-wielding warriors to just put their dynamos out there. But if you're not going to refresh it on your turn, it might be better to just take the damage so that you have the dynamos up for the following turn where your opponent might send an on-hit at you, something like a send packing or something like a CNC. So a bit of a heads-up play from Maximilian there, showing us that he does have experience with this list, saying if I'm not refreshing the dynamos, I'm not just going to throw it out there like some sort of reflex.
Wild Ride going to be coming in for 7 with Go Again and make a new Might. The Agile Windup was the discard there for Andrew Rothermel. I wondered if he was going to want to discard it to make sure he had an agility for his next turn before going on with the Wild Ride, but unfortunately drew another Recurrent. So now just has 2 blues in hand, and one of them probably still doesn't want to hang out in the arsenal.
I almost wonder whether Agile Windup was that random draw from the Wild Ride, because if he had it...
Yeah, he had it in the hand.
Oh, he had it in hand?
Yeah.
Okay. So, he decided not to discard it before resolving the Wild Ride trigger and getting a little bit punished for it. Again, variance currently not on Andrew's side, but Kayo can be explosive. We saw that just in the previous game. Those Cast Bones, those Blood Rush Bellows, those are numbers that Dorinthea, the Hatches Dorinthea, with all the numbers and math going their way, they don't spike the way a Kayo does, and Andrew is going to need that this game to get over this little bit of a rough start.
Now look at that, a Fate Foreseen out of the arsenal there for Maximilian. Now he has 2 Fate Foreseen still in the hand. Do you think he was expecting to have to put something down as well, or do you think he was expecting Andrew to continue the chain? Because now he's got 2 Sync Blows. You'd happy to put one in the arsenal, but now you just have another one kind of sitting in the hand.
Yeah, that's a little rough, but we do need to point out the Braveforge Braces. So, Maximilian is able to sort of convert that red into +1 damage Braveforge Braces through the Braveforge Braces, so he doesn't need to, just hold on to that Sync below. Of course, converting the card into 1 damage, not exactly where you want to be, but, on the bright side, the opponent didn't have a very strong turn. So, if you can get some value out of it, why not?
For all we've said of Andrew's poor luck to start this game, it's 33-33, and this is going to be a Blade Runner pitching the Goblet of Blood Run Wine to do so, 2 floating, and now, yes, the Braveforge Bracers can be activated.
And as we speak about the Brave Forge Braces, I also do want to point out Maximilian's choice for running Tunic instead of the Grains of Bloodspill. We saw Josh Lau was favoring the Grains of Bloodspill over the Final Spring Tunic. Maximilian saying, I want the Tunic, going for more, what Cody Williams was running when we saw him on stream as well with the Tunic. Now, I don't believe we have seen Steelblade Shunts from Maximilian's list yet, so perhaps he's wanting the Tunic counter for something else rather than, something like a Steelblade Shunt. Maybe he wants to use it on a more offensive turn like the Spillbloods.
Max just going to go ahead and arsenal the second sink below. Now Tunic going to 3 for Andrew, and it looks like this is about as classic a play as they come in Flesh and Blood. We're going to go ahead and start things off with the CNC. It does have Go again, and the Tunic is online with 1 floating. You have to wonder if a Mandible Claw might be joining the party as well, or if Andrew values that Tunic counter for a different play down the line that can be a little more impactful than just the 3 damage.
CNC for 7, normally a very crippling play against a lot of other decks, but not the Hatchet's Dorinthea because of that Valiant Dynamo. Just that one block, being able to block breakpoints so easily and continuously refresh itself. Not only is it critical here to block this CNC breakpoint for 7, it also matches the Kayo's value game in the form of, Kayo repeatedly creating the Might tokens turn and turn again. Dory on the other side is gaining 1 life turn and turn again with the Valiant Dynamo. So kind of doing double duty here, matching the Might tokens from Kayo and also helping block breakpoints.
That's a very, very good point. The Valiant Dynamo really doing a lot to almost nullify that hero ability from Kayo. 3 damage, going to come across and connect.
Which one? Oh, yeah, yes. 29. No, 30. 30 was right. Okay. It was on 31.
Looks like just clarifying some life totals over there from both players. Now, of course, I do want to point out Maximilian blocking with Blade Flurry and Shift the Tide of Battle. 2 very, very strong Majestics from heavy hitters, and also 2 cards that synergize incredibly well with each other because, Blade Flurry is going to increase the attack value, and then you can use Shift the Tide of Battle to give the first Hatchet go again. So seeing him block with those cards tells us either maybe he doesn't have the resources to support that line, or he's got very, very powerful cards despite that.
Hit and Run going to go ahead and just give Go again to the Hatcheted Body here. Basically, same text as the blue version at this point. 2 with Go again, a card in hand. We know it's a sink below in the arsenal, but Andrew, of course, does not have the same information that we do. Hatchet of Mind here, ready to follow up. It's amazing to see how powerful this build is. Simply just breaking some of the numbers apart that we're used to working with in Flesh and Blood.
And looking at this block from Maximilian's side, looks like even though the CNC for 7 was easily covered up, looks like it was a bit awkward. He did not want to give those 2 cards, starting with a hit and run. Like you said, it's the same text as a blue. Oh, looks like he did not have the resources in that hand to make that play. And Maximilian, getting caught in a low resource count hand again. We saw him have the all red hand, and this time, 3 reds and 1 yellow. Not where you want to be.
Also tough when you're staring down a CNC. You might want to make a big, powerful play, but you also would like to keep that sink below in the arsenal. But now both players still sitting pretty close life totals. No one's taken a huge turn yet. And if there's one thing about this Dorinthea deck, for sure it can have some powerful, quote-unquote spiky turns, some big attack reactions. But this KO deck can go nuclear out of nowhere. We haven't seen a Cast Bones played, resolved, pitched, or revealed yet. We don't know if they're in the list. But there's one card that I'm pretty darn sure is in the list that we also haven't seen, and that's Blood Rush Bellow. We've seen a lot of Wrecker Rums. We haven't seen a lot of Blood Rushes.
So I do want to point something else out about Maximilian's turn cycle there. He could have kept the yellow Shift the Tide of Battle and blocked with both Blade Flurries instead, and that meant that you could swing both hatchets without giving up his Tunic counter. Instead, he opted to use the Tunic counter and pitch the red Blade Flurry, perhaps deciding, you know what, this matchup can actually go long. I'm a warrior with very good defensive capabilities. I'd rather see the Blade Flurry later on down the line rather than the Shift the Tide of Battle, and so I'm going to cash in my Tunic here for the extra, for the Hatchet of Mind swing, and have the Blade Flurry later on.
Looks like there, cool little interaction. I believe Andrew just going to go ahead and let the damage come across, and then this is still a very face-up play in Flesh and Blood when you go ahead and you attack with the Mandible Claw without the Go again, but the Agile Windup there being discarded technically, I believe, in the reaction step because the damage had already been taken, so Go again still able to resolve and be created in the reaction step. Looks like he is going to go ahead and let the card draw resolve.
Very interesting interaction there. You could even just discard in the resolution step as well. That is still a step where you have priority before the go.
Oh, that's what I was trying. Was I saying reaction?
Yes.
I was trying to say resolution.
Oh, yeah.
I was so excited. I'm like, it looks like he was doing that in the resolution step because he took the damage, but I said reaction. Pardon me.
This time, Andrew getting a little fortunate there, drawing a Send Packing off the Savage Feast Draw. Now, that's a card you are more than happy to arsenal. Definitely not a blue Record Romp that we've seen him draw so many times. That Send Packing he'll be happy to have there. And now drawing into the Yellow Bear Fangs and the Blood Rush Bellow that you were talking about, Sam. He's finally got one of those cards.
Spill Blood here for Maximilian. This is a card that I purchased like a couple years ago when I saw it for the first time. I was like, this is sick. Axes get dominate. That's so cool. And honestly, the young Samuel playing Flesh and Blood for near the first time is super stoked to see Spill Blood have such a relevant meta share. Such a cool card. The art is just ridiculously badass, and giving a +2 and dominate can just be so impactful in so many different matchups to close the game out.
And here we see one of the most powerful equipment pieces currently in Flesh and Blood being put on the combat chain as a defense piece. Could potentially end Max's turn here, and that'll be very, very bad for him because, of course, on the Spill Blood turn, you do want to make sure you get to attack more than once with a hatchet. But if he gets unlucky here, or if he didn't have the redundancy in the go again, oh, looks like he had that shifted title. And you have to imagine when you make a play like that, when you make a play that is, you know, open to potentially getting flesh bagged, you probably had the redundancy. We saw that earlier yesterday as well. The 2 Blade Runners in the hand of the Dorinthea player, and this time Maximilian probably also had another source of go again. We will have the question answered once we see him use that Arsenal card potentially in the next turn.
So powerful 5 with go again. The agility token for the next turn, but you have to imagine Maximilian's going to be facing down quite a bit of damage after the Blood Rush Bellow resolves. 5 damage, though, nothing to sneeze at, nothing to scoff at. How much do you think Scowling Fleshbag is part of the reason of these KO decks dominating so much?
Oh, incredibly, an incredible amount. It helps so much in the mirror and in any sort of aggro race, you know, like say the hatches or anything that is trying to match your value, or even something like the Katsu. You know, there was some stirrings about Katsu coming to his meta as well. Scowling Fleshbag, incredibly powerful in all those matchups. Now, on Andrew's side, this can be one of the awkwardness sometimes of KO, where you might draw a Blood Rush hand without the resources, but you are sometimes forced to play it because of the number of random draw discards that you have. You see the Pulping in his hand. You can't really play that without with the Blood Rush Bellow still in your hand, because you might just discard the Blood Rush Bellow. So let's see what he opts to just use it and hope to draw into some resources, because right now the only resource card he has, aside from the Blood Rush, is the Yellow Bear Fangs. Now, of course, he still has the agility up, so he could just use both yellows, including the Blood Rush, as a resource card and go swing big into Pulping should he choose to do so. But that is pitching a Blood Rush Bellow for later on down the line, and looks like Andrew might not be as keen to play a long game.
Blood Rush Bellow, almost always the correct answer. Such a powerful card. Let's see which card gets discarded here. Both pretty similar. The swing big gonna go and hit the bin, create a might token for the next turn. These 2 draws, as impactful as any Andrew has had all tournament long.
Yep, we know all he has left is that 1 red. Let's see if he drew the resources. He drew a yellow, a Beast Within, and a Runner. Now, not a lot of resources, but the Runner going to be critical because he already has the agility right now. So he will be able to chain agilities, and this could be, you know, something very good for him on the following turn.
Has to do the Runner. Right now, if he wants to go ahead and make sure he has the agility token for his next turn, that would be coming in for 8.
Remember, he still has that Send Packing in his arsenal, and there is still a Might token floating around. So Send Packing, alongside the Blood Rush Bellow buff and the Might token, gonna come in for 9. You know, could be a little tricky to block. Of course, remember, Balance of Justice on the other side is currently active. Hasn't been blocked with yet, so Maximilian is definitely gonna try and block with it first before activating it for the card draw effect. But, you know, that is one of the balancing factors for a card as strong as Blood Rush Bellows.
Big decisions here for Andrew. Both players sitting at 10 and 3. Maximilian significantly ahead in the standings. This is certainly a win and in for Maximilian. If he wins this game, he will be in the top 8 of the Pro Tour. Andrew, jury's still out on that front, but for Maximilian, it all rides on this game. And the Blood Rush Bellow turn is as impactful as they come for Max to decide his fate. It's going to be a Pulping to start things off. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that Runner. Interestingly enough, this is going to be 9. This is going to threaten the dominate.
So he doesn't need the go again, of course, because he already has an agility, but he's going for the 50-50 line of discarding the Beast Within. Andrew's saying, you know what, I'm behind. I need to take a bit of a risk. I need this Beast Within to be discarded, get the extra card draw to make this Blood Rush Bellows turn potentially 3 wide, depending on what I draw. He went for the high risk line and was rewarded for it.
Wow. 2 times now we've seen plays similarly from Andrew, utilizing Beast Within pretty intentionally.
And looks like he has 2 blues now in his hand, which means he will be able to send that send packing, Sam. He's going to be able to claw into send packing. Now, this Bladder's Bellows turn ended up being a lot stronger than it first seemed like because Andrew played to his outs, and this is exactly what you want to see at the high-level play. This is exactly why these players are there. They know when they're behind, and they know when they need to play to their outs and what their outs exactly are, and Andrew is doing that perfectly here.
Really, really amazing stuff from Andrew, because not only has he navigated this turn well, he's really putting on the pressure. We've got 9 damage that just came across. I believe 7 of that was taken, so Max should be down to 19 once they resolve the blocks. Now at instant speed before the Mandible Claw can really even hit the combat chain. The balance is going to be drawn, so now we're working with a total of 6 cards if we are the German warrior here.
And Maximilian recognizing, you know, oftentimes you do want to try and get value from your balance as soon as you can, because once your KO opponent's too low life, they will not be drawing that many cards anymore. You know, they might not have the hand size to keep to play in a Blood Rush Bellow. So, you know, very, very efficient usually to use your Balance of Justice as early as you can.
Something so cool about zooming in on a player's hand and seeing cards from their language, right?
Oh, looks like Maximilian going for an aggressive line. Now, this is something, you know, this is once again the fork that Kayo puts you in. Now, remember, this 6 arsenal pieces, arsenal destruction pieces that Kayo has access to, CNCs and send packing. Oftentimes, if you commit too many blocks on the first chain link, on the first few chain links, you might not be able to block out the arsenal destruction that's going to come at the end of it. Maximilian playing around that perfectly over here, saying he did have cards he wants to block with. The CNC is not something he really wants to hang around when he already has agility. He just wants to swing hatchets to refresh dynamos, saying, I'm going to be prepared for arsenal destruction, and now he gets rewarded for that extremely, extremely tight play.
Yeah, extremely tight play from Maximilian, and had to take a lot of damage in order to preserve that arsenal, but the value he expects to get out of the Take It on the Chin, worth it in his estimation. And now Andrew, once again, no agility and working off of that brute 4-card hand.
Agility popping here for Maximilian over right now. He will be able to swing both hatchets this turn, guaranteed potentially 3, depending on if these hatchets hit.
And still should have a Command and Conquer in the hand, though, of course, no arsenal yet, or no arsenal represented for Andrew.
I think he blocked with both Command and
Or
Conquers.
did he throw both on the thing?
I'm pretty sure he did, yes.
Now, is there a window in, like, layer step for you to play the Take It on the Chin in response to the send packing?
Yes, you definitely
choosing
can.
to keep it for the agility token later?
Yeah, he already had the agility going into this, so it would have just doubled up, especially since he knew he could comfortably block 8, he still had 2 block remaining on the Brave Forge braces. Story of this event, to be honest, between draft and CC is how disciplined our players have been with their equipment pieces. So he had that Brave Forge braces, he knew he doesn't need to play his Take It on a Chin for defensive value to conserve it. He can use it later on and also get value from the agility. Don't want to double up on agility tokens. They do nothing when you have 2 of them.
Shows you a little bit about brute 4-card hands that Andrew just going ahead and committing a 3 block onto the 2 that's represented from the hatchet of the body. See, reckless swing in the hand for Andrew. This is going to be yellow, hit and run.
This one is coming for 5, go again.
Coming in for 5 with go again.
Now, critically, that first hatchet did not hit. The hatchet of body, I believe, did not hit, which means he won't be able to follow up this Hatchet of Mind with the Hatchet of Body, of course. But he will be able to follow this Hatchet of Mind with another Hatchet of Mind, because this Hatchet of Mind is going to hit and does have go again. Now, it won't get the buff from itself because, you know, Hatchet of Mind was the last attack, not Hatchet of Body. But, you know, it is still extra damage. You still get value from the Dorinthea trigger.
And you get a fair amount of value from that Blade Flurry. Little 0 for 4 attack reaction. Never hurt anybody. Unless you are currently Andrew, because it has now hurt you once and is trying to hurt you again.
So it does get +1 over the course of the turn. So, yep.
And you're just going to take the 5, as we hear him say. 1 down to 10. First time Andrew has blocked with his equipment as well, so a fair amount of value left over waiting in that arm slot for Andrew.
We're getting to the low life totals that Maximilian wants his opponent in, because once you're in a low life total against Warrior, they start playing into your reprise effects. Now, we haven't seen cards like Iron Song Response over here, but, you know, when you're against Warrior, and you just get to life total, you can't play around every attack reaction to that. We just saw a Blade Flurry. We know he's running in the swing as well. So once you start overblocking Warrior, you're going to very, very quickly lose the game. Andrew realizing that, saying, I need to put on the pressure. I cannot be forced into that position against his Warrior.
Wild Ride, 7. Go again. Tunic, once again online, which means 3 more damage might be following with the Mandible Claw. Fate Foreseen in the hand here. We see a Cleave, a Blade Runner, and a Hold the Line. Hold the Line certainly looking better with all these Blood Rushes flying around. Tome of Imperial Flames as well.
Maximilian's Tunic also going to be coming up. Let's see if he wants to be aggressive and use that for the cleave, or whether he's going to be a bit more disciplined, saying the longer this game goes, the better it is for me. I'm getting value from dynamos. I'm getting value from hatchets. Kayo's only getting value from his Might token. I can outlast this person, so I don't need to be aggressive with my Tunic and use it for the cleave. I might just, you know, be a bit more defensive and just make this game go longer.
These Monarch cards really shining in this Hatchet Story deck. The Valiant Dynamo just so insane over the course of the game, and now it's time for the Take It on the Chin that both players know about to create the agility before the Tunic is pumped in to the Mandible Claw, so 3 more damage, threatening down Maximilian here.
Take It on Chin, what an amazing upgrade for Dorinthea list. Now let's see whether Maximilian wants to block with that Blade Runner, which is now, you know, the go again on that. Going to be a little redundant since he already has the agility, unless he wants to, you know, do the triple swing that we've seen him do already. But of course, that does mean that one of his hatchets needs to hit, and it looks like he doesn't have the attack reaction to guarantee that. So, you know, he has a bit of a decision to make here.
No blocks. Down to 12. Both players, even though it feels like Andrew has had more challenging turns, that Blood Rush bellow was a big one. You could hear Kayo bellowing from all across the convention hall. Agility is going to pop. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
The Blood Rush bellow.
Yeah, that was scary.
Haven't heard that all weekend. I thought an army was chasing us. This is going to be the Hatchet of Body coming in for 2 with Go Again, multiple cards in the hand. How does Andrew want to handle this? We can see a Swing Big, Enlighten Strike, Send Packing, Pack Call he's working with.
So it looks like Maximilian is going for the line where he wants to go for the triple hit. That does mean he needs one of these hatchets to hit for that to happen. So, you know, this first hatchet coming to Go Again off the agility, he still has 3 resources remaining for 2 more hatchet swings and that Blade Runner for the Go Again that he needs. But one of these hatchets needs to hit. It's going to be a 2 into a 3. Will Andrew block both of them, or will he give Maximilian the triple hit that he so sorely wants?
And this is really where the Dorinthea deck just kind of breaks it all apart, right? If once they're able to swing 3 times with the hatchets, get the consistent bonus of the +1 damage, and just go well over what we're expecting from average turns in Flesh and Blood. This is really the core of the bread and butter of the deck. This, plus the Valiant Dynamo. It's Dorinthea's ability to allow these hatchets to hit multiple times, and it looks as though the Apex Bonebreaker, Andrew, he's sniffing this out. He knows exactly what Max is trying to do, and he's going to go ahead and put 2 block in front of the Hatchet of Body, not even turn on Reprise.
And especially since, you know, these hatchets, once you follow up one hatchet with the other, that +1 is going to stay for the rest of the turn. So it doesn't really matter which hatchet is the one that hits. You just need one of them to hit, and you will get that +1 effect again, effectively, you know, getting the hatchet effect twice for the course of the turn.
It would be nice if you could go back to the other hatchet, because wouldn't it get +1 again?
Yep. So now Maximilian's saying, okay, you blocked out my first hatchet. I'm not going to risk going for the line where I need the second hatchet to hit. I'm just going to use the floating resource to play the cleave instead and arsenal my Blade Runner for the following turn. Maximilian showing us why he's such an expert on the deck. He was set up to do both lines. He was set up to do a triple hit or 1 hit into a massive hatchet swing on the second one with the cleave. He's saying, depending on how you block, I'll make my decision then.
And now Andrew Rothermel all the way down to 6. Gonna go ahead and attack with the Swing Big. This is 8 damage. This is really the best he can do off of just 2 cards, save for a Bear Fangs, but this is still 9 damage thanks to the Might token. The Bear Fangs, though, makes you a Might. Swing Big here threatens to give a Quicken, threatens to do a lot of damage, but Andrew's all the way down to 6.
Swing Big, a scary card to bring into a dual-wielding warrior. Some KOs have opted to cut that from the list because, you know, they will happily put 3 cards in front of this and get that Quicken. And, you know, if they can even put the Dynamos in front of this, get the value from that too. You know, they're very, very happy to do that. And just off of blue, you give them the 2 swings against a Hatchet, a blue, and a Quicken. Means that they get to go 2 into 3 and refresh the Dynamos for a total of 6 value off of 1 blue. Swing Big, bit of a scary card to bring into Maximilian over here. Andrew's saying the value on this card is too much. 2 for 8 is so massively above rate that I will take that risk and go ahead and bring this card into this matchup.
And like, he might be setting up a bunch of blocks, or at least just looking at what these cards block for. Got the Hit and Run, got the Spoils of War, another Hold the Line. It's like a blue Blade Runner, as well as it was a yellow Blade Runner that's in the arsenal?
Yes.
Yeah.
But of course, that yellow Blade Runner won't be needed if he already gets a Quicken token. He's lining up the blocks. He needs to block 9. He's able to block 9 and keep the blue hold the line as his research card for the rest of the turn.
Like he might be putting 7 down in front of the 9.
Certainly what he's posturing right now. And that is one of the tricksy things about this Dorinthea list, is that oftentimes you want to make sure you aren't losing the dynamo value. And if you put 3 cards in front of this, you put 9 block perfectly on top of it, you aren't refreshing your dynamos. You've sort of lost out on a bit of value then. That's one of the things you really need to try and maximize, especially when you're playing against something like Kayo that, has a very good value game in his own right. So Maximilian's saying, I'm going to value the fact that I refresh my dynamos, and I'm not going to get your Quicken token. I'll just give a go again with my own Spoils of War.
Yeah, and threaten the copper generation. Not as impactful without blood in her hands, but still, you never know what a copper might bring you in today's day and age, in today's economy. This is 4 damage. It does have go again. If it hits, the hatchet would be able to hit again. But of course, with the only one floating, but the tunic counter might have something to say about this turn. That is why Andrew has to respect it. Go ahead, and we're going to have a clash here. Amnesia into a Mighty Windup. That's 6 into a 6. That's somehow a tie for the Dorinthea deck. Oh, this is the might from the Apex Bonebreaker. I was like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, he makes a might from it, but he was really hoping to get the extra might from the Clash of Might as well. Losing a Clash into a Warrior never feels good when you're a Brute, but that can sometimes happen when the Dorinthea lists have gotten their own upgrades from heavy hitters from those blue windups.
No go again on the Hatchet of Mind, so can't do the swing with the tunic counter.
Players just having a bit of a laugh there. Brute losing a Clash into Warrior. Kind of not something you see every day. Andrew just with a pretty standard 2-card E-Strike coming in for 8 total with the Might token. Now critically not refreshing the Might token. There was no random discard that happened this turn, but setting himself up on the following turn. He's putting a Bear Fangs in his arsenal, and the Tunic will come back up to 3 on the following turn. Now, KO turns with Tunic are so much stronger than KO turns without Tunic, because typically that represents a whole extra claw attack, whole extra 3 damage.
This Valiant Dynamo is getting its money's worth. Going to go ahead and block a total of 4 on the turn. Take a total of 4 down to 6. It's 6-6, Ponkage. And as tempo and resources and attack reactions on the side of the Warrior.
And we spoke about attack reactions, being a big thorn in the side of the KO when they get too low life total. But, KO has his own bag of tricks when the opponent's at low life totals. And that bag of tricks is a card called Reckless Swing. Now, Maximilian sitting there at 6 life, actually virtually at 4 life, because once he goes to 2, he's in reckless range, and that is a terrifying place to be.
Hatchet of Body, 2 damage. No go again yet. Both players 6 life apiece. Both players 10-3 at the Pro Tour. Maximilian Klein, if he wins this game, puts himself in the 2nd Pro Tour top 8 in a row. Andrew Rothermel, jury's still out, but potentially could be in his 2nd top 8 of a Pro Tour in a row.
And Andrew over there with 2 no blocks in his hand, and what I believe is 2 blocks. His entire hand blocks 4. Sam, he does have 2 armor on the Scabskins and the Tunic combined, but that is not looking very good for Andrew, especially into a Warrior.
Now when the opponent goes Tunic into the Hatchet of Mind, keeping the card in hand, that's got to raise a lot of alarm bells.
Yeah, you have to be worried about so many things over here. You have to be worried about in the swing, potentially another Blade Runner. Because we know that Arsenal and Maximilian's side is still that yellow Blade Runner from a few turns ago, Sam. So he could be representing a triple hit. If this Hatchet of Mind hits, he will be able to attack with this Hatchet of Mind again, because Dorinthea will trigger on that.
In the swing, going to go ahead and bump this up, and that's the game. Maximilian Klein, call him the 2-time. He's going back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s. What an incredible run from the German. Andrew Rothermel, congratulations to him on an incredible run. But Maximilian taking the win, taking the dub, and taking his tournament to the top 8.
The weakness of Kayo showing itself over there, just drawing those no blocks critically at the end state. And I really do want to bring this back to the turn 0 as well. No blocks in this Andrew list has really hurt him so much. He took 6 life on turn 0 because of the no blocks, and at this point he lost the game because he just couldn't block enough because of the no blocks and died finally to the end the swing. That is one of the weaknesses of Kayo, people.
Absolutely. It does some crazy things on offense, but on defense sometimes leaves some things to be desired. Reckless Swing can only take you so far. Those pulpings, man, they hurt off a Blood Rush Bellow, but man, it hurts to be sitting and staring down a huge attack when you're looking at that Pearl in the bottom right corner.
The Bear Fangs, the Wild Rides, the Pulpings, all incredibly powerful turns off agilities, off Blood Rush Bellow turns. They also turn on your claws, but when you draw them turn 0, when you draw them against a warrior when you're in attack reaction range, that's going to spell your doom.
So, Max Klein, Hatchet Dory into the top 8. You want to see another game?
I do.
I'd like to as well. Let's go ahead and dive into our feature match and see one of the most well-known players in the world for the Warrior class try to put himself into the top 8 as well. It's Joshua Lau versus Noah Beygelman. It's the Card Guys versus the Runaways. It's Hatchet Dory versus Kayo. Once again, round 2, a little faster, a little quicker. Let's go ahead and get into it.
And once again, we have Josh Lau playing for his win. And in Noah, it's going to depend on tiebreakers if he wins this, whether he's going to make it in the top 8. But Josh Lau, if he wins this, is going to be locked for top 8. Both players not going to give the other any chances. We have Dorinthea versus Kayo, a rematch of the match we just saw. Now, of course, Josh Lau not sporting the tunic that Maximilian Klein was favoring. Josh Lau is running that Grains of Blood spell. Let's see whether that's going to be as effective as a tunic was for Max in the previous game.
That's exciting, honestly, to see really exactly how that will impact. We can really point to that here for both warriors. The Grains of Blood spill, how many times are those Vigor tokens going to come up versus how many times Max was able to activate that tunic. And we're going to get Shift the Tide of Battle into a Blade Flurry here. So it's going to get the go again. It's also going to go ahead and make the Agility token for the next turn and give +2 to the next Hatchet as well. No, it looks like on his turn just ticked up the tunic and made the Agility and the Might off the back of discarding the Agile windup here. 2 resources floating for Josh Lau. Maybe deciding if he wants to pitch into either the Brave Forge or the Grains before coming in with that second Hatchet. Looks like it's going to be the Grains, making the Vigor. So already getting some nice benefit from that chess piece.
And we spoke about this in the previous game, the Shift the Tide of Battle and Blade Flurry, 2 Majestics from heavy hitters that just synergize so well with each other. You know, one enables the other, and Shift the Tide of Battle, amazing in these hatchet lists, because just like how when Swing Big gives you the Quicken token, you're really happy your 1 blue turns into 6 points of value. Shift the Tide of Battle tells you, hey, next turn, you're already going to have an agility, so you can just block a little more aggressively and you just need 1 blue to enable the entire turn. This is an amazing start for Joshua Lau, which, you know, we have to point out, Noah did not give him any chance to filter on that turn 0. This was just a natural draw from him. It's a very, very fortunate start for him.
Sometimes that's what takes you to the top 8 of a Pro Tour. Some good opening draws in your win and in the Warriors Valor. Gonna head to the bottom of the deck. Let's see what cards Josh Lau is able to find off the top of the deck for his next turn. Looks like a couple hit and runs, maybe a lead with speed. But before we get there, it's time for a Command & Conquer with Go Again for 7. Valiant Dynamos are going to have something to say about that. But if you want to slow down your opponent with an agility and a vigor, CNC for 7 with Go Again, fine way to do so.
Once again, Valiant Dynamo just showing its strength, stopping breakpoints while also matching the value of the Might tokens from the KO side. This is one of the reasons why Dorinthea has performed so well today, this entire weekend, really.
So the Hold the Line here, going to get banished to the Send Packing. So quite literally, you talked about these 6 pieces of Arsenal Disruption many, many times throughout this tournament. How about one back-to-back Command & Conquer into Send Packing off of Go Again? How much do you value that Hold the Line? How much do you value getting value off of your Vigor and Agility token, Josh? Is it at the cost of the Hold the Line?
This is an amazing sequence from Noah over here, really being able to punish the agility from Josh Lau's side. You know, if he wants to block this out, he might need to give up more pieces of armor, which you really don't want to unless it's a Blood Rush Bellow turn. So you either make them sacrifice agility or you tell them, you have to give me armor. And he just gave 6 pieces of armor there, Sam. That was just being very aggressive with his armor over here.
But at the end of the day, or to be fair, it's not as many breakpoints. And now you've just faced down 2 pieces of Arsenal Disruption. You get to use your Vigor token. You get to use your Agility. You get to set up an Agility for a future turn with the lead with speed. And you're getting to come in with 2 hatches. And that Hold the Line's going right back in the arsenal, ready to be turned on as soon as Noah goes for something like a Blood Rush Bellow.
Definitely not that many breakpoints on the KO side, but definitely a lot of spike turns in the form of the Blood Rush Bellows and the Cast Bones. And we'll need to see whether Josh Lau regrets giving those armor pieces that early on a non-spike turn. Because, you know, aside from just the breakpoints, you do want armor for when your opponent is suddenly going well above the typical turn cycle math of 12 to 16. Now, of course, that Balance of Justice there should say -2 on it instead of -1, but, you know, regardless, if you see a minus counter on Balance of Justice, you know it can't be blocked with again.
I have to imagine Josh isn't going to be trying to block with it. 4-1. Now we're going to be heading down to 26 to 40 in favor of the Warrior here.
26-40, but remember, Noah still has all his armor, and that flashback has a value on it that you can't really quantify because of that intimidate on the opponent's offensive turn. And still, Apex Bonebreaker and Scab Skins each representing 3 extra life for Noah over there. So really sitting at a 32-34 with the flashback, and of course the flashback intimidate effect as well.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Noah that his turn just with 4 cards, all he can do is come in with a claw for 3. I mean, that's really unfortunate for the turn. I see. Okay. He's discarding it. I've never seen this play before. So he's discarding an agile windup in either rapid reactions or resolution step to make an agility and a might, and then coming in with a swing big.
Yeah, and these really niche plays is exactly why we are watching the final games of the Swiss game of the Swiss in Proto Los Angeles. Who saw that coming? Literally no one saw that coming. Only these players can make plays like that.
Absolutely. This is going to be a swing big for 8. It's decisions like these that are putting the players in the positions they are. It's going to be an in the swing and a fate for scene. It looks like Josh was pointing to the Valiant Dynamos as well. We're going to have to see if a -1 counter goes on the equipment there. Vigor and agility from the last turn can help out quite a bit.
Cases like this, we spoke at length about swing big in the previous matchup, how it can be risky to bring that into warriors sometimes, into dual wielding warriors, but sometimes you get paid off because they already have an agility and they have nothing to do with the quicken anyway, so because it just kind of doubles up. So, Noah's saying, we're still going to run the swing bigs. The value is really good. Oftentimes, we're going to end with an agility or you have your go again already. The quicken isn't going to matter at all.
So, Grains of Blood Spill versus Tunic, right? That Grains of Blood Spill stop to send packing, can block again, and now we've already seen 2 Vigor tokens. So that's 6 turns worth of Tunic value. And we've seen it on turns 1 and turn 2 for Mr. Josh Lau. I'm curious to see how much value we end up seeing out of that Grains of Blood Spill, because right now it's already looking like an all-star.
Grains of Bloodspill has a lot of synergy with the warrior class because of Reprise. Sometimes your opponent doesn't give you Reprise, you're left with stranded cards in hand, and then you can just pitch it into Vigor. Now Noah recognizing a very powerful Scowling Flashback. And we just spoke about the Grains of Bloodspill Vigor giving you Tunic level value. That was a case where the Grains of Bloodspill actually hurt Josh Lau a lot because he couldn't pitch. Because he already had the resource from the Vigor. He couldn't pitch, couldn't have the pitch floating to swing the hatchet again. Noah's saying, nice Vigor token, that pitch card in your hand, I'm going to intimidate that away, and now you can't swing a hatchet again. That was a very, very heads-up play from Noah, and really shows perhaps why other Dorintheas are favoring Tunic over Grains, because that Vigor token hurt Josh Lau a lot.
Hurt Josh Lau a lot. We'll have to see exactly how much at the end of this game, because currently he's sitting at a 14 life buffer. This is going to be coming in 4-7 with the go again, making a might on the back end. Now, we're going to see how much can Noah really parlay the Scowling Fleshbag value into this turn, because again, he's at a huge deficit at this point. Josh now going to take that 7, go down to the 33, 3 more damage coming across with the Mandible Claw, 2 floating, card in hand, card in arsenal. So this turn's not over yet.
Huge life deficit for Noah, definitely, but he is sitting with a much better armor suite still up. He just used the flashback, to be fair, but he still has 6 life remaining on the Scab Skins and the Apex Bonebreaker. Of course, Apex Bonebreaker also having the additional offensive value on that.
Cast Bones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're going to hit all 6 might tokens. We're going to get the agility as well. Noah Beygelman, he might have been down a fair amount of life in this game, but he has once again set himself up to go absolutely berserk, buck wild, blood rush, bellow bananas on his next turn.
Sam, we spoke about spike turns. We spoke about how Josh Lau might regret giving all that armor earlier because you won't have it for spike turns. It might not be for on hits, but spike turns are a thing that Kayo can do and is known for, and that is going to happen on this following turn, following this Cast Bones. And one of the cards that he revealed was a CNC. A CNC could come in for 13 with Go Again on the following turn if he drew that up, but for now we are on Josh Lau's side. And normally when you see your opponent Kayo set up these many tokens, you want to disrupt them. You want to try and send something like a CNC, or if you're a Guardian, some sort of Spinal Crush, something like this. Hatchet's Dorinthea, as much as they love playing these really amazing numbers game, not a lot of disruption, Sam.
Yeah, that's something we've talked a lot about here in the booth. How much can you really parlay just pure numbers, grindy value when some decks are doing something like 13 go again, destroy your arsenal on hit. It's just the spikes versus the consistency versus the value. Once again, something I want to bring up, if the Command and Conquer was drawn in these 4 cards, both players know about that hold the line because of the send packing. So that hold the line, it's been sitting there for quite some time, and it's not going to get any value against a CNC, especially when coming in for 13, threatening to blow it up.
Yep, and with not a lot of armor left from Josh Lau's side, that could spell, a very, very difficult block for him. And, this is exactly how you want to beat a deck that is going to beat you on numbers, right? Kayo has good numbers. Hatchets Dorinthea has a bit better numbers because the Hatchets are constantly, getting plus value. The Valen Dynamos matching on my tokens as well. So the way you beat that is not by trading 2 cards for 2 cards. You beat that by trading, I'm going to deal 30 damage on 1 turn, and we're going to shorten the game because the longer the game goes, the more you are going to outvalue me. But if I can shorten the game, well, you don't have the spike turns that I do.
Wow, now look at this. We're getting the 3 swings. We're getting back to back to back Blade Runners into the Hatchets. It was what? I don't even remember. 4 into 6 into 5. A lot of cards coming in. All cards being, all resources being used to Vigor for the next turn. Noah just going to take it. Go down to 13. Josh, got to be sweating in his boots just a little bit to make sure we get that counter off the Valiant Dynamo. Maybe just taking a second, taking a breath, preparing for what's about to come down.
The additional information that the send packing gave Noah, very, very critical. He knows that Josh doesn't have any extra damage. It was pretty much face up that the Arsenal is just that hold the line. So Noah saying, I'll take this extra damage. I've got 7 damage right now in the form of these might tokens. I'm going to capitalize on this and have a massive spike turn.
Let's see, no Beygelman having to think. If it was that CNC, you have to imagine it might have just been slammed down, looking like not quite.
So not the CNC, but he does have Savage Feast. Now, either one of them are both very, very strong cards to pair with the agility and the massive number of might tokens. Savage Feast, you often want it when you have the go again already. So wonder if that's going to come out with this agility over here and maybe draws into a CNC after that.
It's going to be the Bear Fangs. We're just going for damage here. If we are Noah, trigger the Bear Fangs, draw and discard a random card. Let's see what's going to hit the graveyard here.
And once again, just like the previous game, because of the cast bones, he knows for a fact that this Bear Fangs will never miss because the top 2 cards are both hits. He drew into 4 of the hits. The top 2 cards are 100% hits. All that's left to know is which card exactly gets discarded, but no matter what, this Bear Fangs is going to get the +2 from its own effect, and I will create the might token.
15 go again. How you like them numbers?
Very good. 15 go again, and still 3 cards remaining. This is the strength of Kayo. This is why he was the most represented deck at the Pro Tour. It's because of turns like this.
They're just trying to represent it here at home. Yeah, 13. We're aware. It's a big number. It's a big, scary number, Josh. What do you have to say about it? Only 1 card has been drawn on the turn, so that hold the line is not currently turned on. Do you just want to get it out of the arsenal here?
So one thing Noah has to be careful about, knowing that a holder line exists, is not to draw another card. This Bear Fangs, you don't go up in card equity when you play this, because it is draw and you discard immediately, but it does say draw a card on it. So if he goes draw a card again after this, say with something like a Savage Feast, the holder line would have been live, but Josh Lau was saying, I know there's a CNC somewhere in there, I'm not going to risk it, I'm just going to play this holder line now while I still can, because obviously it cannot be played against a CNC. Lots of little mind games going on between these 2 players here.
Now look at this. We're going to go ahead and see an Agile windup get discarded, make another Agility, make another Might. Josh cleared the arsenal out just in case the CNC did come down, but now knows guaranteed the top card of Noah's deck was that CNC. We saw all 5 other cards. So if you arsenal a card here, if you're Josh Lau, you know it's going to get threatened by that CNC with the Might and the Agility here. Luckily for him, the Vigor from the last turn, meaning he's going to be able to do a fair amount of damage with these Hatchets, and Noah's all the way down to 13.
Also, Josh Lau once again showing the discipline and the care, the experience he has on this list. He didn't block the Valen Dynamo on the previous turn, knowing that he wasn't able to refresh it on this turn, so saying, that was just a bunch of vanilla damage. There's no point for me to use this Valen Dynamo now if I'm not going to refresh it. So I'm going to leave it unbattered, save it for this turn when potentially you're doing the CNC for 7 that you exactly just talked about, Sam.
Interestingly, not pitching into the grains there to get the card out of the hand to make sure that you don't have an arsenal to even threaten, but another Bear Fangs with go and getting plus a Might token here. We're going to go ahead and discard another Bear Fangs. No Blood Rushes have been seen yet for Noah.
Yeah.
No, we have seen one. No, I just said Blood Rush, Bellow, Buck Wild earlier.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. So Josh Lau still hasn't seen that CNC, from Noah that was revealed off the Castbone. So, pretty much, and that is one of the downsides of Castbone sometimes, that, you give your opponent a lot of information of what you might potentially have. So Josh Lau probably knows that at hand, that the remaining card in Noah's hand is probably just that CNC, and he's a little stuck, I believe. Oh, he's got 2 cards remaining. Okay, he's got 2 cards remaining, and then now there's a CNC coming, but unfortunately needed to pitch that Blood Rush Bellow, Sam, the one we haven't really seen him play. What he needs to, do more of the spike turns to actually beat the value that his Hatchets Dorinthea is able to put out.
Yeah, quite interestingly, really valuing pressuring the Arsenal there with the CNC rather than just going ahead and throwing down the Blood Rush on that turn. I'm not sure if there was another miss in the hand that he was worried about, but the, 15 value from attacking with 2 of those cards was enough for Noah there, even though the Blood Rush Bellow could have represented a lot more. Yes, you might have discarded the CNC and not had the Arsenal disruption, but perhaps Blood Rush Bellow's type of effects are what you need to get over the value that this Dorinthea deck does present.
Pretty standard line from Josh Lau coming here. Just the standard Red Blade Hatchet into Red Blade Runner into another Hatchet. Total of 8 points of damage offensively and refreshing the Dynamo itself. This is the 2-card 9 that Hatchet Dorinthea is very, very well known for. And it's a sort of value game that Kayo can't really beat in a typical sense. They need those spike turns that we were talking about. And now, of course, Noah still has that armor remaining. We're looking at these life totals and we're thinking Noah's quite far behind, but there's a lot of extra armor left on his side of the field in the form of the Apex Bonebreaker, and of course the Scabs Concealers now just has 1 block remaining on it.
Clash Might there. I missed the Clash. However, it looks as though another Might was created for Noah.
Yep, so it was a wind-up, I believe, revealed by Noah, and a Sink Below revealed by Josh Lau.
And then one big play deserves another. This is a swing big 410, like you have mentioned a number of times. Quicken tokens.
Yeah. This time,
lovely for warrior players.
Yeah, this time Josh Lau does not have the agility token, so he might look to block out the swing break and the Sink Below everyone knows Josh Lau has a Sink Below in hand because it was revealed off that clash. That actually makes this 10 power attack fairly easy for him to deal with. Of course, he won't be getting the Valen Dynamo trigger if you block this with 6 from 2 cards plus the Sink Below. You don't get a Valen Dynamo value. You do lose out a bit there, but you can't really be too sad when you get to convert a blue into Hatchet for 2, into Hatchet for 3, or potentially 4 if it hits, you get to convert the last resource into Braveforge Braces.
Absolutely. 1 card out of your hand for 5 damage, potentially even more. He's just going to go ahead and get the value no matter what, he says. Gosh darn it. Even if I overblock a little bit, I want to make sure I get my value out of that Valentine.
He's playing around lunging press, of course. Obviously, you have to...
These are the plays.
Exactly.
These are how the players get to the top 8.
So, of course, now that blue being pitcher, he really only needs 2 resources to swing both hatchets. But here's where the beauty of Grains of Bloodspill and Braveforge Braces both come into play. He has the agents here. Does he want to roll over one of these resources for the following turn? Or does he want to potentially just cash it in for 1 extra damage right now if this first hatchet hits?
2 damage coming across. 2 floating card in the arsenal.
So again, already off the very helpful and generous Quicken token donated over to the other side by Noah over there.
We've now seen both of these brutes happy to play the swing big into these warriors. Ooh, card from the arsenal, maybe going to be deployed here. It is going to be a lead with speed. We're creating an agility token for the next turn. Maybe one of my favorite cards coming out of heavy hitters, and I'm honestly stoked to see it have tournament play because I just liked it, and I didn't see it on a lot of tier lists when the set first came out. And to see it here at the highest level of competition is validating for your boy. Validating for your boy.
So we spoke about how the 1 extra resource from Josh Lau could have been converted into a Vigor or a damage from Braveforge Braces. Instead, he's saying, I'm going to use it for this lead with speed. And instead of having a Vigor on the following turn, I want an agility. And also very critically, clear up the arsenal, which, in these sort of low life totals, we spoke about all the arsenal destruction that Kayo has access to. So Josh Lau saying, let me just get my arsenal out of here so I'm not vulnerable to those things. And we see Noah say, okay, so you got rid of the arsenal, I'll give you my CNC.
Wild Ride going to be the play here. We're going to go ahead and draw and discard into the Might token, but the Tunic here not online, and a yellow Agile Windup with the only pitch available. So this is going to be 6. Technically has go again, but hey, if that's a Cast Bones in the arsenal, that could be incredibly relevant.
Josh Lau just having a bit of a think here. This is his win and into the top 8 of Pro Tour Los Angeles. He's been close before, but he really wants to just cinch his spot there. He's not going to rush these decisions.
6 damage on the combat chain.
Agility on Josh Lau's side. He knows he's pretty well set up. He will be able to refresh the Dynamo, so we see that being put on the combat chain immediately. What other blocks will he give to this Wild Ride?
Valiant Dynamo. So impactful. Up there with cards of the tournament. Really kind of pushed this Dory deck into contention. Paired up so beautifully with these hatchets. He looks like a Glint the Quicksilver, maybe being committed to the block here.
Potentially doing another one of those play around lunging press lines that he's been well known for. It looks like he's posturing to go ahead and block 7 and just say, I've got this agility. I'll refresh the Dynamos anyway. I don't want to take damage to try and push over the edge, because once I start trying to shorten the game, that's your way back into the game, Noah. For now, I'm ahead, and I'm just going to maintain the lead and put the onus on you to try and have those spike turns that you need to get over my value game.
Blade Runner, Glint the Quicksilver, committed to the block. Josh just masterfully playing around that one of lunging press that Noah does have. This agility token is going to go ahead, power up the hatchet here. It's going to be 2 with go again.
Once again, 2 floating from Josh Lau's side. He could convert that 1 extra into a Brave Forge or a Vigor token, or potentially a last card in hand. Didn't quite be able to catch what that was. But, if that is a 0 cost go again, he can actually do 3 hatchet swings off of a blue. If that's something like a Shift the Tide of Battle, the second, hatchet is going to be increased in attack value. Shift the Tide of Battle very live, or something like a hit and run, like a red hit and run especially would be amazing for Josh Lau here. Or even something like a Glint the Quicksilver. Any 0 cost go again represents that if any one of these hatchets hits, Josh Lau will be swinging 3 times on this turn instead of the typical 2.
Wow, Apex Bonebreaker being committed without a card from hand, so no might token generation, but just being committed for the 2 block, that might be good enough. Listen, Josh is all the way down to 15. Noah here with a Blood Rush Bellow or some kind of other similar incredibly powerful turn could firmly put the game in his favor.
Yeah, missing out on the value from the Apex Bonebreaker being blocked another card, but stopping the on-hit, which we just spoke about. Josh Lau needs both these hatchets, one of these hatchets to hit if he wants to swing 3 times, if he does have a 0 cost go again. So Noah recognizing that, saying, I do not want to give you your Dorinthea trigger. I'm just going to block out both your hatchets.
Pack call trigger, gonna show a 6 on the top of the deck.
And the other thing this does, we spoke about the 1 floating perhaps, being converted into Vigor or a Brave Forge Braces. Remember that those also require at least one of the hatchets to hit. So Noah recognizing that, saying, I'm going to not let you use your last floating resource. I'm going to make you play slightly inefficient. You just pitched a blue and were only able to use 2 of those resources. And I lost a bit of value by giving you my Bonebreaker without creating a Might token, but that's okay because you were inefficient as well. And now I have a 4-card hand to come back at you with.
I think Noah playing really a beautiful game here, right? Playing a little bit from behind, playing a little bit in a position of not necessarily having these big spiky turns save for the cast bones, but putting himself in a position to be only down 6 life when a Blood Rush Bellow comes to join the battle. And now he gets to draw 2 cards, have 2 floating. This could be where he shifts the tide of battle in his favor.
We have to really commend his patience here. That was his arsenal card for quite a while. We were talking about how he pitched a Blood Rush Bellow a few turns ago to play a CNC. We were speaking about how he was really valuing that arsenal disruption. He could have gone for maybe a greedy Klein where he plays 2 Blood Rushes. He's saying, no, I want the proper hand for this Blood Rush. I need the blue to power it up. I need some good, probably a good discard in hand as well. And that's when this will come out. That's why I'm going to shift the tide of battle, as you said. Now, Josh Lau on his side, balancing out the playing field with cracking the balance of justice the moment this Blood Rush resolved.
Hold the line here. A perfect draw for Josh on the turn. Going to go ahead and block so much damage with just the 1 card, and it's just going to be a blue riled up to finish it off. You can't be feeling good if you're a Noah Beygelman spot to see that.
That is not what you want to see. The extra card draw from the Blood Rush as well. You really want to see something like Bearfang. So even that red Agile windup that was discarded to the Blood Rush, that would have been better than sending a blue riled up. Bit of an unfortunate draw discard for Noah over there. But again, that is the brute variance for you. Sometimes it's really good for you, but sometimes you lose a couple of points of value here and there, not being able to send a red attack. Instead, you have to send a blue attack on your Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Clash here, Clash of Agility, going to show a 6 and a nothing. So we're going to have an Agility on Noah's next turn, depending on how many cards he is able to keep. He does have a card in the arsenal, though. You have to imagine it would be something he would have loved to throw on that Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Also creating a Might token because of the Apex Bonebreaker. This time Noah is getting the value from the arms piece, an extra point of value. Now Georgetown is at 7. You can't really be too comfortable when you're at 7. Let's see what he's able to string together on this turn. He took a lot of damage to go down to his life total. You have to imagine he wants to hit 3 times here, Sam, and he's posturing that with this Blade Flurry over here. The first hatchet hit, which means Dorinthea has triggered. He will be able to attack with it again as long as he has the action point to do so.
Hatchet of Mine joining its brother out there on the battlefield. Gonna go ahead and get +2 from the Blade Flurry and +1 from being in sync with its pair. Dorinthea spinning through the air, whirling those hatchets about left and right and trying to hack through Kayo's defenses and put Josh Lau into the top 8 of this tournament.
And because of the damage that he took, it is quite face up that he does have the extra action point generator, something to give this hatchet go again. Noah has to guess what that is. Could be a Blade Runner, could be a Shift the Tide of Battle, could be a Glint the Quicksilver, it could be many things. But of course, you can't play around the reprise of Glint the Quicksilver because of the low life total you are at right now. If you choose not to block this, you might just die to something like an In the Swing, and that is the conundrum the Warrior puts you in.
And there is the Blade Runner, so going to go ahead and take one. Will Noah make a couple more copper? And then now we get to go hatchet into hatchet into hatchet and continue the beautiful combat chain. 6 more damage. That's threatening Noah's life entirely.
So Noah does have Tunic up to potentially block if he doesn't want to give any cards in hand. It looks like that is what he's going for, going all the way down to 1. Now Josh Lau not representing the Tunic. Also, we haven't seen a single shunt, the Quicksilver shunt in his list. So, you know, Noah's saying, I can go to 1. I'm safe from that. And I just need to try and make sure you don't get a hand again.
2 cards here for Noah with the agility. What can he swing together? Because I think Josh will have a very powerful clapback. It's going to be a wild ride. We're going to have go again here. It's going to get +2 thanks to the Might tokens. Time to draw and discard unless we already did.
Just 1 floating on Noah's side, and I believe that might be a Bear Fangs in our slime. I didn't quite catch that, but just 1 floating. He's not going to be able to swing the claw after this. We're going to need to see what he's able to string together. Maybe he has the cast bones, but trying to get value off your cast bones this late into game could be, you know, a little suspicious. Him needing to give up the Tunic on the previous turn really hurting him here, costing him 3 damage. Josh Lau coming in with the Dominate on this turn, and that's the game!
You can hear Mitch Leslie in the background cheering on his friend as Josh Lau moves forward into the top 8. Dorinthea whirling the hatchets around, whirling through the air and whirling Josh Lau into the top 8 of Pro Tour Los Angeles. What a game.
All the hugs coming in for Josh Lau there, and don't you love to see that? The camaraderie from his team, the love from the community, all empowering him, and he managed to take it down against Kayo, the big boogeyman of the format.
This is the end of Swiss. It is time to move on into the top 8, and let's go ahead and look at the top 8 in just a moment. We're going to go ahead and take a quick, short break, so don't go anywhere. Coming up next, the top 8 of Pro Tour Los Angeles. We'll see you in just a sec.
friends. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Los Angeles. I am Brian Gottlieb. This is Pankaj Bhojwani, and we have our top 8 bracket for you. And what a developing story we have here. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's get that bracket up on screen, and let's let you know about the action you're going to be seeing tomorrow.
Right.
A lot to cover here, Pankaj.
Right away, we see Kayo into Kano. Or is that Kayo into Kayo? Kano into Kano? Kayo into Kano for that 1st and 8th seed over there. The Kano did manage to sneak it in. Right after that, the Dory mirror. Who's going to come out on top in that Warrior Masterclass? After that, another mirror with 2 KOs. And finally, the KO into Dromai.
Yeah, a diverse spread of heroes in the end, but it is Kayo following up on that beginning of tournament representation, putting 4 copies into this top 8. But for me, the breakout story of this tournament, Pankaj, it is sitting in that Dorinthea mirror that we have lined up to start the day. Maximilian Klein, back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s. What an incredible, incredible performance from Maximilian Klein. Going to be taking on Josh Lau, both playing that Hatchet story list that I know you're over the moon about.
The narrative this weekend has definitely been about the dark horses of the format. Who is the actual dark horse? A lot of people, including myself, were predicting Katsu, but Josh Lau and Maximilian Klein showing us the real dark horse is this Dorinthea. And not any Dorinthea, specifically Hatchet's Dorinthea. Not Dawnblade, not dual-wielding swords, not even Decimator Axe. Hatchets is where it's at for Dorinthea in this meta.
Yeah, and Pankaj, I'm so happy to see Josh Lau at the moment when Dory gets her breakthrough performance. Who else could it be but Josh Lau representing that hero? And of course, Maximilian Klein, I don't want to take anything away from him, also a lover of Dorinthea. So for these 2 players to go head-to-head, I think the Dory stands out there are going to be up in arms. Uber literally had to be tied down after Josh's win, and I'm sure that match is going to be the apex of excitement for him this entire weekend.
They're going to be extremely happy for sure, but maybe a tiny bit sad as well that it had to be the mirror in the quarterfinals of the top 8. You know, maybe a lot of people would be wanting the Dory finals, but we're going to get that in the quarterfinals, and it's going to be an absolutely explosive match, and it's extremely skill expressive. I cannot wait, but we have other top 8 matches to talk about, Brian.
Yeah, we go next to another mirror in the middle of the bracket there. We're talking about Sebastian Grandel, going to be taking on Joel Repta, Denmark and Canada squaring off in that mirror. And Pankaj, we've done a lot of these KO mirrors. They're great. I think they're fantastic flesh and blood. They're so much fun. There's so much back and forth. There's variance, which I love, by the way. I love when things come down to the roll of a dice, a random discard. It's so interesting to me because, yes, those variance moments have impact on the game, but the real story is how players play around them, how they shape variance to be their friend, and how they make the right decisions despite that looming specter.
I think a lot of people focus a little bit much on the variance, especially when it's 2 brutes facing off against each other. But these brutes at the top of the game, the ones that we see on the screen here, they know exactly like what you said, how to play around the variance, how to maximize their odds. And because of how long the game goes in Flesh and Blood, you really see that the player who's able to do that better is the one who comes out on top.
Yeah, and let's go down to the bottom part of our bracket next. I think this is a matchup that very much defined this weekend in a lot of ways, and I think it's leaning in Kayo's favor right now, but Arthur Trehette going to go ahead and try and flip the narrative. Coming from France to take on Peter Ward from the United Kingdom, it is going to be Kayo versus Dromai at the bottom of that bracket.
Sam brought it up earlier. This is the clash of the 2 titans of this format. It was really no secret coming into this weekend that Kayo and Dromai would likely be the 2 most represented heroes over here. And also, funnily enough, when it comes to Dromai, a lot of 90-90 matchups, and this is one of them. A lot of Dromais think, they have solved the Kayo matchup. And if you're going to bring Dromai to a tournament like this, where Kayo's the talk of the town, you know for a fact that Arthur has something up his sleeve for this matchup.
Can't wait to see what Arthur's plan is into that matchup. And should that plan be successful, going to get to execute it twice in a row. If Arthur has this KO matchup figured out, he's on the right side of the bracket, could potentially march Dromai right into the finals. And then we go to the top of the bracket. And Pankaj, this is the wild card in every single aspect. Felipe Lima Cardoso only barely making it in by the skin of his teeth into this top 8. The lone Kano in the top 8. And Kano's influence over this metagame, willing to steal games from an opponent at a moment's notice. Turn 1, sure, I'll win. That's absolutely fine. And going to be taking on the darling of this tournament, the player who has absolutely paced the field from the Sunflower Samurai. It is Daniel Correas in first.
first seed out there for Daniel, representing the Sunflower Samurais. You know, Pablo Pintor unfortunately didn't quite make it, but his teammate is out here representing that Kayo, and we have to come back to Philippe as well. The lone Kanos are talking about a lot of, you know, both love and hate for this hero. Very, very polarizing type of gameplay going on. Philippe showing us that he is able to navigate this KO-infested meta and bring Kano to the top 8 of the Pro Tour, much like how the Kano showed up at the Pro Tour New Jersey all the time ago, the first Pro Tour ever.
All right, Pankaj, let's do the thing that people love. Let's prognosticate a little bit. Let's talk through this bracket. I want to know your picks.
We're doing predictions?
Let's do predictions. I love to hear it. Let's start at the top of the bracket. You got that wild card, the Kano KO matchup. Who you like there?
As much as I love Kano, I'm a wizard player at heart, but I do think I have to give the edge to Kayo over here. Kayo, you know, is very, very aggressive, gets to put Kano on the clock very, very quickly, and also has access to this, you know, cute little card called No Fear. And you know what Kano hates more than anything? It is damage prevention effects at instant speed. No Fear is a card that, you know, if Daniel has that in his list, it's gonna make life very hard for Felipe over there, but it is a Kano, and anything can happen in a Kano game. But if you ask me to predict, I'm going to give it to Daniel.
Yeah, to me, it comes down to deck construction almost entirely. I think it is about No Fear. How many copies of that card will Daniel have available for this matchup? We'll then move to the Dory mirror. I know you don't want to choose either of these guys, Pankaj. Maybe flip a coin.
I'll choose Dory. I think Dory's going to win.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, that's probably correct. How about this? I will go with Maximilian Klein. I think anytime a player makes back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, they're starting to build their narrative. You're starting to get them into the conversation. And Maximilian Klein may be flying under the radar thus far. Unfairly so. You go back-to-back Pro Tour top 8s, you're one of the best players in the game. Is this the moment where Maximilian puts himself in the conversation with the Matthew Falkses of the world who have gone to 2 Pro Tour top 8s, with the Michael Hamiltons, with the Pablo Pintors? Can he go ahead and break through to that absolute elite level?
I think giving the edge to the player who's the highest seed in the mirror definitely makes sense, especially the Warrior mirror. Both players want to go second, but I'm going to give my pick to Josh Lau. I'm going to give him some of that love that he has from the community for being that Warrior stand for such a long time. And I think because of how long these matchups go, Josh Lau being that Warrior stand from pretty much since when he started the game, I think he's going to be able to use that to his advantage here and come out on top despite being the lowest seed.
All right, let's move on from the top of the bracket. Let's go ahead and complete this to the finals. We now have Daniel Correas versus Maximilian Klein or Josh Lau, depending on who you're leaning towards. Who do you see coming out of that matchup?
I see Dorinthea coming on top just simply because of that matchup. Just Daniel is the highest seed. He will, you know, get his pick of first or second. That will give him the edge that he might totally need to get over this hard matchup for him. But we've seen several matchups today. Dory into KO, it is simply slightly Warrior favored, and you know, at this level of gameplay, that slight edge is what these players can capitalize into a win.
That makes sense to me. Down in the bottom of the bracket, we do have our KO mirror. It is Sebastian Grondel versus Joel Repta. I think so much of this comes down to deck construction. I do think players have legitimately figured out some of the tips and tricks in the KO mirror. Did you apply them? How much did you stack your deck towards the KO mirror? Who you got here, Pankaj? Anything you see so far that has you leaning one direction?
I'm going to give it to the highest seed. I think in a matchup like this, a matchup that can be very, very explosive, I think getting your pick of first or second is kind of what can just give you that edge you need in this sort of, you know, a little bit variance heavy, but also incredibly skill intensive mirror.
I think that's absolutely fair, and where there is kind of very little information to go on, let's go with the player who gets the selection. And that brings us to the bottom of the bracket. Peter Ward been absolutely on fire all day long, taking on Arthur Trehat, and I just don't know here, Pankaj. On its face, when I first started analyzing this matchup, I go, oh, a lot of poppers, clearly brute favored. You get to go again. You can control the dragons. But things are different when you run into a good Dromai. Dromais just have this way to shape a matchup in their favor. They play sometimes in unorthodox fashions. They play towards specific endgames, and it feels like they always have a plan. Do you think Arthur can go ahead and pull this one out against Peter?
I definitely think so. I think what something like Dromai does is, you know, make a board state that's a full armful for Kayo to deal with. But Kayo only has one arm, Brian, and that definitely hurts a lot in this matchup. The lack of the second claw definitely affects the ability to clear the board, and we saw that happen earlier today as well. So I think Arthur, showing up top 8 of this Pro Tour in a KO-infested field, has the tools to break through the KO. And also, to be honest, it would be a fascinating top 4 if a Dromai does make it into this. I'm going to give my edge to Arthur.
Okay, and are you going with the same prediction when you were then faced with Kayo versus Dromai one more time? Do you think Arthur takes it all the way to the finals?
You know, this one is cases where it's two independent events, and you really shouldn't have the previous one
Seems
affect
like it
your
should be the
current
same
one.
answer.
Yeah, but I think trying to say, when you look at it overall, I think it might be a little tough for Arthur to get through 2 KOs in a row. But of course, 14 rounds of Swiss, and he's here in the top 8. Maybe he'll be able to do it again. Maybe he'll be the one to give Dromai those, big burst of LL points to bring it to the end. I'm going to give it to Arthur again in the semifinals.
Okay, so that sets up a finals. It is Maximilian Klein versus Arthur Trehet in our very, very fictional world, which, by the way, we have no idea what we're talking about. Definitely watch and see what happens tomorrow. But who you got in this Dorinthea Dromai matchup?
Oh, I'm going to give it to Dorinthea. I mean, I just, Dorinthea's a bit of a fan favorite. I mean, I know Dromai is as well. Dromai a bit more polarized, but I think if a Hatchet's Dorinthea is able to show the world that able to come out on top of the Dromai, that would just make for such an amazing narrative. And once again, I feel like because of the dark horse nature of this Hatchet's Dorinthea, I'm going to imagine these Dorinthea players have way more practice into the Dromai as opposed to the reverse. I'm not sure how many players here have practiced too much into the Hatchet's Dorinthea. And because of that, I think either Josh Lau or Maximilian Klein, probably just more experience in the matchup, and I'm going to give the edge to the Dorinthea.
All right, so Pankaj Bajwani going with Max Klein, and I would never go against my co-caster. I support him 100%. That is our pick for the Pro Tour champion. But of course, we got to play these matches. Anything can happen when we get to this top 8. Felipe Lima Cardoso could throw this bracket into a tailspin right off the bat. I have no idea where we're headed when we get here tomorrow morning. But I do want to give a moment before we wrap things up today to just give a shout out to some other really, really great finishes. And I have to highlight someone in particular because this is an absolute heartbreaker of a scenario. In 9th place, it is Ethan Zhang. That's 2 Pro Tours in a row. Excuse me, Ian Zhang. That's 2 Pro Tours in a row now for Ian, where it just couldn't bust through and get into that top 8. And you feel so much. There is nothing worse than being at a major and ending up in 9th place.
Twice in a row as well. That is absolutely heartbreaking to see. But you know what? It is also just a mark of how strong he is as a player. That he's able to come so close twice in a row and top 16 at a Pro Tour like this, with the competition sort of just getting higher and higher each time. We always say this, Pro Tour Baltimore, very, very tough competition. Pro Tour Los Angeles, even more. The players are getting more and more tougher, and despite that, Ian is able to show 2 top 16s in a row. This is not the last we've seen of him.
Absolutely. It's just a sign of huge things to come in the future for Ian Zhang. Also on the cusp for this event, Nick Butcher, 10th place. Absolutely a hair's breadth away from going ahead and clinching that berth on Dorinthea. So it is very interesting, Pankaj. The stories that come out of these tournaments are always about the top 8. The diversity really does continue down this run as you look. A very, very strong tournament for Kayo. This is not a one-deck format. And I think the presence of Hatchet's Dory, which was starting to be a known factor, but still stayed a little bit unknown coming into this event, it throws everything into a complete tailspin.
And especially once you consider that a lot of the people in the 9th through 16th slot was still, had similar records to the people in the top 8. It's just, a matter of when the losses came in. The fact there's lots of Dorintheas down there as well, I completely agree with you. This is not a one-deck format.
Yeah, a few other notable performances. Thebeau, our leader after day 1, finished in 12th place overall. Alan Lau, again, another incredible performance from Alan Lau. You talk about heartbreak, talk about not quite breaking through yet, but so on the cusp. Finished 13th here. Ben Dodd, calling winner down in my part of the world, in Australia. Very, very nice performance. And I think it's worth noting that Noah Beygelman and Andrew Rothermel also made top 16 finishes on the back of those losses we saw down in the feature match area. So a strong performance for them. Andrew Rothermel, of course, very, very close to going back-to-back. And again, I think a player that really is just building this resume where you say you have to start putting this person in the conversation as among the best players in the world.
100%. Just so many strong performances from so many different players today. And also very important to note, we have so many new faces in the top 8, Brian. We have heard this narrative about Flesh and Blood a lot of times. Oh, it's just the same players making top 8s again and again. But, this time Pro Tour Los Angeles showing there are lots of other good players out there, players that aren't necessarily part of one of the big named teams, showing up saying they are allowed to compete at the same level as these other players.
I think it's even better than that, Pankaj. 8 countries represented amongst our 8 players, just showing the global diversity of this game, including a top 8 competitor from Brazil, South America for the first time. You love to see these new regions just put themselves on the map as forces to be feared in Flesh and Blood.
What more could you want from an international stage like this? The Pro Tour Worlds, having all these different international nationalities showing up and, you know, earning their right in the top 8. It's going to be an explosive top 8 tomorrow, and I cannot wait, Brian.
I can't wait either. And you do not want to miss 1 second of this Pro Tour top 8. We're going to be back bright and early, 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to be bringing you every single match. We will not skip one of them over the course of this Pro Tour top 8, and we will eventually crown our champion here at Pro Tour Los Angeles. You better be there. For Brian Gottlieb and Pankaj Bhojwani, we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome, traveler. You must be starving. Please, come inside. I think we can satisfy your appetite. Anything you like. Intimacy. Or perhaps ecstasy. Come a little closer. I won't bite. Tell me, what do you desire?
Beware the tongue of the snake. Her fangs shall soon furrow. Pleasure is but the shallow illusion. Walk the true path, and you shall see clear. Those who seek may discover formless, perfect, the serene, unchanging infinite. Eternally present.
Eternally boring. Why don't we play rough?
Embrace the solitude.
Embrace the sensation.
Look within.
Look at me!
Just a breath.
Just a taste.
Enough! A tiger does not fall prey to the snake. The tiger walks its own path. Those who flow as life flows know they need no other force. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved, the source of all movement. The center is unbound and free.